the email the last time, or did you use your phone number?
I think I used my email. I'm gonna try, but it's my old email, but I don't even.
Yeah, you're gonna have to use that.
All right, I'll try it.
Either that or set up a new account.
Yeah.
What's up to the YouTube fam over there? If you are on the YouTube, make sure that you say what's up in the chat. Hit the likes, share the stream out. I'm trying to figure out. I say a couple of people in YouTube complained about the landscape format. I don't know how to make it vertical because I'm using Streamlabs to stream to you guys from my iPhone. And so for some reason, Streamlab won't let me do the vertical. So I'm trying to figure it out for y'all. But so for now, you got to deal with the landscape. But I did take that feedback into, I am taking that feedback into consideration. What's up, Rodney? Yeah, Nelly, you're going to have to probably set up a new account. Uh, Serene Sonia, what's up? Annika, what's up, love bug? Yacht Club, what's up? Crystal J, good evening, good evening. Did y'all see it? Like, my God, it's a black woman's thing. Y'all, come on, we got 5 minutes to get to a hundred shares. Please pace it out though. Don't go bot crazy. But pace it out. We got 5 minutes to get to 100 shares, so we can let TikTok know that y'all like what's happening in this space, and that you want more people to join the party. Nelly, do you have Discord on your phone, or are you doing it from your laptop?
I'm doing it from my iPad.
From your iPad? Oh, this I don't know. The iPad app is different from the phone and the desktop. What's up, Toast? Um, yeah. So the iPad app is probably different, but you may have to just start a new account.
Yeah, that's what
Yo,
I'm doing.
girl, Five knocked over my ancestor water. Where he went to the table.
You did
He get
what?
he went to the table, picked up the water that I have on the table, honoring my ancestors.
Right.
Picked it up and poured it all over himself. And then like I'm hearing water hit the ground and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I get up and I walk over, he's at the ancestor table and he's just standing there with the thing in his hand looking at me like just dripping in water.
It was probably that.
like, like, oh my gosh, like this kid is something else. Like,
Man,
goodness gracious.
I finally um put my ancestor table up. I hadn't done it, and I don't know. I feel I don't know if it could just be my own, but I feel a little more peace in my room.
Yeah. Yeah. Like just I don't know, like it just reminds me of who they are in my life. Like
Right.
and who they were. Like I told y'all about my cousin's smile. And like it's just like whenever she would walk in the room, her smile was just different and it just brought like straight peace. Like she was just always so like I can't even like mimic her smile. And like we talked about her smile at the funeral and having her picture up, on the ancestor table and I can walk by and I can remember that smile to the point where it just doesn't fade my memory, you know. And my dad, like I have like I don't know how many pictures of my dad around my house, but having him, on the ancestor table in my bedroom, like it just keeps me constantly remembering who he was and what he did for my life, because like I said,
Right.
had he just like gave up on me, um, when I was out there in the streets, ain't no telling
Hmm.
where the fuck I'd be. Like the fact that he didn't, and like even after I turned my life around, should I say,
Hmm.
like he became my best friend.
That's
Like
awesome.
yeah, and just constantly remembering those things and the things, the conversations that we had, and the lessons that he taught. Like, there's no fucking way. Like, what the hell was Jacob ain't never did a goddamn thing for me. What the fuck I look like teaching my kids about Jacob? I taught my kids didn't get to meet my dad like that. Um, he died when my youngest son, before my youngest son was even born,
Who?
and my dad, my youngest son did not get to meet my dad.
Oh,
He
okay.
was born after my dad died, and then my baby girl was 1 years old when
Mhm,
my dad died. And I
mhm.
remember the last thing he said about her. We was at Uncle Bud's eating, and she did something with a spoon, and he said, "That's your silly one right there." And he was right like a motherfucker, because that girl is silly as hell.
Oh,
But they don't remember him, and so with the pictures, like they know what he looked like now. Like they can look at
yeah.
my grandson and be like, "He looked like Papa," because
Hmm.
I keep, I kept his memory alive and with them, but
Right.
they didn't get to meet him like that.
Okay, I
Mhm.
got it set up. Um,
Mhm.
now what do I do from there?
Uh, is it, did you click on it? It should take you directly to it.
Okay,
Did
so
you click on the link I sent you? Try that again, and it should, you know, take you directly to the channel.
okay? Do I have to copy the link and then come?
Yes.
Okay,
Copy the link.
okay.
Or do, yeah.
And
Can
where's
you copy it?
Yeah, I copied it. I'm just trying to figure out where to put it. It says, uh,
Okay, once you copy it, you know what? You could put it in your notes and then it should like turn into like a hyperlink and you can click it.
hmm, okay,
See if that works. If not, then you can put it in like your search engine and it should just go ahead and pull up the app.
okay. Let me try that.
Saying what's up to Yak Club on YouTube. Joe Dirt, what's up? Alberts, hello. Um, Daniel Akubu, what's up? 30, what's up? Uh, Nicolette, Nicahet, Nic, Nachihet. What? Hold on, Nachiket, Nachiket. Uh, I think I got that right. Blessing, what's up? Yeah, did I say Alberts? What's up, everybody over there on YouTube land? We are about to get started. 65 stream being. Give us a minute. We only been here for 16 minutes. Like, let us say our hellos. Let us get everything in place. If you're in the guest request box, we will be bringing people up here in just a second. If you are a part of the team, do us a favor. Please hit the heart me's when you come in. Send those popular votes when you come in. Let TikTok know that this is the place to be during third shift while people listen and fall asleep.
Hmm.
We just got here
Gotta
too,
smash
65
those
stream
hearts on
bean.
both YouTube and TikTok. What'd you say?
I was telling 65 stream bean we just got here too. Uh, Damn, Dave, like, is that what Jesus have y'all do? Like, as soon as you come into a space, what's up,
What?
Marduk? Marduk, like, I swear, like, I'm gonna fuck around and like, if you want to be a mod over there, Marduk, let me know. Like y'all are doing the most. Like, as soon as y'all come into a space, like, I understand, right? Right, they start crashing out as soon as they come into the space. But then y'all want people to listen to y'all about a Jesus. You don't have to be a Bible thumper. Lala, you want to do your thing, and then we'll bring up Stream Beam.
Hmm. Sure do. Tap the screen like y'all. I can't. Oh my gosh. Hold on. That echo. I don't know what the heck just happened. It's in my ear.
I don't know. My mic is on mute. Uh,
Can y'all hear me?
yeah, I can hear you now. Marduk, you have been modded. What's up, Chris? Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, yeah. So tap the screen. The goal right now is 50K. Let's send those hearts flying and toss up some of those popular arrows. While you're at it, Thinker has a gift goal up, do you? Yes, you do. And what is it? Community Fest. So if you're feeling generous, let the gifts rain like confetti to Thinker and anyone on the panel at any given time. Now, little house rules, no caps in the comments. TikTok thinks you're yelling, and honestly, so do I. You get one warning. After that, you get muted. Even if it's just one word, please don't test the mods. If you want to level up, hit that ghost star button on the bottom left-hand corner to join the crew. That gets you into the Discord lounge where we chill, chat, and unlock Thinker's Google Drive full of receipts and research. Over on YouTube, hit them hearts too. And if you want Thinker to see your comment, slide her a super chat and get your moment in the spot. That's it for now. Kick back and grab a snack and enjoy the show. I hope something, I don't know what it is with
The
I don't know
echo.
if it's on my end or if it's some
It's
TikTok
TikTok.
glitch.
It's a TikTok glitch because when you were echoing, when you were talking about the echo, my thing was on mute and I wasn't even here. I went to go change
Oh,
settings.
okay. Yeah.
All right,
That
y'all. Let's
weird.
you done?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. All right, y'all. Let's get it started. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible and you are not afraid to have uncomfortable conversations, because we do not pussyfoot or sugarcoat in here, we have real conversations. Um, then the guest box is open. If you are someone who is deconstructing your belief in the God of Christianity, the God of the Bible, whether you are a Christian, a Sadekmak, or a Hebrew Israelite, or an Israelite, and you want to discuss the prompt, the guest box is open. If you are an atheist and you want to discuss the prompt, or you have some information that you want to share with the community regarding what we do in here, research based information. If you come up with any information that you want to share, please have your sources to back that information, because we're going to check it, right? We do ask that you also fact check us in here. Anything that we say, don't take our word for it. Do your own research. And of course, if you are a nerd, of course, you know what your privileges are as a community member. The guest box is open to you. Let's get started. Continue to share the live and like the live so we can get more people in here. Thank y'all. 65 Stream Bean, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes? And let me know if you are a current believer in the God of the Bible, someone deconstructing your belief, or an atheist.
Nah, I'm 41, and I deconstructed maybe about 10 plus years ago.
So you no longer believe in the God of Christianity.
Nah,
Are you an
nah,
atheist?
nah. I'd say I'm more agnostic rather than atheist, but yeah,
Okay.
like I
So
believe
I,
in
I just
God, but not the God in which it was presented to me as a kid.
okay. So I just want to make sure. Like a lot of times when agnostics come in here, they want to argue philosophy, right? We don't do philosophical arguments in here. To me, that's just a waste of time, and quite frankly, boring to me. And so like
Well, I don't
I
like
just want to make
arguing, though.
sure. Okay, I just want to
I
make
have
sure
no
that
philosophy
I'm
for
sorry.
the
I'm
stage.
sorry. I'm sorry. Hello. Yeah. One thing too. Two people can't talk at the same time. I know you're trying to respond to what I'm saying because you're anticipating what I'm saying, but 9 times out of 10, you're wrong about what you think I'm gonna say. And if I do that to you, I would be wrong, right? And then it interrupts the train of thought, so makes me forget what I was trying to say to you. I'm neurodivergent, so I'm gonna ask that you refrain from talking at the same time.
Okay.
Um, and then I just want to make sure that the conversation stays on the God of the Bible, okay? Because we do stick to the Bible, the historical research, things like that, okay? Are you able to discuss that, or do you?
Oh, I was waiting for you to finish speaking. I was trying to be respectful.
No, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I said
I
okay.
understand everything you said. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and share your thoughts on the prompt.
Okay, so I just happened to read the prompt. That's how I ended up here, and then I guess y'all was setting up. It's cool. But Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. And then it says, especially black people. I do agree with that. And I grew up like Southern Baptist. I'm from Georgia. Went to church every Wednesday, every Sunday. And even as a kid, like something just never felt right. But again, the people that take care of me, love me, this is all I see within my community. And it didn't happen. I guess you could say my first, like awakening or starting to question really happened at about when I was 17, went to church, and all these people in the church caught the Holy Ghost like they do. And I didn't feel anything. And I'm looking around like, okay, hey, jump at me. And nothing. And I was like, man, these people lying. So that's kind of what started me on my journey. And then like I got older, started learning, started researching, and I was
I'm
like,
sorry. I'm
wow.
gonna cut you off because I don't. This isn't about like um how
Okay,
you
so
can, right. So it's about um you say you agree that Jesus is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. Can you talk about why you agree um Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity? Because like what I can share with you is the reason that I say that is because to me Jesus is an idea, right? Like a product that was created to do a specific thing, right? To cause people to believe a specific
mhm,
doctrine in
mhm,
order for um, you know control or to help people who were leaders of this doctrine to go into lands and to conquer, to indoctrinate, right? And because of that, it causes people to prioritize the God, its commandments, the faith, the promises of afterlife or the punishment, over compassion to humanity, over facts, over our existing reality, and it has caused a lot of damage. It continues to cause a lot of damage in society and in humans today. So that's why I say that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Why do you feel that Jesus is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity?
okay. So my short answer would be the doctrine of religion and Jesus, Christianity. It took away people's uh, critical thinking or critical thought process. That's why I say that.
Yeah. No, yeah, I
That's
agree. I agree 100%. Because of the fear, a lot of people
right.
are afraid to even question. Like you were talking about, like the whole thing of the Holy Ghost. When you were young, a lot of people are afraid to when someone claims to have this Holy Ghost, people are afraid to say, well, show the evidence of that, right? Like the Holy Ghost is supposed to, give you the ability to communicate in a language that you've never studied. And so if I ask a person with the Holy Ghost, to communicate in a different language, they're going to say it doesn't work that way, right? And or you're not supposed to test God. And people are like they're literally afraid to speak up against that. And so it causes them to just accept what someone else says a God is saying to them, and they end up believing in or adopting some of the most illogical belief systems for themselves because they won't question or they won't allow themselves to critically think.
Right, right. I agree.
Okay, well, I definitely thank you for coming up. It sounds like you don't have anything else to add to the
Well, you didn't
conversation.
ask me a question, so I was trying to stay within your prompt. This your life, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm
So
not
I
here
didn't
to
want to stay.
question you. Like this is a,
I know,
a,
no,
a
I got you.
discussion, right? And so I was responding to your statement, agreeing with you. Um, if you don't have anything else, I mean, I can bring up another guest.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of the night. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay in the live, but if that's
Yeah,
cool.
you're going to stay in the live in the comments. I don't let people hang out on stage. Thank you for coming up. Okay.
All righty.
I think
Okay.
he did. I think he did. I think he didn't quite understand the live. I think he thought that this was a live where he could chill out on stage and I don't think he understood that this was a one-on-one conversation. Nate the Great. I'm sorry, Nate. Are you there? Okay. So weird when you can hear them moving their phone and they don't say anything. Black Pips.
Good morning, everybody. Good evening, everybody.
Good morning. Good evening. How are you?
I'm great this morning. I hope you guys had a great day, those that are concluding the day.
I did. Thank you for asking. Can I get your age, please? And then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm 39 years old. I am currently in progressive deconstruction and Christian trauma recovery.
You said Christian recovery? Is it what you said? Or what was the last part?
I'm in
Christian what?
in Christian trauma recovery.
I'm sorry. I did it. I can't get that last word. Christian. Oh, traumatic recovery?
Yeah, I was about to
Yes,
say traumatic.
Traumatic
yes.
recovery. Okay. Wow. Okay. So what are your thoughts on the prompt?
Um, Jesus is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. I fully agree. And just to give context, I'm in Africa. So my understanding of Christianity is based on the experiences that we have had here in Africa. So we look at it collectively on the continent and we see that there is nowhere on the continent where it was introduced peacefully. So, as such, for me, that does away with the notion that it is a peaceful religion. We see the effects that it has had in terms of the people displacement, land grabs, and loss of wealth. And that also then further speaks to the fact that this religion did not come to build, it is effectively, it then came to deconstruct and sow chaos in Africa. Now, we look at the history that we have in terms of slavery, and then we have to ask ourselves as African Christians or the Christians that the people that have taken up Christianity in Africa, then we have to ask ourselves question of, do you guys understand the history of this religion? Do you know how it landed on our shores? Do you know the effects it's had on our people from its inception until now? And then if we're going to continue to say that these religions are beneficial to Africa, then we have to ask, what is the one notable or observable benefit that that Africa has had since the inception of Christianity on our shores? And sadly, there isn't any observable benefits that has been had in Africa since the inception of Christianity. Now, they always say, but Christianity brought civilization to Africans. Again, that is another, it's evidence again of people that do not understand the extent and the influence that African people have throughout history, and how much of the identity of the melanated people globally, how much of their identity has been stripped away from endorsing this type of religion. So for me personally, I would say I associate myself as a ancient astronaut theorist. I would subscribe to that. And the only reason I would do that is simply because it provides better archaeological and anthropological evidence, which helps in substantiating its claims. Let alone that there are a lot of similarities within those two stories. So then again, we have to look at the possibility of the so-called Christian holy book as a possible plagiarized document. I land there for now.
When you say, because the identity part, especially when dealing with the African diaspora, is a big issue, right, for me, because like in America, Black Americans seem to be having a huge ass identity crisis where, there are a lot of Black Americans who believe in this God identifying as the people in this book, right? And you just made a statement, which I had a little trouble understanding the last part. So please forgive me if I misunderstood you. But it sounded like you were saying that um, you would rather look at the book as if it's a plagiarized document of Africans. Is that what you were proposing?
Um, not per se. What I am suggesting is that the book is plagiarized, in terms of when you look at the books such as the Enuma Elish, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Emerald tablets, which are then cuneiform tablets, and have been carbon dated and alleged to be some of the oldest writings. So I'm basing this based on the Sumerian theology, which has archaeological evidence, which does speak of the creation, which alleges the story creation with an individual called Adama. It also then alleges the story of the deluge, and amongst other things that are in line with and contradict the Bible. But again, as opposed to the Bible, there is archaeological evidence, which is why I'm swaying more to believe in that than a book that fails to provide any evidence of itself.
Yeah, so I agree with you that there are, influences of these oral traditions from the Sumerians um, in the text. There's also influences from some Egyptian oral traditions, right? The story of Joseph in Egypt when he's accused of trying of the Pharaoh's wife, right? Accuses him of trying to sleep with her. That is mimicked off of a Egyptian tale. Um, you have the instructions of Amenepe, which a lot of Proverbs, a good portion of Proverbs is influenced or word for word the instructions of Amenepe. You have Canaanite influence in the text as well, where the god Elion is the head of the Canaanite pantheon. So like there's a lot of different cultures influenced in the text, right? But I wouldn't say that they are like one for one plagiarized, if that makes sense. Kind of like somebody read Harry Potter and decided to write their own version of Harry Potter and change the characters and then embellish it so that it kind of looks like different stories is more so what I would say happened with the text. But getting back to, and I do agree, like leaning more towards factual information and archaeological data is a great move. When we get to the identity part that you were talking about on the continent, I wanted to ask because I am starting to hear that some Africans on the continent are claiming to be the Israelites, and if if on the continent where people know their ancestry, they know where they come from, or is there still this loss of identity, like
Yeah,
a great move of that?
there is a great loss of identity in the sense that the very same oral traditions and teachings that we had as the natives, those have been done away. The literary literature and teachings we had, those have been done away in the format of the destruction of the University of Timbuktu. However, there are, as you mentioned, that there are Christians that claim to be of Jewish descendant. I know that so far there is a clan in Zimbabwe. Please do fact check me, but there is a clan in Zimbabwe that has been said to show similar DNA markers with that of the now Israelite type of people that we are experiencing now. As to the level and the degree of similarities in terms of that genome makeup, I wouldn't be able to confirm that. But there is a specific tribe that still fully embraces and identifies itself as one of the tribes of Israel within the African diaspora. Again, I'm not a professional, so I cannot really validate that or declare or disprove it, but I do know that there are people that take that to heart. However, when I talk about our identity, which is also what I think was done to the African Americans, is the fact, and we've seen it throughout history, that wherever they go, the first thing they do is to strip away the cultures of those people by burning the literature, by outlawing some of their teachings. And it is through all of those teachings and stories that we connect with our past, understand the present, and hope for our future. So because we as African are doing those types of planning with the past of our ancestors, which we are fully aware of, choose to disregard, and now we take the God of the master and make him our God. How are we then going to be able to plan when we are no longer hearing the same voices or the teachings of our own ancestors, of our own lineage, which is what we're supposed to be a continuation of? So I think that's where Christianity then uh, robs people of their own culture, and culture influences religion, and religion influences culture, vice versa. So it will be very difficult to have a self-aware identity when you have a distorted history and a manipulative religion in place. So that's where I feel the bulk of our lack of identity is, and I think it is by design, so that we do not then understand the power of us as a melanated species. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense, and I talk about how the what where the majority of the power comes from, like with this religion, is the retelling of the stories, right? And it's basically telling the stories of the ancestors of a specific people who call themselves Israelites, um, and and because we have been taught that our ancestors and our history isn't important, or either it's demonic, right? And that the God of this book and the people of this book should take precedent, then we lose that power that we have as a people, right? To learn from um, our culture, our ancestors, um, moving forward. The Limbo people, I have heard of them before in Zimbabwe, regarding the DNA marker, and it did trace back to a Jewish man who did live amongst that tribe, and he ended up marrying an African woman and having children, and that's how the DNA marker um, uh, got in that tribe. So I am familiar with that, but I don't think that they identify as a specific tribe, though, right? Like they're not claiming to.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'd need to do more research into that.
Yeah, and I guess what the fact that it can erase the identity or take the place of the identity of people who are in their native land, I think that's a huge issue, right? Like I could understand, Black Americans who descendants were taken from their land and brought to a foreign land and stripped of their culture, their language, their oral traditions, and handed a brand new identity. And then their descendants are trying to work it out, right? Like trying to fill in the blanks. I get that. um but for people who know where they come from to willfully reject the culture and the history that is around them, um it like I don't quite understand it.
I think it speaks to the power of the institute at hand here, because King Leopold, in his letter, he clearly indicates as to what verses, before he even recommends the verses that should be used in Africa, he highlights some of the things that he's seen within the African communities. He says they do have a sense of community. They have the ability to show sympathy, kindness, all of these characteristics that we had, but they could not perceive as having those. So when he says there that you do not need to teach them about morality, because as I live along amongst these communities, I can see their sense of morality. I can see the social setups with their rules and T's and C's. So he's already made aware, or he's aware of the collective consciousness and the collective progress of the people of Africa. As such, he then goes on to make a recommendation to say, this is the teachings that we should give in Africa. And these are the verses that should land in converting the Africans. So such verses as do not want riches here, for your riches are in heaven. All of these verses that have been specifically carteled to infiltrate the African people. And when we then look at it collectively, it's then not ironic that African Christianity then is coupled with poverty, yet they live on the most rich land naturally in terms of minerals, and they should be sufficient and self-sustaining based on purely availability of resources on their land. But with the dumbing down of the idea of wealth and the pushing the idea of heaven as the ultimate reward, and as it kept going down and building momentum through the years, it got to a point where even Africans themselves denounced their own teachings and their own ways of life in order to subscribe to this Christianity. And you give that 200, 300, 400 years down the line, then that generation will not see anything wrong with it, because according to them, this would have been the original teachings of their forefathers, of which it is not.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, the basically you're saying the same strategy that they used in Congo, they then packaged and used in other countries on the continent. And I think it's also worth mentioning that it isn't always the missionaries or the militaries that's doing that, right? We have a lot of pastors who are African descent that um, are responsible for this erasure of identity as well.
Daytimes, I think particularly African pastors are squarely and solely responsible, because they continue to 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 promote this type of religion. Now, we've also seen the monetary gains that can be heard with this religion when the manipulation is done properly. And we also then know that just like democracy, corruption is a characteristic of this religion. So it makes sense why others would be willing to carry on with it, as it is what feeds their families, you know. So be it wrong or be it right, um, he's doing what he needs to do. So whether it is a mass deception, if that's what he feeds his family, that is what he's going to hold on to and continue to push, which is a shame in itself. Because again, like I maintain, the God of the master cannot be the God of the slaves. It's quite ironic now that the African slave is so hell bent on holding this God into such high regard, and yet we seem to have had historic amnesia when it comes to it, and now the be all and end all of this Bible for Africans is this book, which was written by man and is fallible. So yeah, I mean, it's they doing it to line their pockets. It's always the Christianity has always then been a political and an economic tool. So that hasn't changed. It's still present today.
What do you feel um, n- needs to happen or can happen, or if at all any, right, to resolve this? Because a lot of times we talk to believers from the continent, and it's like they're reciting a catechism, um, like having a conversation like what you and I are having right now, where we are, responding to each other's points made, right, bouncing ideas off of each other. When talking to a believer on the continent, it does not feel like that. It feels like talking to um, a IVR system, right? When you call in to the
That's the way
telephone
to do
company. Oh my gosh! So like, what do you think, if anything, um, needs to happen?
it. Look, I spend a lot of time on platforms like this where we, as melanated people globally and within the African diaspora, sit and discuss this. Now, what first needs to happen is we would need to be willing to be honest with ourselves and take a hard look at this religion. And unfortunately, with the number of Christians here, that is going to be a very steep hill to climb, but we climb it one step at a time. But what we need to do is we need to openly acknowledge that Christianity as an institute has also then been a traitor to the people of Africa. So if we can start by first deconstructing before we even want to jump the gun and say let's live the way our forefathers did, which that alone is going to be another journey of discovery, because then we need to go and do the history, the research, and really find out what it is that our ancestors were really practicing, their understanding of everything, culture, nature, the social interactions. But we first need to consciously clear the head and be aware that, okay, we are holding on to a myth that is not designed or geared for us melanated people. If we can collectively agree on that, then we can begin to try and remove those types of institutions in South Africa, in Africa as a whole. I think that would be the first step, where us as a collective of Africa can acknowledge that this is not a native religion, because we have to ask ourselves basic questions. How come is it that when they came to Africa, the only book that they translated was the Bible? They never translated any of the economic books. They never translated any of the science books. They never, not to say we didn't have any of that information or knowledge, but is it a coincidence that the one book that they chose to translate into almost all global languages is just that one book? So if they looked to benefit us, they would have translated all the other books as well. So we also then to instill critical thinking back into the mind of a melanated person to say, hey, remember, you are a king, and as such, your thinking cannot be this mundane and so common. This is not kingly thinking. So it's really a whole psychological disposition that we need to have to remove. So it's going to be a long process, but luckily, in the words of American president, some Africans are woke now. So
Oh, what American president said that?
you know how he always says we don't want woke people. We don't want
Oh,
woke people.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So unfortunately, some Africans are now woke. So yeah.
Well, that's good. Ria, did you have something to add?
Hey, how are you?
Hey. Well, I agree with everything that you said, Black Pips. I thank you so much for coming up. Did you have anything else?
I just wanted to thank everybody on the panel. Thank you for the opportunity. It's always nice to share different ideas with different people because this religion impacted us differently around the world. So the opportunity to have this opportunity to just share and find out how and where other people's thinking is at is beautiful and is good. And yeah, we all we need to do is just change one mind at a time, and it's more than enough. So you ladies are doing a great job, and I commend you on that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Good luck to you. As you work on the continent to, as you say, get people to wake up one mind at a time.
Thank you very much. Everybody have a good day and a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Too.
You too.
All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the Bible, if you are deconstructing from being a believer in the Bible, or just deconstructing your belief altogether, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. We've
You
been
guys,
live now for an hour. We've been live now for an hour. There's 280 beautiful people in here with another 50 on YouTube, and we're just getting started. Go ahead, Lala. What were you getting ready to say?
hey y'all, let's knock out these Community Fest gifts real quick so that Thinker can reset her gift goal, please. And also, let's tap, tap, tap and get the likes to 75K. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And y'all know how TikTok is. You got to feed the beast if you want more people to come in the room. So we're not begging people to come up on stage. Howard Baker, how are you? Howard, are you there? All right. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are a believer, someone deconstructing, or an atheist, and of course, if you are a nerd, the guest box is open. Ria, did you have a better day today? I saw your video yesterday where um, you said you had a pretty tough day yesterday.
Oh yeah, I had a better day, like altogether today. I just spent it with my family. Now I'm trying to do some homework. But yeah, I had a better day. It was just a long weekend, and a lot of, obstacles came up with, what we're trying to fulfill with the food drive. But eventually we got people fed, and we got people, to participate. But it's a long story. But yeah, I feel better. Thank you for asking.
You're welcome. The food drive was Sunday. I mean Saturday.
I did.
Saturday.
Yeah, yeah.
And how did that go? Like, did you?
It went like, there were just a lot of lessons to learn. Like, and from the beginning, we were having problems with this venue. We had to do a lot of cancellations. Like they had a lot of rules that we had to kind of try to figure out loopholes for and stuff like that. And then come the day of the food drive, they're like, "Oh, we don't know the caliber of these homeless people that are coming, so we can't let them in."
What?
Yeah. So
Oh my gosh.
yeah. So we literally had to, like, people had to stand. The first family that came in, we're standing at the door, and we had to like give them food at the door, and like that pissed them off. Like that still was a problem for them. I'm like, they didn't even freaking come in, bro. Like they didn't even get to enjoy the venue. We decorated, we had chairs, like we had a setup so they can feel like they're at a restaurant, like,
Oh my
we had
Yeah.
God.
servers come. It was just it was just, just kind of obstacles just kind of mess with you a little bit, So we did eventually find a shelter to send all of those things to, hygiene products, food, some of the food that we had left over. But yeah, eventually I think people benefited from it. So I will say it was a success, but a lot of lessons were learned, and I'm hoping that the next one is a lot better. So yeah.
I- if that isn't proof of a society that is indifferent to the suffering of humans, like
Mm,
you
Right.
won't let them in because you need to know the caliber of people who are unhoused. Like, what the fuck
Right.
wow.
does that even mean?
And when we were having like when we called it when we had the idea for the cocktail, right? I'm like, you didn't know the caliber of people that were gonna be coming to that cocktail either.
Right.
So, like, what are you talking about? Like these are human beings. We want them to feel like they're doing something special. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just but we met a lot of great people that day. Like a lot volunteers showed up. It was good. It was good, but not what we wanted,
Right.
eventually people got the food and people got fed, people got help. So, yeah, I'll take the win.
And what happened in Lagos? Uh
Oh, yeah, it was an accident. The trailer hit a couple of people. A lot of people died, and a lot of people were injured. They literally had to like waste so much water on this man. He had to walk to the hospital because like, I don't know what the hell is wrong with people that you can't freaking take somebody injured in your car. I don't know what's wrong with society anymore. But yeah, people
mm.
died. It was just an accident. Like even the trailer driver, he was begging because like they're about to mess him up. Like he probably is in prison right now. I don't think he did it on purpose, like, you
Oh
know,
my gosh. So it was
yeah.
an accident and they locked him up?
I'm thinking like just like the way that they like treated him after, like he was literally begging for his life. He's like, I'm hoping it wasn't like I don't have any follow up after. So I'm trying to see like I don't know if he's locked
Mhm.
up or like you know what I'm saying. It's just the way they treated him. Like he's literally standing on the truck like begging, like please don't pull me down. Like people are trying to get him. So,
Oh
Oh
my
my
I
gosh.
gosh.
don't know. So he's probably running for his life or in prison or something. I don't know. But yeah, he's in the video. Like you can see the guy, like literally he's there. He didn't run away from the scene. He was there. Like he's in his truck. So I don't know.
Was he a young
No,
guy
he's an
or
older guy. He's an older guy. He's an older guy.
Christianity having sister religions is wild. Um well, I'm glad that you had a better day. That that's pretty sad. Um
Yeah,
Goodness
like
gracious.
and honestly that video, like I made it like really heated because like
Yeah, you can see
I
that
don't
you're
know, like
heated.
yeah, I'm like, I opened the comment section thinking, like, maybe I get some more information. And it's just fucking Christian weirdos thanking God that they're surviving. And like, I'm like, what is wrong with y'all? Like,
Mm-mm.
what? Y'all are the kind of motherfuckers that will go to a funeral and be like, at least my mom was alive. Like, what?
Right.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I saw the comments saying I was there and thank God I left right before this happened and stuff like that, and I'm like, what the fuck?
I'm sorry to
Like,
interrupt y'all.
you
Thank
know,
y'all for having me up on the panel,
I'm
but
sorry. I'm sorry. No, you don't interrupt and then apologize while interrupting. That's rude.
you're right. I'm sorry, miss. I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself now.
Yeah. Like, goodness gracious.
Toodles.
Like,
Nigger
don't come
bitch,
back off.
nigger bitch, nigger bitch, nigger bitch, nigger bitch, nigger bitch, nigger, 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 nigger. Jesus doesn't love you, nigger, 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 nigger,
Does that make you
nig,
feel better?
nig.
Do you feel better now?
Post a picture of your fat tit, bitch.
Do you
Stupid
feel better?
whore,
Do you feel better now?
whore, slut.
This is who y'all want to be. This is
Yeah,
this is who y'all want to
stupid
be.
bitch.
This is
You
this
don't
is this is
fucking
your Jesus is chosen, and
shut up,
this is who the fuck
whore,
y'all want to be.
slut, whore of Babylon. Fucking suck the tip of my cock, baby. Stupid bitch. Come on, somebody argue against me. Stupid bitch. Yeah, I'm crashing out right now. Yeah, fuck you, whore.
This is
Stupid.
Jesus's best.
Yeah, now I wouldn't say it's his best. Fucking stupid slut.
You're
These are the
Jesus's
kind of people
worst.
y'all think
Nah,
we want to
fuck
be in
you,
heaven with.
bitch.
Y'all
Dumb
think we want to
nigger,
be in heaven
bitch.
with motherfuckers
Yeah,
like this.
yeah.
Nah, stupid bitch. You gonna burn in your own
You're Jesus's
feces.
worst. Are you
You
Jesus's
gonna
worst?
you gonna burn in your own feces, fecal matter.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
What? You got roaches in your crib,
No,
bitch?
let me
The
ask you a
first
question.
is next week, bitch. How you
Why
gonna make
would
it till
why
next
shut
week?
the
You got
fuck up.
roaches in your
Shut the fuck
crib,
up,
bitch.
you drunk ass nitwit. Why
Roaches
the
on your
fuck why
pussy.
hey motherfucker.
You got
Why
roaches.
hey
I'm
bitch.
un.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm un.
Listen, if you wanna fucking do this shit, then shut the
Yeah,
fuck up. God
suck,
damn. We heard
suck,
everything you said,
suck me,
okay?
suck me,
We heard
God,
everything you said,
suck me,
motherfucker.
suck, suck.
Shut up. Let me ask you a question, okay? Um,
You're
why
right. I'm
would
sorry.
why would the devil and Jesus both want people to? Why would the devil defend Jesus? Can you answer that question for me?
Well, why won't you suck the tip of my cock?
Like, are you happy that you have a cock, or did you just
I'm
find
fucking
out that you have
thrilled.
that motherfucker?
Yeah, bitch, you jealous? You want my cock
I
or
mean,
what?
then suck the motherfucker yourself.
Yeah, no, you come suck it.
Like,
Just
suck it
just dust
yourself.
the
Like
roaches
you,
out your
it's
hair
like you
first.
just found out you got that motherfucker.
Have you ever had to pick the corn out your own shit just to get a final meal for the night?
Y'all, you know
I
what?
Oh,
know
Y'all
you
there
are
are
picking the
y'all
people
corn
are
in
out
this
your shit
house.
till the first of
y'all.
the
There
month
are
come
people
It's
around.
okay.
there. Oh my
Like
God.
this is pathetic.
She put corn
Yeah.
in her
You're
hair so
There
she
are
could
other
have a little
people
snack
there.
for
There are other
later.
people laughing with him.
these are
That's
little
so
kids in college.
embarrassing. Yeah,
These
these
are
are
kids.
children.
Yeah, these
Oh
are
my
kids in
We're
God.
college.
laughing at you.
These
You
are
got
college
roaches in
kids.
your crib,
These
bitch.
are bored ass college kids with no girlfriends. They play with each other's dicks. Right? You don't have anything else better to do. You probably in some little fucking frat house, and you think this is the coolest shit that you could do, motherfucker. That's why you fucking ran, bitch. Y'all some motherfucking unwanted ass motherfuckers sitting around with nothing else better to do.
This is crazy.
And this is who
And this
y'all
is what they
motherfuckers
do.
want to be. Like, what the fuck?
He's trying to get a rise out of us. That's all.
The fact that there are other people just there sitting there listening to him say that and laughing. Uh,
It's kids. Like, they're
mm,
kids, and they think that shit is funny.
It's, it's
And
just
the reason why, like, and that's why I'm saying that's why I don't give a fuck if they say nigger. Like, why the fuck would I get mad at you calling me a nigger?
nope.
Like, what the fuck? Like, why would I even give you that type of motherfucking satisfaction? That's some weak ass shit.
Yeah, if that's the only thing you can do, I guess that's it.
and then like the slurring just says that you can't do that shit in real life. You need to be drunk and out of your fucking mind for you to
Hmm.
be doing that shit. Like you're not okay. You're not okay.
They don't have a life.
Mhm.
Oh goodness, they don't have a You could tell that they are like not like I don't want to say because I don't want to make it seem like being this type of person is bad, but they're outcasts. Like they're not wanted type people. Like they don't have a lot of
Mm-hmm.
fucking people that like them. Yeah. Frank.
What's up, baby? Can you think you could suck it real quick, you stupid black monkey? And Mr.
Mm-hmm.
Nelson, why your
That's
head look
another
like
one.
that? Then you
Yeah.
put you in
That's
the
another
ground,
one.
Mister. Oh shit! Oh shit! You dirty monkey, you stupid black monkey! I busted a fat nut all over your lip. That's why you angry. They said my nuts is acidic, so it's been burning through your nasty face. What? Is you having to go at that corn in your shit, boy? What, y'all ain't gonna say nothing now? You having the feast from your poo poo? You eating the corn and picking it out your poo poo, eating it right now like the black monkey you is?
Do you feel better now?
I do, you stupid bald fat monkey.
Now, Nelly, don't talk to him.
What? Look how I control you. I got the niggas to speak in silence. Okay, this is my life now. So I'm about to educate you on the Negro. Basically, the Negro got a walnut sized brain. the Negro got a walnut sized brain. They was made to be subservient, you see. But somewhere along the line, one of them's got a little bit spicy. What you call them Negroes? What you call them when they get a little bit spicy? Anyways, they started picking a little too much corn out the field, and that was going against our profits, you see. So now we had to put all the Negroes in a group. We call this the projects. You got any questions, Negroes? This is my life now. You see how I took over it? Because they got no brain. They got walnut-sized brain. Every Negro has a part of the brain, you see, that makes them a subservient slave. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, let me see here. Let me go ahead and educate you, dumb walnut-sized Negroes. That's right, I took over this live.
Did he just leave?
Yeah.
I think we're done. Hmm.
When you come up here, do not respond, do not comment on what just happened. I don't want to have conversations about that motherfucker. I don't want to have conversations about what just happened. Move on with the conversation. The topic is Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, not dumb fucks. Okay? So if you're in the guest request box because of him, go ahead and remove your request. Sliding through, how are you?
I see your TikTok. I was just scrolling and it said Jesus is the worst. Bitch, how
Mm-hmm.
you know that?
How old are you?
25.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer. Jesus
So that
gang.
okay, and Jesus would call a well, yeah, he would call a woman a bitch.
He
So
sure would.
that would be
Yeah, cause a
why.
bitch is a
Hmm.
bitch and
That
a
would
hoe
be
is a
That.
hoe.
why.
Yep.
You know
Yeah.
about Jezebel?
Yep. I am Jezebel.
And you know about the bitch that fucked up some
Motherfucker.
Savage? I mean,
Motherfucker.
what's that
Hey,
man
hey,
name?
hey, little motherfucker.
Sampson?
Hey, little motherfucker. Did you not hear me fucking say I am Jezebel? Did you not fucking hear me say that? Do you not recognize when you are talking to a fucking queen? I am Jezebel.
Y'all are so boring. Like, you guys are boring as fuck. If this is what Jesus juice does to you, y'all are boring as shit. I want you to know that.
The crazy thing about it is that all they're doing is providing us more and more evidence of how
Exactly.
what they call the devil, right? They come in here and say, "Stop cursing. Don't say curse words when you're talking about Jesus." And the same motherfuckers that come in here to defend Jesus do the same shit. So
Yep.
how in the
Exactly.
hell,
Yep.
yeah. What I want to know is how does the what they call the devil defend Jesus? And why does he do it? That's what I want to know. If the devil is real, why would the devil be mad at Jezebel? Can you answer
Hmm.
that question, Lil YN? Are you too drunk to come off mute, motherfucker?
Probably don't know how.
You're too dumb. Too dumb.
Damn, was I on mute? Oh shit! Hey,
You a little dumb
Like I
fuck.
motherfucker.
How
said,
the
like
fuck?
I said, like I
You a
said,
little
Out of
dumb
all
uh-huh,
that
motherfucker.
damn time.
uh-huh.
Stupid ass.
Get back to it. How the fuck? I can tell you how the devil. He don't care about Jezebel. He just wanna he wanna soul the dragon.
You little dumb motherfucker. I asked why in the hell would the devil defend Jesus, bitch? That's what I
I'm glad you
asked.
said the question. But why would the devil defend Jesus? Because he know he's the king. He knows that heaven is so
Mm-mm-mm.
good that he don't want you there because he got kicked out. And look, he in your brain like
Like, do
you
you
open your
like being
third eye.
dumb? Do you like being stupid?
It's stupid. That's stupid.
Like, do you think being this motherfucking dumb is cool or some shit? Like, do you realize that you ain't got shit, motherfucker?
Hold.
You
What's
ain't
your
got shit
premise
but your
for? You
let's
talking
shut the
about
fuck
I
up,
ain't
you
got
little
shit?
young
Yeah,
ass nigga.
what you talking
You
about?
ain't got shit but your motherfucking mouth. You ain't got shit but your motherfucking mouth and some dumbass motherfuckers that follow you around and laugh at the stupid shit you say. You ain't got no motherfucking power. You ain't got no motherfucking wealth. You ain't got no motherfucking land. All you have is fucking disrespect and ignorance. Stupid motherfucker.
This dummy comes up saying bitch on the second word and talking about some whoa, 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 whoa. Dummy.
Y'all are embarrassing. 25 years old, supposed to be the fucking future of the black community. Fucking embarrassing. Stupid ass. Your biggest accomplishment is probably that fucking sweatshirt you got on.
I bought it myself.
Oh, can't unmute, huh?
Stupid ass don't even know when you on mute.
I guess the belief just causes you to act.
He don't give a damn about no fucking belief. This motherfucker only want to come up here and
Yep,
disrespect somebody. That's all he want to
yep.
do. He don't have a fucking life. He ain't got shit going on. Like being cool is the only thing that matters to his ass. Being trendy.
Obviously, he don't have no respect for women. That's for damn sure.
He don't have no respect for himself because if he did, he wouldn't be up here doing this shit. He don't respect himself. He don't even respect the people in the fucking room with him. He don't respect his mama because if he did, his motherfucking ass wouldn't be on here doing this shit.
You know,
This motherfucker has no respect.
that is just wow. I mean, come up here. Second word, bitch. Wow.
I bet you he's talking behind that camera. I bet you
Hmm.
he's
And
going off
motherfucker
right
don't
now.
even know how to come off mute.
I guess he gave up.
Embarrassing as hell. Chivester.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm alright. So I've been listening. I'm from Jamaica. I'm 25 years old, and it's really shocking to hear
Once again,
people
are
of
you a
my.
believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I am. I am not a believer. No, I am. I consider myself very spiritual, believing strongly in nature because nature is what I see we use
Okay.
every day. It gives
Okay.
to us. We give back.
So I only am looking to talk to current believers of the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing that belief or atheists.
Okay. Okay. That's fine.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up.
Okay. Thank you.
hmm Y'all, I'm going to say this again. If you are in the guest request box to discuss the dumb fucks that come on stage, please remove yourself. I'm not interested in having conversations about that. I would like to move on with the conversation. Okay. And the topic is Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, especially the black community. And I am looking to talk to those of you that are um, deconstructing your belief in this God or thinking about it. Deconstructing means that you are asking yourself questions. You're agreeing to look at the belief system critically. You are researching. You are accepting facts and information and dealing with your cognitive dissonance. You are either doing away with the belief or reconstructing it in a more healthier way. Also looking to speak to atheists who have deconstructed from this belief, who are still in active research, and you may have a different perspective to add to the conversation or some research that you can share with us. If you do, please have your resources ready. And then if you are an active believer and you are okay having uncomfortable conversations about your belief, that's who I'm looking to talk to. Okay, if you fit that, the guest box is open. Okay, Rhea. Just Viv. Oh, she's a nerd. I think she's up here on accident.
Hey, how you
Okay,
guys doing?
good. How are you?
Say what?
How are you?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm good. How old are you?
Okay, I'm 20, but my birthday is like 2 days.
So come back in 2 days, okay?
Come on, dude. Just cut me some slack. I have a fair argument.
Nope.
Hello?
Nas, how are you?
I'm alright. Would you like
Um,
my age and thing?
Age and let me know if you're a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist.
I'm 27 and I am deconstructing, and I have a few things on that.
What are your thoughts on the topic?
Topic: Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen. Uh, I, I agree because it started because the Bible is the main one that does the whole racial hierarchy thing. Like, yeah, you can find some of it.
Nas, try to come back. Jacob.
Hello,
Mm-hmm.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm not doing too bad. Um,
What's your age?
one,
Your age, please.
yeah, 21.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
And what are your thoughts on the topic?
Yeah. So I was just like I'm a little confused on like how like a perfect man like coming into the world could ever be like a bad thing. Like if you could explain that to me.
Well, he's only perfect in the eyes of those who set the standard of what perfect is, right? Like he's perfect to you because you have a different standard of perfection, right?
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
he's
Okay.
not perfect to me.
Okay. Have you ever had like a relationship with God or like anything like
Are
that?
you asking if I were ever a Christian?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Or any of the Abrahamic religions. Yeah.
Yeah, I was born a Christian. I was a
Okay. Cool.
pastor's daughter. I was a missionary. I preached for this God.
Okay. Okay. Um. Let's see. I'm sorry. I don't have anything to add. Have a good night.
That's all you wanted to ask? Mm.
Okay. Glad to be back. So I have something in my wait. I don't know if I answered the prompt completely. So let me answer that first. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Jesus Christ is so like I was saying. I believe that the Bible they started the whole mainly started the whole racial hierarchy thing in Majiggy. And in regards to the Quran or the Torah, yeah, they mention black people, but not in as negative of a light as the Bible does. So that's my opinion on that. And also, it goes
Wait,
without saying that
the Bible doesn't talk about black people.
it doesn't.
No.
So what about Hamites?
That doesn't talk about black people.
How does it not?
There were no black people in the Bible. That's some
That's
racist
that's
ass
not
shit
that's
that's some racist ass shit you were taught.
that's not
The
true
fuck?
because what is it? Miriam, is it Moses? Yeah, Moses' wife is noted to be Ethiopian.
Ethiopians are not black people.
Uh, I'm not even going to debate you on that. You got to do that for yourself. But
Ethiopians are not fucking black people. Black people are
okay,
West Africans. Black people came
that
from
that
the continent of from West Africa. Black Americans.
that
Ethiopians aren't black. Ethiopians are
I don't
Coptic. They're
know.
Ethiopian.
I don't know what made you come to that conclusion, but nah. Even Herodotus, the history, what is his name? The what is his
Herodotus.
yeah, Herodotus, whatever. He
Do
is
you think
noted
that
to
everybody
list.
with
He
melanated
is
skin is black?
he is noted.
Do you
I'm
think
trying to say some
everyone
historical credited thing here.
do you think with everyone with melanated skin is black?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Well, that's your personal opinion, and
That's
a
not
lot
an
more people
opinion.
would disagree
It's
with
not
you
an opinion.
than would agree with you.
Indians, melanated Indians are not black. They're
Well, I'm
Indian.
only talking about Africans right now, so I don't know why you
Well,
bringing
I'm
native
talking about
anything
black
into
people.
it.
I'm talking about black people, and Ethiopians aren't black. They're not black.
Anybody but the world of genealogy would disagree with you, but
No, the
whatever.
fuck they wouldn't.
I digress because that's not my talking point. Anyway,
It is your talking point. You
I can
brought it
disprove
up.
you easily with
You
that.
brought
But
it up.
anyway,
Ethiopians aren't black.
okay, whatever helps you sleep at night on that topic.
Ethiopians
But
are not
you
black.
should probably do some research on
Ethiopians
that.
aren't black.
You should probably do some research.
Ethiopians are not black.
You should probably do some genealogy
Ethiopians aren't
research on
black.
that. Okay.
Ethiopians are not
What's your
black.
show? Prove it.
Ethiopians are not
Prove
black.
it.
Black people are from
Prove it.
West Africa. Black
Prove it.
people are from
Prove it.
South Africa.
You're going
Ethiopians
off
are
of
not
borders.
black.
You're going off of borders that was
Ethiopians
made
aren't black. They're
in the
Coptic. They're not
1800s
black. They aren't black.
by the what is it by
Ethiopians
the
are not
barbarian
black.
Coptics.
They're
I
not
don't know
black.
what you got against
They're
Ethiopians
not
saying they're
black.
black, but
They're not
everybody would
black.
disagree with you.
They're not
All right,
black. They're not
you won't
black.
even
They're
let me say.
Coptic.
All right,
They're not black.
Herodotus said what about
Ethiopians aren't
Egyptians?
black.
He said that they are noted to be black,
They're not black.
hair of wool, hair like
Ethiopians
wool,
are not black.
resemblance of
If it,
Ethiopian.
you know
So
what, there's literally a video on TikTok of an Ethiopian woman calling a black man a black nigger, a black dog. Ethiopians aren't black.
just because they call someone the N word that's the same as them does not mean anything. Bro, where's your mind at?
Did you
Plus,
just say
we're not
just
even
as
on
the
that
say,
topic.
shut your little dumb ass up? And this is why I dropped your motherfucking ass.
We're
This
not
is
even on
exactly
that
why I
topic.
dropped your motherfucking ass, because I knew you was finna come up here and say some dumbass shit, and I went against my better judgment and brought your motherfucking ass back up. Did you not hear what the fuck you just said? You little dumb
What I said,
motherfuckers.
what I
Y'all
said does
some
not
y'all
matter,
some
bro.
ignorant ass
I can
motherfuckers.
easily prove you wrong, but
Y'all
I'm
some
trying to talk
ignorant ass
about the Bible
motherfuckers.
right now. I don't
Ethiopians
care
aren't
about your
black. Look,
racist
motherfucker, you
statements.
came up here with that
I
racist
don't.
ass Hamite shit. That's some racist ass shit some motherfucking white person done taught your ass. Black people, black Americans are West African. We don't have
We are
shit.
clearly
We
talking
don't
about
have
some.
shit to do with Ethiopia. We don't have shit
How
to
about you stop
do
lying
with
to yourself?
Egypt.
All
We
right,
don't have
whatever.
shit to do with that. That's not our ancestors. He is black fishing.
I was,
That's not him in that damn picture.
but
And he's most likely sitting in
but
the room with them motherfuckers. He's most likely sitting in the room with them motherfuckers that came up here first.
genealogy would disagree with you. How about you stop your self
Motherfucker,
hate?
you don't know
How
shit
about you go
about
grow
you.
some
Shut the fuck
goddamn
up.
self
You don't know
pride?
shit about my motherfucking genealogy. Your dumbass think that everybody with melanin is fucking
I can
related.
easily
Stupid
prove
ass
you wrong. The
motherfucker.
world can.
You think that everybody with brown skin is
You're
fucking
slow
brothers
and
and
you have.
sisters? You dumb fuck.
How about you go look up what Afrocentric is? You're slow and you have self hate. Everybody, even
You
the
are so
Greeks, can
fucking
prove
dumb.
you
Afro,
wrong.
Afro,
You're
shut
mad.
the fuck
You're
up.
mad that I spoke on
Shut your
Herodotus,
shut your
and
dumb
she
ass
can
up.
prove you wrong.
Shut your dumb
Like,
ass
how
up. Do
about
you
you go
want to be
fix your
black?
self hate?
Are
You're
you
weird,
Ethiopian?
bro.
Are you
We're talking about the
Ethiopian?
Bible here. I
Are
don't
are
even
you
care
are
about.
are you fucking Ethiopian, bitch?
I don't even care about this whole
Are
racial
you
statement, this whole
Ethiopian?
racial bias you have.
Motherfucker? Shut the fuck up. You came up here calling black people
Take that with
Hamites,
yourself
bitch.
and go heal.
Are you fucking Ethiopian?
Go heal.
Are you
You
Ethiopian?
don't know anything about genealogy. You got the nerve to debate
Are
me.
you
Shut up,
Ethiopian?
bro.
Are you Ethiopian?
How about you sit there like a good dummy
Answer the
and
fucking
learn
question,
something
you
for
little
once?
bitch. Are you
Sit there like a good
Ethiopian?
dummy and learn something for
Are
once,
you
alright?
Ethiopian? Like,
We're
do
talking
you
about the
want to be
Bible
black?
here.
Do you want to
Okay?
be
You didn't
black?
even know that Moses' wife
Do
was
you
Ethiopian. How about you
motherfucker
shut
Moses
up and
didn't
learn the
exist, you
Bible
dumbass
before you
bitch.
go ahead
Like the
and
very fact
like
that
the
you
thing
even
is I'm
talking
not
about
even
a
for the
motherfucking
Bible.
Moses
I'm over
tells
here
me that
trying
you
to teach
can't
you what's
fuck with
real and what's
me.
not.
The
I'm
very fact that you are even bringing up a
over here
motherfucking
trying to teach you
Moses
what
in this conversation means that you
I'm
can't
trying to
fuck
teach
with me and you don't know shit.
I'm trying
You don't know shit.
I'm trying to teach
You can't teach shit.
I'm trying
You can't teach shit, motherfucker. That's why you sitting there with that fucking profile picture. Do you want to be black, bitch? Like you want to be black?
you're mad
Is that why you asserting this dumbass
you're mad
shit?
uh, you have you have self hate
Motherfucker,
self hate
you the one up here trying to be me, bitch. What the
you have
fuck I look like? Why would I hate myself? I
self
love
hate
the fact that I'm black. Like I'm
self
not the
you
one up here trying to convince the world that I'm black. I fucking know I'm
you
black, bitch. You're the one trying to
you
convince
have
the world that you're
you have
black. You're the one sitting behind a fake black PFP, motherfucker. I don't have to cosplay shit. I am it. I'm the real deal, motherfucker. I don't have to pretend.
scared
I know your motherfucking ass wanna be me. I know you wish you had this motherfucking
you have
brown ass skin. I don't
you
have to
have
go get a fucking
you have
PMP from Google, motherfucker. I
you have self
am it. I am the
you have
real
self
deal. I am the fucking
you have
blueprint,
self
motherfucker. I don't
you
have
know
to self hate, bitch. You're the one up
you
here
have
trying to convince me that you are
you're
me. The fuck?
you're you're too slow You're you know genealogy. You're mad. So
Get the
sad.
fuck on. Get the fuck on with your
Okay,
fairy
are you
tale ass
done? Are you done? Are you ready to learn actual history?
black and
Ready to sit
PFP.
there
That's what the
and good
fuck you're
student?
saying. I'm black and
Yeah.
proud, and you're black and
You ready?
PFP, bitch.
This man said genealogy and then said Afrocentric. Are you okay?
Mm,
Is everything okay? Okay.
Y'all motherfuckers is crazy. I'm gonna say this
reset your
again.
gift goal.
Okay. If you're in the guest box to discuss a previous guest, go ahead and remove your request. Okay? If you come on stage, it is a new conversation, just like a new date. Nay Pressure, how are you?
I was just listening, to be honest. I don't even know
Okay,
why I
I'm gonna
got up
move
here.
you. All right, I'm gonna move you back to the comments. Have a good one, okay?
Hey, how's
Elisha,
it going?
hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 33.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I am deconstructing, been doing it for maybe like
Give me
about
just a
2 years
second.
now.
Hold on, y'all. Please, somebody reported. Somebody don't do that because they just violated the live. Um, if like trust me, we can handle it in here. Don't report. Don't use the report button in here. If I let them stay on stage, it means that I'm in control. Okay? Um trust me. I appreciate y'all for looking out, but the when you report people, that hurts the live. Okay? So please don't report. Elisha, you said that you are no, they reported him. So he got reported. And
Yeah, I
because
am a.
hold on, Elisha, one second. Because he got reported. Now TikTok has a policy: if a guest on stage gets reported for bullying and harassment, it goes against the host. Okay, and so 2 times, then they take away my multi-guest capability. Okay, so don't report. If I let them stay on stage, just trust I'm doing that on purpose. Okay, so please don't use the report button. Elisha, what are your thoughts on the topic?
I mean, I definitely don't disagree. I think Christianity has been used really bad. Like, I mean, really since its inception. I think it causes a lot of damage. Um, yeah, especially to the black community. I mean, I I don't know if I would say it's like the worst thing to happen to humanity, but maybe. I mean, there's a lot of bad things that have happened to humanity, but I think Christianity is awful. That's why I kind of left it because I just like realized how it's like a facade for white supremacy and colonization.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say a facade. I think it is the plan for it, right? And it wasn't necessarily meant for white supremacy, but I think uh, that's what it was used for with this new covenant, right? Like the whole concept of old covenant, new covenant. The old covenant was Jewish supremacy or like Israelite supremacy, and then the new covenant is European supremacy. So it's not
Yeah,
necessarily a facade, but the plan for it.
yeah, like the kind of like the vessel of white supremacy. Um, yeah, it's crazy because I was like super Christian. I was like a missionary in Honduras for a few months, and like what you were saying earlier, I like preached it, like fully believed it, and then just I don't know, like seeing the hypocrisy in it and seeing how, like, if you just look at the words of Jesus and then you look at the Christian religion, it's kind of like the fucking opposite. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Like, okay, Jesus is like, love your neighbor. Christians are like, deport your neighbor. Um,
But
Jesus, sorry.
okay, so a lot of people talk about Jesus saying, "Love your neighbor," right? But Jesus was an Israelite supremacist, and neighbor there means you're Israelite, like your Israelite brother or sister. And the word there is reya, right? And it literally means friend, right? It does not mean stranger. It doesn't mean, like, if we look at where he quoted this from, right? He quoted it from Leviticus 19:18, right? He's quoting the Mosaic law when he says this, right? The In Leviticus 19:18, the word here is lareya, lareyaka, right here. That means friend, right? That's somebody that you know. When you get down to Leviticus 19:33, that's when he starts talking about the ger, the stranger. And he says, then you should love the stranger as yourself, right? When they reside in your land. The Rhea is not your is not who you're supposed to love. I mean, the Rhea is your friend. That's who you're supposed to love as yourself,
Okay.
as an
Okay.
Israelite. Yeah, and that's
I get
where
that.
that's where the supremacy comes in, right? Like you have, it's very tribal or cultic, and so when you say Christians are saying, deport your neighbor, that's the same shit that the Israelites did when they came back from exile, right?
Okay.
And Nehemiah, I think it was Nehemiah or Nahum, I can't remember which one, but he deported all of the foreigners out of the land and banned them from being able to intermarry.
Wow. Okay. I did not know that. Thanks for educating me.
You're welcome.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's been a decade since I left the faith, but man, like, when you believe something with, like, all your heart and soul for so long and then leave it, like, you don't just leave it in a day, like, it takes fucking years and years and years to, like, deconstruct it, because it's so deep. It's, like, subconscious.
Yeah, um, I definitely understand that. Um, I've been deconstructing now for going on 6 years, and there are still things that um, that I find that I still have to deconstruct from. But I think like looking at the state of the world, right, and seeing how it is, and participating in these conversations has definitely uh helped. It's gotten a little, not a lot easier, right, for me to see this text, this God, this religion for what it is.
Yeah, it's definitely good to, have conversations with others who are deconstructing, because I don't know, I feel like it's not something that's really talked about a lot, like leaving the faith and like dealing with the aftermath of it, and how you don't know what to believe anymore and you're finding yourself all over again. And especially people who deconstruct into their adulthood when like their brains are more like fully developed. It's like crazy hard. It's like, what resources do you have? Like, what books are written, or what like people are talking about this shit? It's like really hard to do alone.
But the thing is, like, when you believed in Jesus, and it kind of sounds like you still have this reverence for Jesus, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. And so the reverence that you hold for this Jesus character are all the good things that you believed he was about. And that's loving people, right? Respecting humanity, not harming people, helping people when they're in need, right?
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but those are things that you care about and who you are. You don't you're kind of proving already without knowing it that you can be that, that you can know that without this Jesus character making you be that, because what you believe about the Jesus isn't what he is in this book or what he's teaching in this book, right? And so you became that with this false belief that this Jesus is the one who made you that, but really that's who you are. And so you don't necessarily need this entity to be that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, thank you for those words. I needed to hear that. Yeah, and like even when I was a Christian, just like when I was a missionary in Honduras, it seemed wrong how they were helping these very poor, very needy people, but they're like, you got to go to church, you got to be a Christian, you got to do Christian things, and even then, when I was super Christian, I'm like, this is wrong. This is not what Jesus would want. Like, we need to just help these people because they're in need, and it's the right thing to do for no other reason than that. Who cares if they convert? Like, just help them
Right.
because we need to do that. Like, it's just like, the human thing to do, I think, is to help others in need.
Yeah, because you know what it's like to have a stomach growling, right? That
Yeah.
shit don't feel
Been
good.
there.
And yeah, and if you don't want other people feeling that way, when you have the capability, to stop someone else's stomach from growling, just do it.
Exactly. And I think it's not a religious thing. It's not like a moral thing or being on my high horse or anything like that. But I think it's our duty to help people if we can. And it doesn't matter what people, any people. Like
Exactly.
if there's someone that you can help them.
That's the only way that we're going to even come out of this or survive as a people.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because we're all people. We all want the same shit. We all want good food and a safe place to stay and clothes and health care
Without
and
harm.
yeah, yeah, like safe. Like
Hmm.
we all want to be fucking normal, have a family, hang out with friends, do what we love to
Laugh.
do. Yeah, laugh. Yeah. Like who doesn't want those things? I mean, I'm sure there's some people, but like most people want that. It's like why the fuck is the world like this? I don't know.
Yep, the world is like this because of tribalism, because of greed, right? Promises of land, power, and wealth, because of desire to be superior or chosen, the desire to be supernatural, right? Special, seen. That's why the world is like this.
Yeah, humans are so fucking primitive. Like we have a lot of knowledge and technology, but our um our mindsets are quite primitive.
Can't help it when we're stuck in a book from the fucking late Bronze Age, and we are refusing to evolve along with our technology. Like our technology has outgrown us, our own thinking.
Yeah.
When motherfuckers sign into TikTok to listen to an AI pretend to be their god, we're fucked as a people.
I've seen those. Those are fucking weird. I'm like, this is not good to use AI like this.
And people be gifting the hell out of that AI, right?
Yeah, like what the fuck?
And not even thinking that there is a human behind that account, right? But they believe they're giving money to their God, like without the ability to critically think about that shit. Like we're fucked.
We are so fucked. Oh my god, humans are so silly.
But yeah, yeah. But we'll complain about. They'll come in here and complain about people gifting us in here. Like it's crazy.
Oh, people can be rotten, but there's also a lot of good people out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Jesus is an idea to me because like we've seen nothing but humans do things, right? We've seen humans do the bad things, the horrible things. We've seen humans do the great things, the good things. It's, there are good, there are humans out there who can do good. There are humans out there who can do bad. And there are humans out there who fucking do both at any given time, depending on their circumstance.
Yeah, humans are really complicated. I think a lot of our evil though comes from the systems of power that we have in place. Like, I think if humans have all of our basic needs met and we're not in like a stressful environment, then we're like a pretty peaceful species overall.
Yeah. I don't know that I've ever seen that. Have you seen that? I have not traveled to Honduras or um, any place like that. Well, I take that back. Like in India, I can honestly say I went to Chandigarh, India, and spent a week there, and I fucking loved it. That is one of the most peaceful places that I've ever been. So I think you might be right about that.
Yeah, and I spent a couple years in Thailand with mostly Korean refugees from Burma from the war and been to the villages and stuff like that, and they're so peaceful. Like, oh my goodness. Like, they share everything with each other. They take care of each other. Like, literally all of my students, whenever I'm like, what do you want to do when you grow up? Like, what are your ambitions? They're like, oh, I want to be a doctor and help my community, or I want to be a teacher and help my community, or whatever else. But they wanted to help their community. Like, literally all of them. And I'm like, what? That's so beautiful. Like, humans are great. Like, we can be great. We really
Yeah.
can.
And it's probably like the majority of us just want to be left the fuck alone, right?
Right? Yeah.
We just rather have, you know, a world where, we just get to enjoy our family, and we know that our family is safe, right? And we get to, just wake up and live and exist and enjoy the existence. But most of us have to fight day by day to just fucking exist. And it gets tiring, you know?
Yeah, and it's really fucking hard to be like a good person when you're constantly surviving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Did you have anything else?
Um, no, I think that's all. This is a good conversation. Thank you for it.
You're very welcome. Thank you, and I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you.
Mhm. Speak my mind. Are you in the box on purpose? Remember, y'all, if you're a nerd and you are in the guest box, I need to see you comment so that I know that you're in there on purpose and not on accident. Breeze.
Hello there.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Um, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 27.
And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I would consider myself a believer, I guess.
In the Christian God? Yeah, I feel like I have
The
talked to you before, right? But I can't remember. Have I spoken to you before?
I remember talking to you one time, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, maybe.
Okay, I don't quite remember the conversation, but I just remember
Yeah,
the PFP. And then somebody in the
yeah.
comments said that they remember you. Are you a Christian believer or
I would consider myself an Orthodox believer.
an Orthodox believer? Okay. Um, what are your thoughts on the topic?
Yeah,
Wait,
I
you said a
believe
couple of weeks ago. That means we've talked about this topic already with you.
not this topic we were
Well,
talking
I've had
about.
this topic for 3 weeks.
Yeah, we were. I don't remember this topic. I don't know. Not that. Yeah. So I believe atheism or deconstruction, whatever that is, it doesn't give you
I'm not.
any sort of.
I'm sorry. This doesn't ask about atheism or deconstruction, right?
Okay.
But the topic says Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, especially the
Yes.
Black community. That's the topic.
Okay. And I would say to that, you don't have any standard measurement or expectation to judge
Oh,
anything.
are you a
That's it.
philosophical guy? Are you a phil bro?
What does that even mean? Am I wrong?
Oh God, you are. You're the phil bro. That's
Oh.
why. Yeah.
Well, you don't want to talk? You don't want to answer?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All
That's what
right.
I thought.
Yep, that's what you thought.
Mm. Empty
You should
vessels.
listen. You should listen to yourself the next time you
Not,
think.
not,
Okay.
nothing but subjective feelings. Me,
That's
myself, and I.
fine. Hey, hey,
Your
hey,
judgment.
hey, I'm giving you a compliment.
And
The
you're
next time
judging.
you think to yourself, Thinker doesn't want to talk to me, fucking listen to yourself. Okay?
Like that was the Holy Spirit telling you that she did not want to talk to you. This is y'all don't listen. Y'all don't
Oh, Leonard?
Leonard.
Leonard.
Yeah.
listen. What? 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 What?
Oh my
Leonard.
God. And then the crazy thing is that I tried and I slowed the fuck down. I even slowed down because I looked at it and I saw Law Nerd at first, and I slowed down and
I
I was
think you
like, no,
slowed down too
oh my
much.
god,
I think you slowed down too much. What?
oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Leonard. Oh my goodness.
You're good.
Can I get your age, please?
22.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer in Christ.
What are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, I disagree with it because you can just look at
How
outcomes
old is
in
he? Did he say?
He said he's
22.
22.
Oh, okay.
So you could just look at studies and outcomes of Christians versus non-theists. And if you look at Christians happen to have a 20 to 30% lower risk of death. Um, Also, they are more likely to have less mental health disorders as well. So if you just look at the secular view on Christianity and how it overall helps people with the outcome and the and how they live, it's definitely not a net negative in society.
So, are you aware of how many Black people are believers of this God? Do you know what the percentage is of Black people?
Uh,
Black people in America.
in America, I do not know the percentage of that, but I know in Africa it's highly there's a lot of Christians in Africa.
Yeah, we'll get to Africa here in just a second. In America, 97% of Black people believe in a God, and over 70% of them believe in the God that we're discussing, in Jesus. Okay,
Uh-huh.
in America, Black people are more religious than the American public together, according to Pew Research. Are you familiar with the wealth gap of Black Americans?
Yes, I am.
And what would you say that is?
Of why it's that, or you go down a
No,
deep
what
rabbit
is it?
hole.
What is it? What is the wealth gap of Black Americans?
I do not know the exact numbers, but I do know like kind of why.
Not the why. I want to talk about the what right now. So, for every $15 a white person makes, Black people make $1.
Okay.
So, the wealth gap is 14 times less than the average 25-year-old white male
Okay.
in America. But Black people in America are more religious than white people in America. Only 60% of white Americans are religious. 60%. And yet they have a higher, accumulated a higher amount of wealth. Okay, so we're looking at Black people have more God than white people in their community. White people have more money than Black people in their community. Now,
Mhm.
when we talk about quality of life, right? In order to have a good quality of life in America, you need money, correct?
No, not true. I don't agree with
So
that.
when someone is hungry, would you say that they have a good quality of life if they're worried about where their next meal comes from?
I I wouldn't say that's the determining factor, but they could have less quality of a life compared to someone else.
Would you say that a person that is worried about where their next meal comes from has a good quality of life?
Probably not one. No, probably
No,
not.
no. Okay. And if they are sick and they have no health insurance, and they cannot go to the doctor, so they sit at home in pain, would you say they have a good quality of life?
No.
No. Would you say that worrying about where your next meal comes from, or worrying about how you're going to pay the rent or the electric bill, or watching your children or your loved one sitting home in pain because you don't have health insurance would increase the likelihood of mental illness?
Probably, yeah.
And yet, in the Black community, all of these things are happening, right? Because the average income of a Black American is less than $18,000 a year. The average, okay? And so Black people have more God. Black people are more likely to worry day to day about where their next meal is going to come from. Black people are less likely to go to the doctor. They're less likely to go to a therapist to even get diagnosed with a mental illness. They're more likely to diagnose themselves and say that their mental illness or their suffering is the devil. So when you quote stats referring to Christians having a higher quality of life or less mental illness, you're not taking into consideration that those statistics are skewed, and they more likely do not include the unreported mental illnesses of the Black community. They are not taking into consideration the wealth gap of the Black community. And they're most likely not surveying those of the Black community, right? And that's why that post says that Jesus is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, especially the Black community, because they have a lot of Jesus.
Yeah, but what you're saying is it's like there's different types of Christians, right? Like there's
What happened? A phone call or something?
Hmm. Did you go to Google or what happened?
oh me oh no not at all. My phone just says 10%. So and it popped up, so that's why it muted me. But yeah. So what I would say to that is um there's a big difference between acting it out. Like it doesn't what you're saying doesn't apply to like the general rule of things. So like it's still true that these stats really aren't skewed. It's still true that you are more likely, either if you're black, white, Asian, Indian, you are more likely to not drink, not smoke, not do things that are going to affect your life in a negative way. Same, it even links to lower blood pressure, less substance abuse as well. So it doesn't account for the rule. Like the minority doesn't account for the entire
So,
rule.
so when I was a Christian, so I was a Christian for 28 years. When I was a Christian, I was addicted to powder, to cocaine. When I was a Christian, I'm not a Christian. I'm not addicted. I have no desire for it.
Okay. So, but that's not like the whole point of Christianity is to follow what Christ teaches. Everyone falls
Right.
short of what Christ teaches. But what
But
I'm
that,
saying
now
is,
you're making excuses, right? You
no, I'm not.
said, yes, you are. You said that when you are a Christian, you are less likely to be addicted to narcotics, to have substance abuse.
Yes.
And in fact, I know several Christians who was addicted right along with my ass,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
right? And now you're saying that, oh, that doesn't matter. All Christians fall short. Like either
Now, I'm
your
not saying
Jesus,
they.
hold on. Either your Jesus works or he does not, because I've already identified that the black community has a lot of Jesus, right? More Jesus than the white community does, right? I've already identified that as a Christian myself, right, that I was addicted to coca as a Christian. And there were other Christians who were addicted right along with me, right? So either your Jesus works or he doesn't. Because what you're trying to do now is say, oh, that's on the human, right?
No,
The
you didn't let me finish.
human, you said we all fall short.
Yeah,
Did you
you
not
didn't
say
let me
that?
finish what I was going to say.
Go ahead.
What I was going to say, it's still like you gave an anecdotal claim of that, but that still doesn't make what the stat says false. It's
How come
still
it doesn't? You said that you are
because
more likely not to, right?
yeah, you're 20 to 30% like lower risk of doing those things. It doesn't make that not true.
But you said that because of that stat, Jesus, right, is not the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, and that the net positive outweighs that, right?
Overall, it's a net positive. Yeah,
No, it's not. When I'm
absolutely.
telling you, no, it's not. When I'm telling you that you are talking to a former Christian who was addicted to narcotics while I was a Christian, who had other Christians right along with her who was addicted, right? And as a non Christian, I have no desire for narcotics. I drink only when it's sociable, right? My quality of life is better than when I was a Christian, right? And then I literally listed out things that black Christians are dealing with right now,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
That black Christians are dealing with right now that increases their likelihood of heart attacks, that increases their likelihood of mental illness because of the low quality of life that black people have in America, although they have Jesus. So either your Jesus works or he doesn't.
I literally told you the numbers of the stats of why it works. What you are saying is this is
Does
what
it
you're
work? Does it
no,
work for the
this is
black community? Does it work for the black community?
I know a lot of black Christians and it works for them.
Does
Like
it work for I said the black community. Does it work for the black community?
I think so.
You think so? So
Absolutely. Yeah.
so Jesus is blessing them with $1 worth of wealth for every $14 that he blesses white people with. Jesus blesses them not to be able to afford health care. Jesus blesses them to have to sell everything in their house to pay their rent, to
Okay.
have to be on welfare to feed their families. That's what Jesus is blessing them with.
Okay. So, all right. So what you're doing? This is what you're doing. What you're doing is you're taking a certain a certain population in a socioeconomic class,
Do you
and you're
not see the fucking topic? Do you not see the topic says especially the black community?
but I don't incorporate with quality of life to finances
Then
at all.
how the fuck do you have a quality of life with no money to eat? Please explain that to me. Please explain to me how watching your child would have a hungry belly and you not know how you're going to feed them, how you still have a high quality of life. Explain that to me, please.
So that would not happen. Actually, that would not happen.
What the fuck do you mean that wouldn't happen?
That would
There
not
are
happen.
people right now. There are people right now who have no idea how they're going to feed their kids and they believe in your Jesus. What do you mean? There are hungry children all over the world right now. There are children who, because school is out, do not eat because their food came from the breakfast program and the lunch program at school. And when they got home, there was no food. And because it's summertime, they're going hungry. What do you mean that will not happen?
Like, I don't know, like, if you're trying to play like a moral superiority game with me right now, because that's what you're doing.
What the fuck? What did I say I was morally superior of?
No, but what you're doing is you're condescending towards an argument that is completely irrelevant
What? How is
at
it
all.
irrelevant? How is it irrelevant when we are
Because
literally talking about quality of life? Are you
all right,
okay?
okay. So I have a question for you. Okay,
No,
so
answer my question. How is it irrelevant when we are really talking about the quality of life?
I would 100% say choice is being made. That's what
What
I.
what choice do the children have? What choice are the children making?
The children don't have. I'm not saying the children have a
Exactly.
choice.
The
What
children
I'm,
have no choice. The
hold on.
children have no choice. The children have no choice in this.
I'm not saying
And
the
then you
children
are
have a
asserting
choice.
that parents who can barely pay to feed their children because of the economic the high cost of living in America, you're literally saying that it's their choice to live in poverty, that they
I'm
are choosing this.
no. I'm not. Well, I am and I'm not. Yeah, I am. That's
You
exactly
are
what I'm
saying
saying.
that.
That's
You
exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Then I guess I do have a higher moral superior
I
standard
don't
than you
think the
do.
children do, but I do think the
No, like
parents have the responsibility.
you even saying that hardworking parents who can barely pay the bills because of the high cost of living, because the high cost of eggs, because the high cost of rent, because motherfuckers keep buying up property and pushing up the prices. You are literally saying that they are choosing to live in poverty. Insurance is high as fuck. Do you know how much insurance costs
Yeah,
for just a family of four?
yeah.
How much does it cost?
It costs a pretty damn good amount. I know
How
that for a
much?
fact.
How much?
Well, with my family, are you talking about healthcare insurance?
Yes.
Probably like, what is it like? Two from Medicaid, like 1,500, 2,000 a month for four.
For a family of four,
Yeah,
it's somewhere around $700 a month,
yeah.
depending on the plan that you get. That's fucking rent. That's rent for someone.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And some people have to choose to either have shelter or health care. And you are saying that people are choosing that?
I'm saying what I am saying to that is if you actually follow the Christian doctrine, right? Hypothetically speaking, right? If you follow the Christian doctrine, say for example, right, you're not having babies out of wedlock. You give yourself a lot more likely chance of having a better future for your kids. Like waiting for
Hold on.
marriage.
Where
We're
where
like
where
waiting
in
for
this Bible? Wait. you're telling people to follow the Christian doctrine or follow your Jesus? Which one?
The Christian doctrine is the same thing as the Jesus doctrine.
Okay, then show me in this Bible where your Jesus says don't have babies out of wedlock.
It says marriage is between a man and a woman
What does it have to do with having babies?
because it talks about sexual immorality, meaning
Sexual
that
immorality in this book doesn't say shit about premarital sex.
sexual immorality, adultery,
Adultery
sexual,
is having sex while you are married with someone else.
and what is sexual immorality?
It is it is
Fornication.
incest. Hold on.
Yeah,
Sexual immorality is porneia, which is fornication, which
yeah.
is pornography, which is pedestry, which is incest, and which is prostitution.
Wait,
It's
wait,
not premarital sex.
wait. You're saying. All right. So you think if Jesus said that marriage is between a man and a woman, and to be fruitful, multiply, you don't think he's associating having kids with marriage?
First off, your Jesus never said be fruitful and multiply. Second off, your Jesus quoted a fucking narrator.
You quoted a narrator.
He quoted a narrator
What are you
and
talking?
said God said. And if he really was God, he would know that he didn't fucking say that shit, that the fucking author said it.
It was an eyewitness of Christ.
What was an eyewitness of Christ?
Why would Christ be speaking and the Gospels be written down if it wasn't an eyewitness of Christ? It was
What the
literally.
fuck are you even talking about right
I'm
now?
saying. I'm
I'm
saying in
talking about
quotes.
your
In
Jesus
quotes.
said, God said, right? That marriage was between a man and a woman, or for this cause, a man shall leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife. Your
Yeah.
Jesus misquoted himself because your God didn't say that. The fucking narrator said it in Genesis 2:24. A human said that shit. And your God, your Jesus said, this is why I said.
What? It doesn't change so you're saying that Jesus did not actually say that at all.
I said your Jesus quoted the author and said it was God. That's what I said.
Jesus did not quote be
Then go look at it. Look at
I will go
Genesis
look
2.
at it.
Look at Genesis 2:24.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, he quoted it. Okay. It still doesn't disprove what I'm saying.
He literally said God said, and your God didn't say that shit. The author said that shit. So your Jesus quoted a human's thoughts as your God's words. That's a human saying that shit. A human is basically saying, so this is why a man leaves his mother. Like that's a human coming to a conclusion on their own. And you motherfuckers have been quoting that shit as if it's some fucking divine ass law. And your Jesus, who's supposed to be God, made the mistake. And I guess
Ma-
he forgot that he didn't say it.
but it doesn't matter if he said it or not. He's agreeing with it either way.
Your Jesus wasn't a Messiah. Like he said a lot of shit in this book that was a
Wait,
lie.
so how wasn't he a Messiah? How wasn't he the
He didn't
Messiah?
like literally the reason why. Let me ask you a question. If there is somebody today, there are several people today who claim to be Jesus returned. Do you believe them?
No,
Why?
because
How do you
Jesus
know they're not Jesus returned?
because it says that Jesus is going to come back with a sword with flaming eyes.
There are things that you were taught, right, about the
It says in the
signs.
Bible.
Yeah. And so therefore, when someone claims to be your Messiah returned, you would reject them because they did not meet the standards of what you've been taught to look for, correct?
Okay, so what?
Neither did Jesus. And so when the Israelites rejected him as their Messiah, he didn't do anything that their Messiah was supposed to do. So the same way you reject today's Christ because he does not match what you are looking for, so did they.
It literally talks about Jesus so many. Go read Isaiah 52. It
It's
talks about a
Isaiah
man getting put
53.
onto a tree and dying
It's
and resurrecting.
Isaiah 53. It's Isaiah
53
53.
or whatever.
And it
52.
doesn't say shit about him being put on a tree. And that ain't about your Jesus
Oh,
either.
really? It doesn't say anything. How about I read it for the community? It doesn't say anything.
About him being put on a tree?
Oh my gosh! I'm not saying that specifically. I'm saying
That's what the fuck you said.
he said he would be nailed and pierced for our transgressions. Pierced.
First off, that word pierce is not in the Hebrew text.
What does it
Second,
say?
that ain't about your Jesus.
Who's it about then?
It's about Israel. It's
Oh,
metaphorical for the children of Israel. And it literally tells you that starting with Isaiah 41, when this God consistently calls Israel his servant, leading up to Isaiah 53. That text is not about your Jesus. But y'all consistently read your Jesus back into the Hebrew scriptures. And as I stated again, the reason that the Israelites would have rejected this character is because he did not meet the criteria for the Messiah that they were waiting for. The Messiah they were waiting on was supposed to be a militant Messiah, a Messiah that was supposed to rejoin the two kingdoms, that was supposed to make it safe for them to live in their land. And he was supposed to sit on a literal throne, not a fucking metaphorical one. So the same way you would reject the Christ today, they rejected him. Because also he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about either.
all right. First of all, what you're saying about Isaiah 53 is completely wrong because it states man. He was rejected by men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. It's a man. He's specifically talking about a man. He's not talking about the nation of Israel. That's why rabbis
Then
don't.
let's
That's
go
why
let's go
rabbis.
through
That's why
let's start
rabbis
with
don't teach
Isaiah.
this.
Let's start with Isaiah 41.
Okay. You want me to read it?
No, I'm pulling it up. Actually, we're gonna start with Isaiah 4. Let's see, 41. Let me see. I think it's 8. Let me verify the live. Let's see. All right. Isaiah 41, 8. But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you, whom I took from the ends of the earth and cast from his father's corners, saying to you, you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off. Let's go to Isaiah 42. Here is my servant, whom I uphold, my chosen, in whom my soul delights. I have put my spirit upon him. He will bring forth justice to the nations. Let's go to Isaiah 43:10. You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant. Witnesses is plural, whom I have chosen, so that you may know and believe me, and understand that I am he. Before me no God was formed, nor shall there be any after me. Isaiah 44. But now hear, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen. Thus says the Lord, who made you, who formed you in the womb, and who helped you. Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant, Jeshurun, whom I have chosen. Hold on.
Wait, can you go back up to that?
Hold on. Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant, O Israel. Do not forget me. I have swept away your transgressions like a cloud. Did Jesus have transgressions? And your sins like mist. Did Jesus have sins? Return to me. Does Jesus need to return to Yahweh? For I have redeemed you. Was Jesus redeemed as the serpent? Let's go to 45 and 4. I am for the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name. I give you a title, though you do not know me. First off, this let's talk about who he's talking to here. Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus. He's talking to King Cyrus, whose right hand I have grasped to subdue nations before him, and to strip kings of their robes, to open doors before him. And the gates shall not be closed. I will go before you and level the mountains. I will break in pieces the doors of bronze and cut through the bars of iron. I will give you the treasures of darkness and riches hidden in secret places, so that you may know that it is I, the Lord, the God of Israel, who call you by your name. The reason why he's calling King Cyrus by his name, why? For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name. I give you a title, though you do not know me. 48. Let's see. Mm, mm. Go out. Let's see. From payment, the Lord redeemed. Yeah, there it is. Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea. Declare this with a shout of joy. Proclaim it and send forth the end of the earth. Say, the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. And again, and he said to me, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I will be glorified. But I said, I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for nothing in vanity. Yet surely my cause is with the Lord and my reward with my God. The servant is Israel, Jacob. That's not about your Jesus. Y'all just read your Jesus into it. And also in the Hebrew, it says that he was stricken with diseases in the Hebrew. He was afflicted, a man of pains. Your Jesus had no diseases. Well, I don't know. I don't know if his phone dropped. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Uh, Ray? Yeah, maybe his app crashed. I don't know. This person is not connecting. 10% wouldn't have ran out that damn fast. Uh, Keely, Keely Lee. Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is the guest box is open. I've talked to several preachers on here already. The guest box is open, y'all. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, if you are a nerd. I don't know why, but like little young people with like who are arrogant, like they irritate me the most. I can't stand a young motherfucker that don't like to learn. Like I get older people because it's like you're set in your ways, right? Like I understand an older person, but a
Right.
young motherfucker, ugh,
Because you got so
like
much time. Like,
yes, like that is the most irritating thing. Um, Alvis,
Hello, Lala. Huh?
this is Thinker. Lala
Oh,
is up there.
thank you. Oh, okay. Sorry, sorry.
That's okay. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. You?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes? And then also let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
I'm believer.
Okay.
I'm 31 years old.
Thank you. Ria, do you want to start this one off? I can fix you a cup of coffee.
yeah, I can.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Are you able to read the topic?
Repeat again.
Are you able to read the topic? Like, are you able to
Oh, this
find out
the
about the
topic
topic?
that I, yeah, but I'm not agree.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Most people think like Jesus Christ is the worst things that ever happened to humanity, but no, because I think like Jesus changed so many lives and so many people changed their bad behavior for good one through Christ. So that's the things that really happen to people to meet Jesus through the Christianity. So it's the opposite even through the history we can find out that is right.
All right. So when I look at history, I'm not seeing any of like, I'm not seeing a big change that Jesus made for the better. If anything, when I look at history, I see how destructive the introduction of Jesus was, especially to my people. That's why, like, today we're talking and saying, especially the black community, the black community, wherever it is, whatever it's overseas or on the continent, has not had we've not had this amazing shift into a better life collectively, from the introduction of this God. If anything, it's gotten worse. So I'm not seeing what you're seeing when we look at history.
Well, like look through the history, like the people that were in charge to govern and to lead people. Most of them they used to be lightning, lightning color. But if you could see, like even the freedom of the United States, like all those was inspired through the word of God. So
I'm
that's
sorry. Is this like actual history, or like where are we finding that?
where we finding what.
Any of what you just said?
Well, through the history, through the person, like were like protesting against a lot of ideology. You can see like most of them they were Christian, and most of the fathers, the country, they were like people in person, like they were believers.
Are we skipping over like the part where they enslaved people? The same believers, the same Christians, the same people that introduced to Jesus? Why are we skipping that part?
Mm, you say in the Word of God?
What is the war of God? What is that?
Yeah, the Bible.
What is the war of God? That's what I'm asking. Are you talking about actual history or like fairy tale?
I think
Are you
he's
talking
saying
about real
word.
life?
I think he's saying word of God.
The word of God? What does that have to do with like real life?
Yeah, because I didn't catch your question. I don't know if it was.
We're talking about real life. Jesus is the worst thing that's happened to humanity in real life, in real time.
On real time right now.
Yeah, in real life, not in fairy tale land.
No, but I think it's not the first. It's not fairy tales.
Okay,
Like
so we're
I
talking about, hold on. We're talking
okay.
past each other, okay? Remember when I mentioned how like Christianity, the introduction of Christianity has not been favorable to people that look like me and people on the continent, black people in the diaspora all over. If anything, it's made life worse. It's made the quality of life worse. It's taken resources. It's caused a lot of genocide. It's caused a lot of loss, right? So can you address that? Because I don't know what you just said.
Okay, yeah, but when you say like in real life, when you say, for example, right now, you're telling me 2,000 years ago until now, or from the beginning of the.
Since Jesus was introduced to people, especially the black community,
Okay, okay, like since Jesus introduced to the black community, I think like if we get like through the Catholic, there are so many things happen, and through history. But I think right now, like I don't think like it's it's worse for the black community. So you got some something like you can send me to say like look at this, like look at what he's doing to my community, like he mistreating, like he's treating bad or he's doing this, or look at our life, like because if we're talking like nowadays, I think like the thing is different, or you have something like you can show me from the certain age that I can go to study, and I don't know, to come back tomorrow and keep talking to you about, hey, from this part or from this point of the history until now, Jesus is the worst that ever happened to your community, or to the community, to especially black.
Real deep.
I don't know. Mm, I'm
I
so
don't think he
confused.
quite understands.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you quite understand the topic, and I think coming back, like maybe listening, right, and coming back at another time where you have a better understanding is probably the best. Okay.
Yes, yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Uh, Jess, I'm gonna take you out of the box. I don't think you're in there on purpose. John. Hello, John. Okay. The Owl's Kiss.
Good evening.
Hi. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist?
I am 42. I was raised Christian and no longer identify as Christian. And can I
I'm
speak
not
on?
asking if you are Christian. I'm asking, do you
Okay.
believe in the God? Are you deconstructing from that belief, or are you an atheist?
I don't really think I fit into this box because
Okay, so then I'm
I,
gonna have to
I, I
take you
guess,
down. Okay.
okay, I believe that the Christian God could exist.
I'm. So do you? Are you an atheist?
No,
Okay. Do you believe in Jesus?
I believe he could have existed. It's possible.
Are you deconstructing your belief in Jesus?
No, I don't think I need to go that hard.
All right. So I'm gonna take you down because you don't fit the conversation. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Oh my God. I cannot. I cannot. Goodness gracious. All right,
It's
y'all.
too much. It's been a long night. And it is only 1:39.
Oh my gosh. This is so much. Oh my goodness. If you are a believer, okay, that means you have a current belief in this God that we are discussing. Okay. Not source, not spirit. That's not what we're talking about. Okay. Um, if you are deconstructing that belief, right? Or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Goodness gracious. I don't give a fuck. I am about your status, whether you're single or married. That doesn't matter to me. I don't care. Goodness. It's too early to get a headache.
Shit, I see why you have one. It's been a wild night.
We haven't had like a night like this in a second. Well,
Hmm.
shit, what's a second? A week? Maybe. We've had some good nights back to back, but goddamn. Why do y'all say that shit? Like, have you not been hurt, Bree? You've lived your whole entire life and have never been hurt, huh? You say I'm sorry you've been hurt by people. What have you been hurt by, Bree? Fucking trees. What have you been hurt by? Your pets, the ants on your front porch because you keep walking outside without socks and shoes on. You were hurt by H&M, the fucking store. I'm just confused. Like when y'all say this shit, it's it's as if you're making the declaration that you have never been hurt, Bree. Help me understand that. There were no fucking chariots discovered under the Red Sea. Learn how to fucking research erroneous ass claims and stop regurgitating shit that you haven't even looked up yourself. And then, like, are you the motherfucker that came on stage the other day saying that was that K not that came on stage the other day saying that they were waiting on chariots and angels to come back? And was that him? No, that's the one that said that he speak for God. That's the one who God didn't know Hebrew.
Mm.
Yeah, he speaks for God, but God wouldn't speak Hebrew for him. So, Kate, the rules have changed. I'm only allowing hosts to chill on stage. unless you are a dragon. And as a when you get to the dragon status, you can come up and participate in one conversation. But we are only allowing two hosts at a time to chill on stage until we get to Freeform Friday night, and that's on Thursday. So if you want to chill on stage on Thursday, you can do that. A dragon is somebody that's been a nerd for at least a year, and it's just to keep the stage from getting crowded.
Dang, I was about to say, I thought I saw somebody in the.
Oh my God, what the fuck do you want? I am. Why are you in my box? You don't have shit to talk about. Like, just because you hit request doesn't mean that I'm going to accept it. There is no conversation to be had with you. I'm not bringing you up. You might as well stop requesting. You don't say shit when you come up here.
It's too early.
Stop sexually harassing me. I am. Stop harassing me. Like, seriously, this is fucking ridiculous, bro. And learn boundaries, you fucking irritating ass motherfucker. They think that they can just do that because their belief system doesn't teach them boundaries. Stop fucking tagging my name, bitch.
You want me to do the thing or
Yeah,
no?
please, because he is irritating as hell.
Okay.
I hate to do it, but I'm going to bed, you guys. I just
Have
wanted
a
to
good
catch
night,
up a
Ria.
little bit. Good night.
Good
Bye.
night, Rhea.
No, no.
Did it bring you up on accident?
It did. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm
Have a
like,
good
wait a
night.
minute. No.
Have a good night.
All right.
All right, y'all. There are 600 people watching the live right now. 515 on TikTok and another 100 on YouTube. The guest box is empty. We'll give it until 2:30. Wait, 2:15. 30 minutes to see if we can get a conversation going. It's too quiet right now.
Mm,
It doesn't have to be a believer.
too
Like, my
early to be
platform
this
isn't.
slow.
Yeah. So my platform is not just for believers. Like, this isn't a believer only live. If you are a non-believer and you want to talk about the topic, the guest box is open to you. If you are an atheist and you want to talk about the topic, the guest box is open. This is not just a believer only conversation. Chicano
Hello,
Liberation. Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
Haven't talked to you in a minute.
Yes, ma'am. It's been a while.
Yeah. How are things going?
Great, good. Well, I mean, with all the other stuff, but
Yeah.
I think I'm balanced.
You said you are balanced or
Yeah,
unbalanced?
I think
Or
I'm
balanced?
balanced. Yes, ma'am.
Good. Good.
So I want to ask you if colonization and all that is just as evil as or just as bad as Jesus Christ.
I think Jesus was the mechanism for the colonization, right? Like, um, Jesus was brought into North America, right? and used as a way, as a weapon to pacify the people of the land, to make it
Oh,
easier for those that were colonizing and conquering to be able to do so without much resistance.
yes, like a tool. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it's hard to explain it to people sometimes. How it's used, what the way I perceive it. Um, yeah, I guess that's what I'm asking you. Like, how do you deal with it in your head when people don't want to listen?
One way, right? Like a lot of things that they they look at the world and they see colonization and they think colonization is bad, right? So you have to show them the colonization in the book, right? Because the book is literally plans for what we see happening, right? Like there, people think it's prophecy, but if you write a business plan and your business succeeds at every objective in that plan, every goal in that plan, it's not, is it prophecy or did you just execute the plan well,
Mhm.
right? And
Yes.
so that's what we see in the world today. The plan for capitalism is literally in the book of Genesis when Joseph hoards up all the wheat and um, during the time of plenty, right? He hoards up wheat. And then when the famine comes, the people have no choice but to give all their resources into the hands of the ruling powers. And so the people no longer control their land. They no longer, have wealth. All the wealth in the land goes into the hands of those in power, right? And they control the resources and they decide who gets to get what. That's capitalism, right? Because they then rent the land back to the people, right, and make them uh, tenant farmers of the land. That plan came
So what
from this God.
I excuse me. So capitalism, from what I'm learning, because I've been going to my elders and stuff, and what I'm thinking is that capitalism is actually my people's governing system. They perverted it. I'm not trying to say that you're wrong. It is in the Bible. I think because I'm trying to. I don't think like revolution is the answer. I think the answer is like a revolution, like to turn the government inside out and take the government back. And so like from what I'm learning
So I
that
don't think I've told anybody to have a revolution,
no, I'm not saying you
right?
told me. It's in my head. That's what because I want equality for my people, and so like in my head I'm trying to battle like what to correctly tell people the correct things, if that makes sense. So that's all I don't mean to not make sense to you.
I guess I'm a little confused when you say
Yeah.
that capitalism is your people's governing system. Like you are aware that capitalism deals with private ownership of resources.
Yes. Yes,
How is
ma'am.
that your government's way?
Mhm.
If the government is uh, executing capitalism,
Mhm.
um,
So
uh, how is that private ownership? I'm confused. If the government
okay.
owns it,
So that's the perverted side of it. When the From what I learned, the Spanish and the English, and they had the castle and peasants. They didn't have a democracy or like a.
that's monarchy,
Mhm.
right? I'm
Yeah,
not.
but
That's different.
yeah, we had trade and we had currency. We just used like seeds and food and uh things that gave out energy, like crystals and rocks and um stuff like that. And what I'm trying to tell you is that um it's it's not making sense to me with the capitalism. I think it's I think it's
Mm, to kind of,
I'm sorry.
did you get a phone call?
Yes, ma'am. So what I'm trying to tell you is that capitalism is wrong. I don't agree with the system, but from what I'm learning, it's ours. It's Native Americans. The Constitution, they got that from the Iroquois, and then what I mean is the structure. We used to pay homage to the like a tax used to go up. We had it was a big city of like 1 million people, 400 to 4 million people at a time. Oh,
So
I
yeah,
don't
I'm
even know
not.
why I'm
I'm
telling
not
you.
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
yeah.
But I think what you're asking is how do you get people to see that the colonization is connected with this God and
Or
within your
just
community? Is that what you're asking?
yeah, kind of. It's because a lot of people believe in Jesus, and
Mm.
I guess I'm just um trying to, because I think the only way for equality is to take on the church and chop them down to our level. Um, but so yeah,
I don't.
I just
I
came
don't
up here
know.
just yeah,
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by take on the church. Like I'm
because
not
the church
sure.
covered a lot of my temples, a lot of our temples, a lot of our they put us in schools. So like I made my first communion. I was baptized, and then when I learned that how it was forced upon my people, um, I I don't practice it no more. I don't have no relationship with it.
Yeah, like I don't know if you were listening to the conversation earlier when a gentleman came up from South Africa,
Hmm.
and or maybe it was yesterday. I can't remember. Shit, my days are. But and he was saying it's one mind at a time, right?
Hmm.
The conversations that we're having here, you're gonna have to have these similar style conversation. Oh, it was earlier tonight. Thank you, Annika. You're gonna have to have these same type of conversations with people within your community, and you need to be, well prepared with information and resources to be able to back up what you say. Um, and that is going to be showing them the that you understand, right, the plans that are in the Bible and how they show up in history, right? You're going to have to be able to lay history right on top of the Bible and show them how it was used throughout. Does that make sense? If you're trying to show them how colonization is related to this.
So the main, I guess, discussion I'm having is with my wife, and the holding on to Christianity, and it sometimes I get like I don't want to take people's uh faith away, and
Yeah, and you don't have to, right?
uh,
Like, and I don't know if you hear us say that deconstructing doesn't mean that you end up without a God. Doesn't even mean that you end up without this God, because a lot of people create their own versions of this God any damn way, right? It's deconstructing the ideologies that come with this belief system that empower the system to do the things that it does, right?
yeah,
That the inability to question, the that fear that says I can't question what God says and the governing authorities. God is in control, right?
uh,
Um, those types of things is what you're going to have to help break down. It doesn't, you're not like if you don't ever hear me in here tell people that they shouldn't believe in a God. Like I could care less if a person believes in a God. Like I care more about what it is that you believe that God is telling you, right, and how you are executing that belief. in society, because that affects me. It affects my quality of life, my children's quality of life, and other people on this earth.
Yeah. Yeah. I did. Yeah. So I just have to make more of a better game plan. I think that's what you're telling me.
Yeah, just
um,
yeah, like, and then don't go at it like you are, you know, attacking her for having the belief, or even, you know, the God itself, right? Like her, for her believing in a God. Just remember that it's an idea. Whatever that the
mhm,
idea that you want to attack is the idea of colonization, right?
yes.
Just remember that you're attacking the idea, the belief, right? That Jesus isn't like, you know, that Jesus was used as a tool in order for colonization to be successful amongst your people, right? That's the idea that you are attacking, and just stay focused on that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because yeah, like honestly, if a person believes in a God and that God isn't telling them that you know, it's to ignore that the, you know, the chosen can go into a land and take whatever they want because God promised them that, right?
hmm
Who cares? Like if their God is telling them to, you know, that
Like.
they, when they die, that they'll see their loved ones again. Who cares? What does it have to do with you, right?
Mhm.
Let them believe that. That's not, let they can believe whatever they want, but like who cares about that? But if the God is telling them um, that they need to love him more than they love their child, and if their child is homosexual, then you need to kick your child out the house, or you need to excommunicate your child. That's a belief or a doctrine that needs to be attacked. So you attack that doctrine. Does that make sense?
Yes, the harmful part of it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I get it. So okay, so I just need a better game plan.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because all the
And
others.
you can, and reach out to me if you have any questions, right? Like if you need, like, hey, what scripture can help me with this? Like me and my wife are talking about this. What scripture can you give me some scriptures to help with this? This is what she said to me. Reach out
Yeah,
and I'll help you.
yeah, yeah. I like how you said the carnage, capitalism's in Genesis. So I'll study that. But I'm being serious about the structure of my people's Tenochtitlan, like Mexico City. Um,
Mm-hmm.
there was a structure there, and in my head, I just feel like it's ours, and we just got to get rid of the perverted side of it, which is the colonizers. But as always, think I come in here and listen. So I don't know if you, I don't comment on it, but I listen to what you say, and it helps me. So thank you.
You're very welcome. It was good hearing from you. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well and you're balanced.
Yeah, I'm balanced. I got a lot of enemies. People don't like me, but it's all right.
You see how many I got? Fuck them.
Yeah. But thank you.
You're
It's a
welcome. Have
pleasure.
a good night.
You too.
All right. Go Hab.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
That's good. Can I get your age, please?
I'm 35,
All right. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
an atheist.
All right. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
Um, I have a notebook beside me. I've just been sort of writing stuff down while I'm listening to you.
Oh, I
Um,
remember you.
yeah, you and I spoke, I don't know, a couple months ago, maybe.
Yeah.
And I just sort of hang out and get my my heart me in, my, what is that thing? Popular vote.
Mm-hmm.
Get all those
Thank
in
you.
for the day. Yeah, no worries. And then just listen to you guys. But yeah, I've been busy the last few weeks. But I'll try to build this into my like prepared little conversation here. So like I have maybe a bit of a outside unique perspective in that um like growing up, I thought that was sort of like the default that you just like, okay, like God created the universe, and then it was sort of like a quick deconstruction for me. I went to church a couple times and then just sort of figured out that
Uh,
like,
1 second. Go ahead. So I do. Oh, you are a nerd. Never mind. Go ahead.
yeah,
Yeah.
and
Sorry.
that, no worries, and that, yeah, like I sort of figured out things at like an early age, and now I'm coming back to it as an atheist, and like listening to you and Justin and Joel, and I don't know, I just find the topic interesting for whatever reason. Not that I'm like constructing, but I just find it interesting. But for me, like, to get back to the topic, Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. For me, it's just like the lack of accountability, like that you don't have to really be beholden to yourself because this guy died for you and you're going to heaven. You don't really need to be accountable. And I don't know, I think it's like dismissive of people who are accountable of things that they do wrong, their misgivings, their transgressions, their sins. Like I've gone to a lot of therapy to get over a lot of things that I've felt bad about, and I feel good about it. I think it would be so dismissive of someone to say to me like, well, Jesus did that for you. It's like, well, I did that for me. I put in all the hard work.
Hmm. It's the most irritating thing for them to just assert that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And you had someone on ages ago, and they were saying that they were going through mental illness and going to therapy, and they use prayer as it. And like, I wish that that was the case for me. I totally wish that I could just pray and it would all go away. Like, I've fought depression for a couple decades now and go to a lot of therapy, and I wish that there was just like one simple fix for things, but yeah, I just sort of have to deal with it myself. I was listening to one of Justin's lives. He was talking with someone, and like a medical team saved his child, and this person said the first person that he thanked was Jesus. And I thought that was so dismissive. Like, all those doctors that went to school for so long, all those nurses that went to school for so long, the EMTs, like, those are the people that saved them. And I'm happy that your faith makes you like a better person, but like, give those people some credit,
Yeah, I was watching this video of this young little girl. She's probably 10. She went through like she was paralyzed, like she, from the time she was a toddler, and the mom was showing the process of her getting to the point to where she could walk, with a walker. And the mom was determined that her daughter was going to walk, although the doctors was telling her that she couldn't. So she would stand the little girl up next to the wall, and the little girl would stand there and cry. Like, there were videos of her crying, just standing next to the wall in pain, and the mom was like, "You can do it, you can do it." And you see the progression of the little girl learning to stand up, and like, she's going through all of this. By the time she's 3, right, she's taking steps, against the wall. And people in the comments are like, "Look at God, look at God." And I'm thinking to myself, like, this little girl had to go from 1 years old, or like toddler age, all the way to 3 to learn how to walk against the wall. And you're talking about, look at God. Like, that's not supernatural. That's that little girl's strength. That's that mom's strength, right? I'm thinking to myself, like, what exactly did the God do?
Mm-hmm.
Because it would be different if the little girl just got up and walked, uh, you know, right then and there. Then I could see that, something supernatural was involved. But the pain that she had to go through, the
Mm-hmm.
strength that she had to learn and muster in order to make her legs do something that her brain was not communicating for her legs to do, that
Mm-hmm.
wasn't, that was her. And that
Yeah.
was her mom not giving up, you know? Like I get like literally it's, as somebody said in the comments, it's very dismissive of, you know, the strength that humans do have, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree more. And I think that's like, I don't know, sort of like a overarching message, and definitely one that I've heard from you before. It's just, yeah, like give yourself credit. Like you did these things. Like God, Jesus didn't do these things for you. Since you and I last spoke, I think it was 12 weeks ago, I went back to class. I have 2 courses to upgrade before I get into a social work program, which is like another
Congratulations.
thank you. Just like another thing that I've had, sort of like all my life experience sort of led up to this, and like helping kids get like placed in homes and stuff. And that's something that I went through as well. And I lived with kids who were kicked out because of a religious household. So I don't know, just like a big full circle for me to get back into the field that I lived in. But yeah, like I got an A+ in my class. I wanted a
Great.
95. Yeah, 95 was an A+. I got a 97. Like I absolutely crushed it. I think since talking to you, I'm like 30 or 40 pounds lighter. I go on
I
like
love it.
hella dates. It's awesome. And
Look at you. I'm
and I
loving
think,
this update.
yeah, hell yeah. And like, I just think it would be so dismissive of someone to come up to me. Like, I would tell them all these things. They're like, wow, man, thank Jesus. It's like, no, thank me. Like, I did all that. I put in all that hard work, and I just partied on the weekend because I worked so hard for it. It made me feel so good. And like, I did that all on myself. Um,
I'm so
yeah.
proud of you.
Yeah, hell yeah. Thank you. And yeah, it would just be so messed up for me to say to someone, say it to you right now and be like, look what Jesus did for you. It's like, well, but I did that. Like, I had to drag myself out of bed, and I had to submit my best work. I had to starve myself of delicious chocolate chip cookies and Oreos and whatnot. So I don't know. It just seems like, yeah, like give yourself credit if you're someone out there that's, I don't know, just struggling with that. Like you have the capability. I'm not like huge into politics as I used to be, but her name is Marianne Williamson. She ran down there for the Democrats in 2016, 2020. I love one of her quotes. It's our greatest fear is that we are inadequate. Our greatest fear is that we have power beyond measure, that you will die wasting your talent, your potential, that you won't live up to it. And I try really hard to live by that.
That's what's up. I want to say go Habs in the chat. I'm so very proud of you. And I think it also speaks to, not sitting around waiting on permission, right, from a supernatural deity to let you know whether you're worthy of the things that you desire in life, right? When they say pray about it, if it's God's will, it'll happen,
Mm-hmm.
and still you are the one that has to make it happen, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so knowing that you don't have to sit around and wait for permission, to be happy, right, to go after the things that you desire, in life that aren't impeding on someone else's safety, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a huge step, and man, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. No, and I totally agree. I think like even if I were to pray for it, I would still have to go out and do it. Like I can't lay in bed all
Absolutely.
day. Like that's the thing is like if I laid in bed all day and I still got an A and I still lost weight, like that would be a miracle. That would be proof for me. But I still have to do the work.
Right.
A family friend told me, because I felt a lot of times in life where like my dad would say this a lot. He would say if I didn't have bad luck, I would have none. And this family friend said to me, like, I don't really think that there's such a thing as luck. He said, look at good luck. Like, sure, it's good luck when things happen, but good luck is preparation meets opportunity. Like, you need that opportunity to come, but you need to prepare yourself for that opportunity. Like if a raise or a job opportunity comes, like you need to have first done the work to be worthy of that job opportunity, of that raise. It's not going to come with you doing nothing. So I think that for me, like he convinced me, like that's good luck. Like that good luck is that opportunity coming by, but you need to have prepared prior to capitalizing on it.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know. I just had like a couple questions. Like I was looking up things on Reddit. Like some of these things, like I already agree with. Like love thy neighbor. Like it's like a command. It's not really a choice. Like I should be able to choose to love my neighbor, and like they should have to earn that love. But it seems like with God, that's not okay, because like to get into heaven, Jesus not only had to die for me, but I have to also practice as well. So like that, I'm not receiving the same thing. He doesn't just love me. He loves me because I'm earning it, but you're asking me to love thy neighbor just because they're my neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's sort of a two-way street.
Absolutely.
Validates all the Old Testament stuff, all the bad stuff. He said, like, I came here to fulfill the law, not replace the law.
I think too, that's where, because we ask a lot like why Christians don't understand boundaries. I think that love your neighbor as yourself is the reason that they don't have boundaries, because they believe that they have to love people the way they love themselves, and they expect the same thing back, right? So if they would treat themselves a specific way,
True.
they automatically treat people that way, and I think
Exactly.
that's why they have no boundaries
That's
because of that.
true. Because if you thought pretty poorly of yourself, what are you going to think of your neighbor?
Mm-hmm.
Not even your literal neighbor, but the people in your community. Exactly. You're going to
Yeah.
treat them just as poorly as you treat yourself.
Yeah.
Um, and then this one is that he thought that people are inherently evil, like you're just born evil. While I was in class, we watched this play called A Dollhouse by Patrick Ibsen, and they have a theme in it. It's called genetic moral decay. So like you're born a bad person, your dad was a bad person, his dad was a bad person, you're going to be a bad person too. But I think that like you have agency. You can become whichever person you want. Doesn't mean that you're born bad just because your dad was a bad guy, because you were born evil. Like I definitely don't agree with that one. And then like was a racist, called that woman that female Gentile a dog, like literally called her a dog, an animal.
Yep.
And like just using that as justification for like atrocities that they made. Like I'm not too sure if it's the same in the States. Like we have like my son is mixed race American. His baby mama is a Black American. So like I'm pretty familiar with like slavery, Jim Crow, all that. I'm not too sure about like residential schooling, like when it comes to First Nations, but here it's like it was really bad, and they would like take kids out of the home, sometimes at
You're in
gunpoint.
Canada, right?
Yeah, I'm in
Is that right?
Canada.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's our history of blood. Our worst atrocities are what the like Catholic Canadians did to the Aboriginals, and like that's stuff they would call them too. Like they don't call them people. You're savages. You're animals. Like talk to them in the exact same way. And we read a little book called Wenjack in class. It's a little novella. It's like 80 pages long. If you ever want a good cry, read Wenjack. Wenjack is about a boy who escaped residential schooling. And what would happen was like Catholic church leaders would come into Aboriginal houses and take their kids from them. Just take them. You had a choice of unaliving or going to jail if you didn't let them take them. Take them into these residential schools, teach them the Bible, and if they ever did anything like speak their native tongue, use their born name, not cut their hair, eat their food. They would get beaten. They would get assaulted in every way. So Wenjack is about a boy that ran away, and this is a real story about Cheney Wenjack. Ran away from the residential school, and he passed away trying to get home. And for him, that was the safer route, to just leave this place, that he would risk death trying to get back home to his family. And it was just like an eradication of culture, because you couldn't speak your language. You'd go back home to your parents. You couldn't even talk to them because you didn't speak the same language anymore. So like that is a huge atrocity here. I would say that's the biggest black mark on Canadian history, and one of the common denominators is the church. So, like we have it here. I know that Canada gets a lot of stereotypes over this peaceful people. Canadians are so nice. Not really when you get down to it.
I remember one of my very first racist encounters on TikTok was from a Canadian man who we were mutuals, and he was selling shirts. Like, he had gone viral, and he was selling shirts. I bought a shirt, and he said something racist in one of his videos. And I commented, and I told him that it was racist, and he called me racist for saying that, that was. And I was like, well, honestly, me being a black person, I can't be racist to you because I don't have the power to be. I could be discriminatory to you. I could be biased to you, right? But I can't be racist to you by the definition of what racist means, right? Now, words change. Word definitions change over time. But so he did not like that statement, and he made a video about it, and he said the most racist shit
Of course.
in the video. And like, it did shock me because I did have the impression that Canada was because I know that in history a lot of our ancestors migrated to Canada for safety, and Canada welcomed them. A lot of them escaped there, and
Yeah.
so like it did kind of shock me. But yeah, there are some there is racist history
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
Canada. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that makes me proud as a Canadian, like Harriet Tubman, the Underground Railroad, that Canada was the destination. Like that makes me proud as a Canadian to know stuff like that. Actually, one of the women, I guess, can trace back her lineage, because like Nova Scotia, Eastern Canada was a big destination for the Underground Railroad. And we have a woman here. Her name was Viola Desmond, and she would be the Canadian version of Rosa Parks. Her car broke down, and while she was waiting for a tow truck, she went into a theater. I think this was in like the 1920s, 30s, maybe 40s in Canada. Went into a theater, and they had what do you call it? Segregated seating. So I think it was the whites get to watch a movie in the balcony, and the black people, well, people of color, have to watch in the lower bowl, sorry, or vice versa. And yeah, she said like, nah, not going to do that. I'm just going to sit wherever I want. And then, yeah, they called the police on her. She was arrested. She was put in jail. She was tried in Canada, and eventually pardoned posthumously, of course, after death. And they thankfully put her on the $10 bill. And I think that's really cool. Like, I had never heard of Viola Desmond before the $10 bill. And I was under the impression that Harriet
Hold
Tubman.
on, let me say no. Also, it is not Joel. No,
We're not all the same. There are different Canadians.
no. He's asking if Joel was the racist mutual.
Oh.
No, it's not Joel. I fucking love Joel. No.
Joel's a good guy. So yeah, I was really like educated by that, because she was put on the dollar, and I was under the assumption that Harriet Tubman was also going to be on the $20 bill down there, and then it didn't happen, but it's going to happen. So I think that should just happened because of someone like me. Like I learned a lot from someone appearing on our money.
Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, the whole Harriet Tubman dollar thing, that was a trip.
Yeah.
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 Did you have anything else? Go Habs.
Yes, and I wanted to thank you. One thing that you had on, I don't know, an episode a long time ago was like it's sort of into the second part of your prompt here. I can't remember what it was, but it was something pertaining to the Black community. And while I was watching, like a lot of white people came up and they're like, as a white person, I want to give my impression. You're like, well, no, like this is for my Black listeners. And I was just thinking, like, the audacity, the caucasity to get up there as a white person, thinking you could speak for them. And you said that, it's not really for you to sit at the table because how could you? That it's for you. You can watch and you can listen, but it really isn't a platform for you to participate in. And my son being mixed race, being half Black, that was something that really helped me because there were a lot of conversations that I wanted to have with him, but I'm just like, well, how do I have these conversations? Like, I'm not Black. I'm not American. I've never experienced these things that you have gone through, will go through, your mom went through, her ancestors. And it was just nice knowing that I don't have to participate in that conversation, but I can watch, I can listen, I can learn. And I guess for me, it's just trying to find ways to support him however I can, however that may look.
Yeah. Does his mother talk to him about, the Black side of his family and their history and
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah. And I think it's important to make sure that he is around, people from both sides of his family, and so that he learns the history of both sides. But especially, um, when he has to deal with moments of racism, right, and these tough conversations, it's gonna be helpful if he is around the Black community, um, and he learns a lot of that from people whose ancestors actually went through it, and people who experience it, and by him being biracial, um, he is he's going to experience racism in different forms, right?
Yeah,
um, because a biracial person experiences racism from his white side and his Black side,
yeah,
so so it's gonna, the best thing that you can do for him is to put him around people in the Black community
yeah,
so he can participate in those conversations. Yeah.
yeah,
And his mom continuously educating him.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jade's awesome. We're good friends now. Like I can say that we healthily co-parent with each other. And yeah, that's definitely something that she does a really good job with, like teaching him about his Black identity and what that means. And I'm just so happy that there's like so many like books and stuff that him and I can read together about like, like your hair and your skin. And I don't know, I just think that's really interesting for me, someone who didn't live that life.
Yeah. Well, I definitely thank you for coming up. There's the guest box is starting to fill up. Um, did you have anything else that you wanted to say before we bring up another guest?
Nah, just that I really enjoy you guys, Lala, Fee, all the people that you have on here. Dr. B. Yeah, I love them all.
Well, thank you so much. Go ahead. And again, congratulations on all of the progress that you've made, and looking forward to the next update. Okay.
Thank you. Take care, guys. Good luck.
Thank you. I just want to say, like, I know people in the comments, I know y'all are freaking out about him saying mixed race. You gotta keep in mind, one, he's not from America, he's Canadian. And so people identify, they use different terminologies. I do have people in my family who are what we would call biracial. They're not Black and white, but Black and Latino, and they refer to themselves as mixed race as well. And so, like, I get it, and I know, like, a lot of times I think in America we feel like our language is the standard, or the way that we identify is the standard, um, but it's not. Like in South Africa, they use the word colored, and I know, like, if a South African came up here and said that word, uh, Black Americans would lose their shit. But also, we have to understand that we're not on just an American, like, a platform that where we're talking to just Americans. There are people from all different cultures, and they have, yeah, I right. I am, like, my mom is half Black, half Irish, so I it's, so yeah, um it's just different terminologies, y'all. But I mean, people, we say baby mama all the time. Like, I called myself a baby mama yesterday or early this morning when I was talking to Zach, right? I even called myself a baby grandmama this morning. Um, uh, I just don't think that's something that, like, to. I don't think that he was meaning it in that way, and I could see if we. Uh, well, I that I don't know. People say baby mama all the time. Is it? I didn't know that it was a bad term. Now I don't know. Um, but yeah, like, I get it, right? I get it. I just don't want to, focus on stuff like that. And I don't think he was trying to be derogatory in any way. If he were, trust me, I promise I would have caught that out. Um, I I don't necessarily see baby mama as a bad term. Um, some people don't like that term, and I completely get it. But I don't think that's a around the board type thing. I don't know, but again, that's just me. That I like, who the fuck am I? Um, I don't know. Victoria, like, literally in my phone, my kid's father doesn't even have a name. He is kid's dad in the phone, and I think I'm baby mama, and we were married. I I don't know. Victoria, are you there? Right, that's good enough. He's their dad. He's the kid's dad. Okay, it's not there. And we're getting to the point to where we don't even, like, because the kids are older. Like, there's not the tension. His child support is paid. There's no arguing anymore. Um, I just don't have a desire to be on first name basis with him like that no more. Um, Zorfix,
Yeah, hello. You can just call me X.
how old are you?
21, 2004, February 20th.
Okay, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
So, I'm a believer in Christ.
And Christ?
In Christ?
Oh,
Like Jesus Christ, God, the Father, the Holy Spirit, everything like that.
okay. So y'all are sounding younger and younger when y'all come up
Yeah, I know.
here.
I'm sorry.
Um,
You know, I know I sound young. It's okay.
yeah, it's
I
just,
get it. Yeah,
no,
I
it's
know.
not okay. Not for me. A lot of y'all young people come up here. Is I don't know that your mindsets are, developed enough to have the type of conversations that I want to have.
Oh no, we can have the
I'm
conversation.
sorry, one second, because you're, like, see what you're doing right now. Um, I've had several 21-year olds up tonight, and I'm frustrated uh to the max with arrogant 21-year olds. Okay, so I'm gonna let you know what the rules are in the space. This is a place to not to debate. I'm not here to debate you. Okay, so if you're here to debate, you're in the wrong place. Go back on mute, and I'll let you know when it's your turn to speak. Okay. This is a place to discuss your belief with people who do not believe the same way you do. It may get uncomfortable. We deal with facts in here, not philosophy. So if you came to talk philosophical arguments, this is the wrong place. Okay. Um, do not interrupt or talk at the same time as I'm talking, and I will try my best not to have to interrupt you. However, with me saying that, I do reserve the right to interrupt you if I need to. Okay. And uh, go ahead and tell me what you think about the topic.
Gotcha. I just want to say one thing. I completely agree. This is your page, and if I interrupt you, I'm sorry. And yeah, I agree with what you just said. So Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. And you say especially to the black community. What do you mean exactly? Like, I know what you mean, but like, do you have like? I know we're not debating, but like, is there any verses? I just want to know because I'm also here to learn from you. I want to know what your perspective is. So I'm just wondering, is there any verses that you have, or is it just
Yeah, first, can you tell me if you agree with the stance or not? Forget the especially to the black community part. Respond to whether you agree or disagree with Jesus being the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, and then say why you agree or disagree.
got you? So I disagree. I believe he's not the worst thing to ever happen. I believe that there is much worse things, and I just believe that he loves everybody equally, and I don't see how that could be the worst thing to ever happen.
Okay. And you said that there were much worse things in the world. What would be those much worse things than Jesus?
Just like um sorry, it'd be like free of choice, pretty much of like people have free will. So people with free will, as like unalivers, stuff like that, they have free will. I feel like those people are worse.
So people that is are you saying free will is worse? The fact that humans have free will is worse, or how
No, the
humans
people who use
use
their free
the
will for like the worse.
is worse than Jesus. And so if someone were to enslave other humans and keep them as property, you're saying that that is the free will of the humans that did that,
Yes.
and that makes them worse.
Mm-hmm.
What if a person had the if they use that free will to follow your God's words to enslave humans? Would that still make them worse, or would they then be good?
So the Bible's all about like their understanding. So if their understanding is to enslave people, then that's their understanding, which is sadly wrong in a way, like in a sense. So them believing that their free will is to be enslaving people is something that I disagree on. And it's their interpretation of the Bible.
But if the Bible says word for word, you may have male and female slaves from the nations around you, and you may keep them as property and pass them down to your children as inheritance, and you may treat them as slaves forever. How would that be them
Is that a
doing
verse?
yes, that's Leviticus 25,
Leviticus.
44 through 46.
Okay.
I can bring it up for you if you like. But if a human uses their free will
Mm-hmm.
to follow this book, this Bible, word for word, and enslave a person, does that then make the free will the worst thing that ever happened to humanity still?
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Did you hear me speak, or I had
No,
my
I
low
didn't. I
power because I
didn't.
just went off? Sorry.
No. What did you say?
Then I believe that that wouldn't be free will. That'd be a biblical structure, which I've not read, so not
Right.
good on
So
my
then
part.
if they're following the Bible, right, even if they're following the Bible, that would mean that they used their free will to follow your God's word, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So then that would not make it the
that
worst
would
thing that
not
ever
make it
happened
free
to
will.
humanity. No, that would not make it the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, right?
Mm-hmm. That would make it. But where does Jesus say that?
What does Jesus say? What?
What you just said.
To enslave?
Yeah, is that Jesus' wording?
Is Jesus God?
Jesus is a part of God. Not a part, sorry. He is a essence, not an essence. He's a person. Sorry.
Is Jesus not God in the flesh?
Is Jesus not God in the flesh? Jesus is God, but he's in persons of God.
Okay. Did your God put himself in flesh to come and die for your sin?
Yes.
And that God that put himself in a flesh suit is the God of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And so Jesus, as the God of Israel, and Leviticus 25 says to the Israelites, you may have male and female slaves, and you may get them from foreign nations, right? You may keep them as property for life and pass them down to your children, and you may treat them as slaves. Now, Jesus, while he was in his flesh suit, did not condemn this practice. He knew that slavery existed within the uh, Judea, within Rome, where he traveled throughout. He saw how slave owners treated their enslaved. In fact, he used the structure of slavery in his parables often, right? He knew that slaves were being beaten. Are you there?
Me? Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. And so, with him using this part of history in his parables or his lessons that he was teaching to his disciples, he didn't condemn that practice. He didn't speak about it in a negative way and say, do not do this. I did not command this. He condoned it, which means that he allowed this practice to continue. He accepted it, right? And then as the empowerment of Paul, as believers, believe, he told enslaved people through Paul, who was the father of the Christians, um, the Christian slaves, he told them to obey their earthly masters, right? And to do it uh, with enthusiasm because it is the will of Christ, the will of God.
Yes, I agree with you.
And so, my question is it then still that free will is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity?
No.
So, are you starting to see how Jesus is affecting humanity?
In a sense, yes.
Okay.
I do agree that Jesus is affecting, but it wasn't as much of a practice that he did. It wasn't like, here, like, I have slaves, so you should have slaves. It was more of like, you may have, which I agree. That is him saying you may have the sense of slavery. So yeah,
No,
that's a pretty
he
good.
was laying out the structure for slavery.
Yeah. He was
In
laying
the
out like, oh, sorry.
Yeah, he was laying out the structure for slavery. He told them, "Do not enslave an Israelite, a fellow Israelite." Um, Fellow Israelites could be sakirs or debt slaves, right? They could be hired workers or indentured servants, but they could not be lifetime chattel slaves. And so he very explicitly said, "Do not buy a male or female Hebrew slave. Do not sell a male or Hebrew slave to a foreign nation. Do not treat them as slaves. Do not rule over an Israelite. with harshness as you would a slave. So he knew how to say these things about the Israelites, right? The people that he set apart. He just didn't say it about non-Israelites. So when he set that precedent for what you would call supremacy culture or discrimination, right, based off of ethnicity, Israelite versus non-Israelite, we can see how we get racism today, right? How we got race-based slavery in North America, how we got superiority culture, supremacy culture uh, in the world today.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. The Bible shows you how to use slavery. Is that what you're saying? Like how it should be reprimanded?
How it should be executed.
Executed. Okay.
And I think the thing is like, right, slavery existed from like 3500 BCE. Like it's not
Yeah, it's not just.
saying that the Israelites created slavery. Slavery was something that was used by many nations. However, the lifetime chattel slavery, where humans were kept as property and treated as cattle and passed down as money or inheritance, that is unique to your God and His chosen people.
Gotcha. Also, when you say I just want to clarify. What's your definition of racism?
Why are we talking about racism?
Because I just heard you say racism,
I
like how it
said,
can.
I said, in ancient Israel, their slave system was based off of ethnicity, right?
And then you said,
And be,
sorry.
and then, I'm sorry, I said in ancient Israel, their slave system was based off of ethnicity, and in North America, it was based off of race. And we can see how we got a race-based
Oh,
slave system.
I thought you said racism. My fault. Sorry.
Did you have?
What? Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking. Sometimes it's hard to see when you're
He
talking.
does sound very young. I've already
Guys,
addressed
I
that
know
with him.
I know I sound young, but I swear. I'm not gonna lie. You do make a great point then. Because
Yeah,
if Jesus allowed
it's
all this to happen, then everything that happened comes with a way, a reasoning, a logical reason of why he brought it. And if he's the one that created it, then he's the worst thing that happened to humanity.
and it wouldn't be the only thing that he
Just create that.
instructed his chosen to do. Right? We have genocide. We have the subjugation of women. Right? We have the oppression of uh, a specific people group by you know saying that the chosen deserve the best of things, and then those who are not of the chosen deserve the lesser quality things, and can be made a profit off of. Right, so like there's a lot of things that this God outlined for the Israelites to do that we see in society today that causes a lot of harm around the world.
Got it. And just to clarify, what are you again? Are you like atheist or what's the other word?
I'm an atheist.
Okay, gotcha. But like, do you also believe that? Well, you don't believe in God, but
I think the God exists in the minds of its believers. Like I think the God is an idea.
yeah,
So like when people say, "Do you think God is real?" Like I don't think that a being sits in the sky, right, watching over you and knows everything that you think or formed you from dust or anything like that. But I think the God is real in the minds of its believers and the execution of the believers. They basically carry the God in them, right, and therefore that makes the God real.
I got you. Okay, So you believe in God in the sense of people who believe in Him. You believe that they do believe in Him,
I
correct?
believe it's an idea.
That's an idea. Okay, got you.
They make it,
Um,
because they believe in the God, right? The things that they believe a God wants them to do, they do. The things they believe a God wants them to say, they say.
gotcha.
All right. Yeah.
But also another thing about with the whole slavery thing and everything that happened. In my eyes, there's also a reason why he got rid of it because people were overusing it and not treating them properly. But
Where did he get rid of it?
it'd be like, I don't know. In God's eyes, he makes everyone for a reason. So he made people who were getting rid of like slavery, like what was it called? I don't know. In some sense, if I just read the Bible more and I understand what he's trying to do, he changes stuff himself. Like he makes people to fix things. Prophets, as you know, but maybe he made someone to fix slavery with multiple people. I don't know. God's plan in a way.
And so attributing that to the God, right? You can attribute it to people, to some people who believe in the God, and can say that in that way the God was involved. But it wasn't just,
Oh
people
no,
who
yeah,
believed in a God that fought to abolish this practice of slavery. There were non believers, right, of a God who fought to abolish slavery. There were people who believed in African spirituality who fought to abolish slavery. But there is no command from your God written um, or spoken to abolish this practice of slavery in this book anywhere.
you know. Um, yeah, you are correct. I don't know. It's more of a faith thing for me. I just, I don't really have a good claim. I mean, you made a great point. Why would he create something that harms other people?
For supremacy,
Yeah,
right? Because his concern wasn't the entire of humanity, right? His concern was um, fulfilling his promise, right, to Abraham of power, fame, and wealth in the promised land. So it was about, setting these people up on earth as the chosen, as the rulers, uh, and having everybody else who were not them serving them and worshiping their God. So that would be the why he would.
gotcha. Yeah, no, I'll definitely have to watch more. I feel like you know a lot. You study the Bible, correct? I think I saw it in your thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I should probably watch more. You seem very logical on this. Smart.
Well, I enjoyed the conversation with you. Did you have anything else?
Um, Trying to think of like a question. No,
What's your
not really.
question? No? All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up, and I appreciate you for being respectful, okay?
Oh yeah, no, completely. I am
All
21,
right.
by the way. I just want to make that clear. I know what my voice sounds like. It's pretty bad, but thank you for having me. Thank you for being
Yep.
respectful.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Oh yes, you too. Have a great night.
Also say he's 13. If he was 13 or 12, he acted way better than these 21-year-olds that came up here tonight. Miss
Yeah.
Black Sparrow, how are you?
Hi, I'm okay. Um, I was wanted to say something to the young man that was there because
I don't
he's
allow. I'm sorry, one second. I don't. This isn't that type of platform. I don't allow people to come up and talk to guests. This is a one-on-one type
oh
conversation.
yes, yeah, I
Yeah.
see now. Yeah, I didn't like it's like my first time, so that's why I wasn't sure, but
Okay.
yeah.
So, do you want to stay and have your own conversation, or do you want me to move you back to the comments?
No, I would like to have a conversation.
Okay.
I'm
First off,
actually
I need to know your age, please. I need to know if you identify as a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I'm 40 years old. Um, I'm not. I feel like I'm a spiritual person, but I'm not like I don't go to.
Do, do you believe in the God that's in the Bible? Like, I'm not asking if you're a
No,
Christian or if you go
no,
to church.
no, no.
Okay. Are you deconstructing from that God?
I guess I guess you could say that. I've never thought of it in that way. Like like I feel it more like just exploring and just being more aware of things and just how it, like
Like, did you go to spirituality from a belief in this God?
have I believed in it in God before?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if you fit the conversation. Like, are you now spiritual because you once believed in this God and you're now spiritual because you're hanging on to the things that you were taught from this God growing up?
Yeah, I feel like because I feel like I have like made a transfer from just putting everything into God because I feel like it's just being used to more for a manipulation than anything else than a benefit because we're just kind of like I feel like even what he was saying like even like it's like a kind of disconnect there like oh it kind of was bad like just kind of like a
I guess I'm still trying to figure out if you
mhm,
qualify for the conversation, and this tends to be like the hardest question to answer for people.
right
Like,
yeah
what I'm asking is
hmm
just point blank, yes or no. Do you believe in the God in the Bible, which is God, Yahweh, Jesus, even if you don't identify as a Christian? Okay. Or if you are in the process of questioning your current belief in this God, that would be deconstruction, right? If you're taking it apart, putting it back together into something else, i.e., spirituality, or if you don't believe in any God, that's what I need to know. One of those three.
oh okay so I would say deconstructing.
Deconstructing. Awesome. Thank you.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
sorry. I'm trying to figure. It's the first time I'm like something like that, so I'm trying to like to figure out like like yeah, okay.
No, that's okay. And I know
Mhm,
deconstruction I guess is a fairly new term that's not widely talked about or used within the religious communities, and so I think it does confuse a lot of people when I ask that question.
mhm.
But yeah, go ahead and share your thoughts on the topic, please.
Um, yeah, I was gonna say like I think that it's just been so long of the Bible being used to kind of just manipulate the system, the people, everyone who's following it. Like it doesn't make any it wasn't really any benefit for it, like especially in the black community there wasn't any benefit for it except like just believing just having something to believe in that's bigger than yourself but if you were praying for so many years and nothing happened then I don't know like well like I would say that this is not real and I feel like that kind of like people get kind of stuck in the idea that like all these things that are in the Bible it holds us back from like any kind of like exploring of life, just being ourselves, just being held to a standard of kindness, or just from that comes from within. And because we're always like, oh no, I'll pray it away. Like you can sin, but you can always just let it go. Like oh, I'll go to church and I'll pray it away instead of just practicing regular kindness, exploring yourself more. Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
and so the like the topic is like Jesus being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, and I agree that the Bible was used to manipulate people and
Mm-hmm.
indoctrinate them,
Mm-hmm.
pacify you know people so that you know specific groups of people could go into different lands and conquer, right? Take over the resources of the land.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it was used to fearmonger people,
Mm-hmm.
but also like there, not everybody that did it, right? Um, had intentions of conquering. Some had intentions of just building uh, their own little uh, status or power, right? Um, within their communities, right? It makes people have this sense of self righteousness or moral superiority,
Mm-hmm.
um, so that they end up, looking down on others who don't necessarily identify as Christian, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
To keep that kind of separatism going, as like we're all doing this and you're not doing that.
well, even I think even just, yeah, like the belief, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it causes people to ignore the the harmful things that they may be doing themselves, right? In society. But if you profess a belief in this God, then you're
Mm-hmm.
okay. You're even better than the most noble person filled with integrity who
Mm-hmm.
don't believe. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So it's almost like a uh, a pass to a club.
Yeah.
You know.
Because yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's just like even how you can just be like, oh, I'm gonna cleanse my sins away by uh, confessing, or like that's not actually that's not good at all. People shouldn't think that. You shouldn't think that you could just go and do something to another person and then just go walk away from that. It's not a matter of like whether or not you can be forgiven by the people that are here with you on earth. It's about the work that you would be doing inside of yourself. But I think it's too often an excuse or a safety net to do what you want to do.
Well, I think people mm, do what you want to do. It's to me it kind of sounds like the same thing that believers say to non-believers or people who are deconstructing. As a matter of
Mm,
fact, yesterday somebody said that
mm,
people deconstruct because they want to do what they want to do, and they don't
mm,
want to follow the law.
mm,
But like there are people who, like as you stated, that believe in this God. They still do what they want to do, but they have this identity that they can fall back on, or this belief that they can fall back on, and just believe that they are forgiven by the God, and
mm,
not necessarily care whether or not they are forgiven by the people who they harmed. And
mm,
we actually had a guy on stage one time that said he doesn't have to even ask for forgiveness from the people he harmed. He just needs to seek forgiveness from Jesus. And
yeah.
when I asked, yo, we know there's an echo. It's TikTok. It's not me. Like I can't do anything about the echo that you're hearing. That's a TikTok issue. Some people hear the echo, some people don't. Um, um, the oh my god, I forgot what I was saying. With the this is why I ask y'all not to type in caps, because I will read it and it'll throw me off. Um, damn. I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
forgot what I was saying.
Yeah, no, it's okay. But right, like when you like, I feel the same way. But no, we're just saying like that. Yeah, people will use that like in a way to kind of uh have that kind of like past that's like letting them get out of things. But I think like for me, I think what I struggle most with, it's not just like that it's like a past. I think like when you are believing in like the Bible, the way that people are using Jesus around, like it's always about control and separatism, like what you should be doing with your body, and it just kind of stops a lot of free thinking. Like to be like controlling like what someone wears, how they look, who they're gonna date, all these things that just relate to normal everyday life of people. Like it's so much to that is wrapped up in like religion.
Yeah, like those that are empowered, say it very often to believers' faces that they prefer unintelligent people, and the believers just eat that shit up. As a matter of fact, there was a campaign ran not too long ago where several churches put on their marquee, um, "Thinking takes you away from Jesus. Education stops the faith." Like
Like
literally saying to them, like, "Stay dumb for God." And
right.
there was a guy in here. Um, who named himself Christ Ambassador, who literally came on stage and said that he'd rather be dumb for God. And they make those type of
Mm,
declarations very proudly, right? And they
yeah,
demonize critical thought um, while, you know, being willfully ignorant at the
yeah.
same time. And so, yeah, like that's
It's
the whole
it's a
purpose of it,
dangerous.
right?
It's very dangerous though. Like because like I said, like I've had about like three conversations, and the last conversation was about like people saying that the Bible says that you can't get divorced or be separated, and if you marry the first person, like I was like, so there's no exception if you married young and didn't, and it didn't work out. No, that's it. That's the end. After that, you're just married to God forever. I'm like, so God wouldn't want you to be happy after that. Like, you can't. And they said that even if there is abuse, which I think is just very, very dangerous. Like, like that's like, that's psychological warfare. You can't just go around telling women that if there's abuse in a relationship, that they'll be able to pray it away. Like, that's no.
Yeah, it was just about, controlling, the woman's body and
Mm-mm.
male domination. And it did,
Mm-mm.
cause a lot of women to stay in marriages where they were being raped by their husband. Um, you know, they were being abused, being forced to have children, right? Their bodies were being used to create more laborers to help out on the farm, even if they didn't want to.
Mm-mm.
Young girls were sold at a young age at the beginning of their menstrual cycle because it gave them more years to be able to produce, more children, and that meant more, help, um, within the family. So yeah, all of this came from the teachings of the God and
Yeah.
the early church fathers who interpreted the text according
Mm,
to what was going on in society at that time.
yeah. And I think that like something that I like always just try to think about and like tell myself is to always go back and challenge my ideals, what I believed in, what I have seen before, because it it's not just it's not just Jesus or God or religion. There's a lot of things that we need to re-examine in our lives that are um, not serving us anymore, and were never put in place to serve you in the first place. Because with this, like the entire thing is like you still see the same remnants, the same effects, the same proverbial chains being set through education and like financial things. Like it's the same exact use. And then like, and Jesus, God, he's always there to make sure that like like, no, it's gonna get better. Like he's gonna come and make it better.
It's so interesting to me, right?
Mm,
Is that Christians push this idea that, you know, let whatsoever God put together, let no man put asunder, when it comes to marriage. And that you should, right, if you marry um, according to what this Bible says or according to what the Christian doctrine teaches, then you should have a successful marriage, right? But
mm,
their divorce rates among Christians are high,
mhm,
right? But then when you point out the fact that there are Christians who are in very abusive relationships or unhappy marriages, or some are just committing adultery and being forced to stay together.
mm,
Um, some uh, you just end up getting divorced, and you point that out and you say, well, where was Jesus in that?
mhm,
They say that not everybody's Christian, so everybody falls short, or that's human free
mhm.
will.
Right.
Even if, right, we take into account that the human is present, the question still remains: is where was Jesus,
Mhm.
right? Because
He's always on the other side.
the whole point of the human is that the whole point for the human to have the God in the first place is because you're human and you're flawed, right? You can't do
Mhm,
anything on your own, right? There is a song that we used to sing when I was a Christian,
mhm,
that says, "Without God, I can do nothing. Without Him, I would fail. Without God, I would be drifting like a ship without a sail." So that means that you, with God, you should be able to do everything, right?
mhm,
With God, you should not fail, right? And so the excuse of we all fall short, even when you have Jesus, right, negates the whole purpose of having him in the first place. Because if you're
mhm,
still flawed with Jesus and you're flawed without him, then that
mhm.
makes him, uh,
It's negated. That's just,
unnecessary, right?
yeah. Mhm. I think that people like God, the God is within you. Like God and religion is always messed up when you don't need a Bible if you are going to try to believe in a God, or like, because we have really big thoughts and we want to try to understand the existence, who we are, and like why we're here and our purpose. So you want to look outside yourself for something, and especially when we're going through like hard times, like sometimes it it feels like only someone else can be there to get you out of that thing. And that's your mind saving you. That's the God. That's how big it is. Something that is able to get you through that, because you do get through the next day and you are brought through it, and it's in you that is getting up. It's in you that is waking up as a, like, like that. That's the godliness of it all. You can't just always like be like, I think, outside looking for some, like, like I know why people want to connect with something that is outside, but if you start looking within, we start just accepting ourselves as more of an individual, we'd be able to avoid like some of the, not some, most of the things that we have holding us back. Like it's like these kind of things that are, I'm trying to like gather my thoughts, because we're like having this conversation. It's very, very big, like when you're thinking about this, but because it's just kind of runs so deep, this use of the Bible to keep people in to certain places or ideas, like like how the body, like we were talking about, like how a woman's body is controlled, and when whether you should get an abortion on that. Can you say that? Okay, like but like all these kinds of things like that, and it's really difficult to understand how we are just like accepting that, even though a lot of the things that are there, when we know that it's going against what we as humans would believe.
Yeah, most of the times, people who believe in this God tend to go against what they would themselves believe as a human, right? Their
Hmm.
morality, it causes them to negotiate with that. And you
Right.
said something earlier about, wanting to know why we are here as as humans and what our purpose is. And the reality is that we have been making that shit up, um, for millennia. We don't fucking know. Like, why is a fucking elephant here?
Right.
We don't know. Um,
But
and
that's what we should be
we
spending our
create. We.
time
I'm
doing.
sorry.
No, I'm saying that's what
No,
we should be
like,
spending our time doing, exploring that, not doing
well,
race
we
and
won't know
religion
that,
and stuff like that.
but we won't know that, right? Like,
Hmm.
science can tell us as much as it can, right?
Hmm.
Like how different atoms and particles and organisms and stuff came about and formed. But like the whole idea of why do you exist outside of the fact that your mom and dad had sex,
Hmm.
and you implanted in your mother's egg and you were born 9 months later,
Hmm.
you're the only one, right? That can assign purpose to your life,
Right.
right? No one, unless you give that power to someone else to tell you whether or
Hmm.
not your existence matters.
Right.
You're the only one that can decide that. You're the only one
Hmm.
that gets to live the life.
Right. And that's why I feel like so many things, like every system, including the Bible, is set up to kind of control that way of thinking, like to whatever your purpose is. It's not really like I said, it's only something that you yourself can get to, but you're gonna go to school, right? And you're gonna be there for however long you're there, and it's like you're gonna get this idea of this is math and this is science and this is, like whatever. And you're like, right, because that's science. But science is obviously bigger than that, more than that. That's why we have so many people trapped in the same situations, because if you if you let it be controlled by a system or this idea that it's bringing us together or keeping us like, like, oh no, this is what works best. We'll never have the thinkers. We'll never be better. We'll just be here stagnant. If you, the people when they used to learn before, they used to travel around and go to different places and find a teacher and study underneath them. But now we're getting all of our learning, all of our thinking from one page. Like you can't get news in a book because it's happening every day. History is changing every day. We find out new things every day. So the idea that you would go to school and learn from a book seems almost like you're just asking to be behind. Like it. So when you think about that and all the systems that are created, what does it matter? How could we not have a purpose? And why aren't we just being free to explore that? You have to have like a job, schooling, and like some sort of like all these things that you need to do that have nothing to do with life or being a human.
I I don't agree.
You don't? Okay, go. Oh, yes. Go ahead,
Yeah,
please.
no.
Yeah.
Education
Hmm.
is very important.
No, I agree.
I'm
I agree that.
like I'm sorry. Like, this is the second time, actually the third time you've done it, and I haven't said anything. Like, I
Okay.
don't like having conversations where people talk at the same time. It throws
Oh,
me off. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's
I
like, I
have
don't know if you've
ADHD. I
noticed that
have no. I have
hold on, hold on,
ADHD.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've sat quiet, right, every time that you've spoken.
Right.
And so I just need you to do the same thing for me. Um, like it's very difficult for me to kind of find a point to where I can like engage in the conversation, right? And I'm really enjoying you being up here, but I'm trying to,
I'm
um,
sorry. I have
you know,
ADHD, so I speak
hmm
very quickly and my thoughts go
you
like that.
just
So
did
I
it again.
apologize.
You just
And
did it again,
so
so
okay.
I'm neurodivergent as well, right?
Hmm.
And so what there are tactics, right, that you can use to to not be interruptive. One of those things, like if you have a pen and a piece of paper and just write down what it is that you want to say in response to what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe put yourself on mute if you want. If I say something that you agree with and you want to yell out "Eureka" or something like that, you're on
Mm-hmm.
mute and it's not interrupting.
Mm-hmm.
But that's going to be the only way that you and I are going to be able to have a valuable conversation, because every time you interrupt me, I lose my train of thought.
Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's not, like, and it's something like I actually just got diagnosed, like, actually just like 6 months ago, and I am 40, so please forgive me not chiming, but thank
No,
you.
that's okay. But as I was saying, education is very important, and I don't think that it should be talked about in a dismissive way, like as saying that it doesn't have anything to do with life. I actually think that it has a lot to do with it, and it's the whole idea of knowledge, right? That this belief system kind of resolves around. It talks about knowledge as if it is the thing that got humanity in trouble, and then um, it becomes the thing that is the secret, right? Because Jesus then starts sharing knowledge in parables because he doesn't want people who are outside of his chosen group of disciples to be able to understand the knowledge that he's passing on. And then when we get into the early Christian movement, only those who were considered priests or bishops or popes could interpret the scripture. And right, and so that knowledge was reserved for only a specific set of people. And so knowledge itself is the power, right? When you have uh, the knowledge of where you come from, and I'm not talking about land wise, historically, as a people, when we understand how, like, where we came from as a society and how we have evolved and changed over time, that then helps us, right, in our future society. But when we neglect that, right, that's when we continue to stay in a cycle like we are right now. And we wonder why we're still hanging on to very old, archaic belief systems um, in 2025, when we as a people, our thought, right, as a people, should be more advanced than it is right now. We have a society of people who refuse to use their critical thinking, and who have been convinced or either convinced themselves that what they're supposed to do is allow others to think for them, right? While they um, work to become, like, work for passage into an eternal life. And those that are empowered know how powerful information is. Literally, information is so powerful that they sell your information to other people, right? And it has become a an industry that's as lucrative as the oil industry. That's how powerful information is.
Uh, um, yeah, I totally agree. I wasn't like speaking like against education, and I'm always for like knowledge building and like that, like like that's totally like what I'm into. I was speaking more to the idea of not like going against what school is, but just more challenging the idea of what school is, how we learn, and because I was saying, like, like when you're getting this kind of focus, like a curriculum, this idea, this set of things that you have that you're going to be learning, but there's so much more to learning and knowledge than that. Like I totally agree that we should be so much further than we are, and it's because we're not learning the way that we really should be. Like if that makes sense, like you understand, you know?
I guess I am having a little bit of difficulty, but I do feel like that we've like veered away from the topic of Jesus being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I'm not. I don't quite understand like when you say uh, being handed a curriculum is not the way that you're supposed to learn. I don't see what that has to do with anything. Um, so no, I'm sorry. I'm having a little difficulty following that train of thought. But also, I would like to get back to the topic of Jesus
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
Um, yeah, I guess so. You can let somebody else go. I think it's fine. I think we had like a good conversation.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, no,
I
it's
was
it's
trying to
okay.
follow it.
No, no. I mean, I know what it is that I'm saying, and I feel like it's only that it just may be a little bit off the topic. You know, like what it is that I'm saying. So yeah, it's not that. Like yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
But
Well,
thank you so
definitely
much.
thank you for coming up.
Oh, thank you for your time.
All
That's
right.
love.
Have a good one.
You too.
It's interesting how people leave the guest request box when it's time to choose somebody. Just to let you know that I only let one person on stage at a time. So if you send a request, you will have to wait in the request box until that person is done with their conversation. Only on Thursdays do we allow more than one person on stage at a time. Okay, so don't be afraid. Don't request and then take your request out of the box when it's time to bring somebody else up on stage. Because there isn't an opportunity where you'll be on stage with somebody else. Um, Diaz or
It's Dice.
Diaz, can I get your age, please?
49.
Okay, are you a
And
believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist. I didn't mean to request. I was just
Okay.
typing in the comments and
Oh,
being
okay.
loud.
No worries. I'll take you down.
But I
Have a good
respect
night.
you.
Okay.
I love you.
Uh,
Thank you.
oh, thank you. I appreciate you so much. I love you too. I love you too. Have a good night. Okay.
You too. Thank you.
You're welcome. How are you, Zach? Hello, Zach. Okay. Nova.
Hello, good evening, good morning from the UK.
Good morning. How do you say your name?
Call me Novi.
Koa Novi. Oh,
No,
Novi.
Novi.
Call you Novi. Can I get your age, please?
Yes, 35.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Oh, that's a good one. I'm a believer, and I think in deconstructing complex matters like this is absolutely fundamental.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the topic, please?
No, I find this quite fascinating. I do believe there was an incredible being, and he was divine to me, called Lord Jesus Christ,
I'm
but
sorry.
the
I'm sorry.
complexities of
Hey,
complex religion
Nova,
have caused
Novi,
great harm to the
Novi,
black
Novi.
community.
Are you
Oh,
okay? What the fuck is wrong with you, Novi?
fuck off, you cunt!
Oh my God, where your voice go, Novi? Why you didn't
I,
say
I,
"fuck
I
off,
will.
you cunt"? Why didn't you say it like that?
That.
Fuck off, you cunt. The fuck is wrong with you? Y'all are not okay. I swear y'all not.
Yeah,
Nina Carter.
seriously.
Hello.
Yeah, like it's beyond me. Why, like, honestly, what they would call the devil is what comes up on this stage to defend Jesus. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't I still need an answer to that. Because they call me the devil, the demon, because I say fuck, because I say bitch, because I say motherfucker, all this shit. If I'm the devil because I curse, right? Then what the fuck are you? Like, why is the devil talking to you, talking through you about Jesus? Like, I need to understand that. Why the devil and Jesus buddy buddy? Uh, Nina, how old are you?
25.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
What does deconstructing mean?
You're in the process of analyzing your belief. You're
Okay.
thinking critically about it, researching, doing away
Yeah.
with the harmful shit.
I'm definitely a believer, but I'm always questioning what I believe. I always want to find the truth.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Um, why would someone who responds the way that I would respond as a non-believer, right? That
hmm
believers consider to be devilish or demonic or satanic. Why would a believer who you would probably say they're not a true believer, right? Um, why would they have a desire to defend your Jesus under the influence of what a believer would call the devil?
So are you saying why are they being hypocritical?
No. Why would the same thing that believers call the influence of the devil be
Okay.
the thing that's defending your Jesus?
Well, Jesus talked about that specifically. He talked about wolves in sheep's clothing.
No, he talked about false prophets. I'm asking, why would they be defending your Jesus?
I have no clue.
Like, does it make sense for, like, if the devil, like, do you believe Christianity has a devil? Like, there's a devil in the story, and then,
I believe that the devil exists.
and do you believe that the devil influences people?
Yeah.
And the devil's goal is to take people away from Jesus or convince people not to believe in Jesus.
The devil's goal is to corrupt souls and lead it away from good.
From Jesus?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, why didn't you just say yeah to that? Why did you answer the way you answered? Were
So,
you trying to get away from the Jesus part?
no, I wasn't.
Why did you answer that way?
I think I was confused by what you were trying to say.
You were confused by me saying the devil's goal is to convince people not to believe in Jesus. That confused you?
I think the way that you worded it did, but yeah, to be clear, yeah, I believe the devil's goal is to uh, persuade people away from the truth, away from good. So yeah, that being just
I didn't say that. I did not say, you're doing it again. Did not say that his goal was to get people away from the truth or good. I
yeah,
said his goal is to convince people not to believe in Jesus.
yes, that's one of his goals.
Okay. And so if that is the devil's goal, why would the devil defend Jesus and get mad at people for not believing in Jesus?
Well, the devil is obviously very clever. He can get a lot of people to not believe in God. So like that guy might have been influenced
Hold on for
there.
a second. Why are they telling me you're a minor in the comments? How
Um,
how old? How do y'all know he's a minor?
I'm 25.
There's nothing in his bio.
Yeah, I don't see anything in his bio.
I never used
Go
TikTok.
ahead.
I joined. I saw this on YouTube, and I couldn't join into the chat from YouTube, so I came over to TikTok, and I never used TikTok.
Go ahead.
Did you say me to go ahead
Yeah, go ahead.
with the question that you
No,
asked me
finish saying what
previously?
you were saying. I asked the question, why would the devil defend Jesus? You were saying the devil is
Oh
tricky. Go,
yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, he um like that when he was defending Jesus, and then he I like that part I didn't like hear super well. I was away from my phone, but it sounded like he insulted you. So what he did
I'm
there
not
is
talking about
because
that
he
person. I'm not talking about that person. I'm asking a generalized question.
okay.
Why would the devil defend Jesus? Why would the devil get mad at someone for not believing in Jesus? That's my question.
I believe he would probably do that so that people believe that um, that he that the followers of Christ are hypocritical.
So, a believer coming up here to defend Jesus and then getting mad at me saying Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, that would then make a non-believer believe that believers are hypocritical, when the stance is that this Jesus makes non-believers undesirable people. How would that then
The
turn to
de-
hypocrisy? That would literally be the thing, right?
the devil would make or influence others to think that followers of Christ are hypocritical. Yeah.
That doesn't make me think that followers of Christ are hypocritical. That literally identifies with what I already think about followers of Christ. That and what I think that Jesus wants his followers of Christ to do. Jesus called a woman a dog because she was not an Israelite, right? That is a slur. Jesus used slurs, right? He called the Israelites who did not believe in him children of the devil, right? That's what Christians do. They call us, because we don't believe in your Jesus, they call us the devil, demons, right? But I don't see them as being hypocritical. I see them as actually following your Jesus.
The way he reacted is not how a
Why do
follower
you
of
keep
Christ would
referring
react.
to that person? It's not. Do
Because
you think that he? No, I'm not. Like, do you think that
you were
No, I'm not. Like, will you stop? Like, do you think that that person is the only person who's ever come up here and cussed me out for Christ? I have
a
1,100
guy.
hours of YouTube videos of night after night of Christians coming up here and calling me bitches, niggers, threatening my life, threatening to grape me in the name of your Jesus.
I'm very
And
sorry
and
that
and
happened.
this is where the question is deriving from me, is why, with the very thing that Christians would call the devil or demonic influence, why would that be the thing that is mad at me? That's what I'm asking.
I'm not sure. I don't have the answer to that specific question. We can talk about how you
That
believe
is the
Jesus Christ
question
is the
that I
worst thing
no,
that ever
that
happened.
is part of the question. You don't
Okay, could
have an
you?
answer to why the devil would defend your Jesus? Why the very thing that is causing harm on this earth, right? What you all call humans' free will, the thing that your God doesn't do anything about, right? That uh, desire to harm other people. You don't know why that defends your Jesus. why that would even want people to believe in your Jesus. It just seems so weird to me.
I think it's likely that he, the devil, would try to insult like people do to others and lead people away from God and think how you are about how people that follow Christ are the devil and that Christ is the devil. So I think that Jesus would, or not Jesus, sorry, the devil would try to persuade people away from that by making fallacies about it.
But he did what? There are no fallacies. I didn't say anything about the devil making fallacies about your Jesus. Like, think about this.
Yeah.
Who influenced Judas to betray your Jesus?
I'm assuming either free will or the devil. It doesn't explicitly say.
It quite literally does state in the Bible that Satan in uh inserted himself into Judas, and then Judas went and betrayed your Jesus. It quite literally does say that.
Okay, I guess you're right.
And so Judas had to do that in order for your Jesus to be betrayed, correct? That was a part of the plan so
Yeah.
that he would die on the
Sure.
cross.
Yeah.
Why would the devil help that plan come to pass?
I'm not sure. He's not omnipotent.
Are you saying that the devil did not know that Jesus was going to be the savior of the world?
I'm not sure. It never says anything about that in the Bible. It's very possible that he didn't know.
Do you remember when Jesus was traveling and some demons called out to him and said, "You're here before your time"? Do you remember that?
No, but continue.
When he sent them into the pigs, he said, "What do you have to do with us? Like, you're here before your time." Like, the demons knew who Jesus was, right? So if the demons knew who Jesus was, are you saying that Satan had no idea who he was? Did he not like tempt Jesus and say, "If you are the Son of God, if you are the Messiah, to like throw yourself off the cliff and the angels will come and protect you"? Do you not remember that conversation between Jesus and Satan?
I think it's very possible that Satan knew he was the Son of God. Maybe not that he was coming to Earth to save mankind, though, from sin.
Did Jesus? So if Satan knew that he was the Son of
Mm-hmm.
God, right? Where the disciples didn't know that he was the Son of God. Again,
Until later, yeah.
why would Satan help your God's plan?
He might not have known the plan. That's what I said before. He's not omnipotent, so he might not have
So
known
when
that.
the demons said to your Jesus, "You're here before your time," again, the demons knew that Jesus had a mission, but Satan didn't.
They might not have known what that mission was. They very well could have known that he did have a mission, not that it was specifically to die for human sins.
So what do you think when Judas? So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Um, isn't it believed in the Christian community that Satan knows the plans that God has for you? That Satan knows
Not,
that God chose you, right?
yeah,
That
he doesn't know
Satan,
everything
that
about it.
his, that he what?
Satan doesn't know everything about it, right? Satan's a fallen angel, so he's not omnipotent like God. He's a created being who doesn't possess all knowledge. So, yeah, he may know that there's a plan for my life. He wants to throw it off. You
But
know,
how
with
can he throw off something that
temptation.
he doesn't know? Like, how can he throw off a plan that he has no information about?
Oh, I mean, it's very simple. Like simple temptations. Like splash a
How
little
does he know what to
temptation of
tempt you with if he doesn't know what the plan is?
tempting with drinking, with drugs, with sex, fornication. All those are pretty uh, what's the word? Surefire ways to throw someone off if they fall into it. No matter what
So like anything, you're
the
saying
plan
he's
is.
just throwing stuff at the wall,
Yeah, could be. I
basically.
mean, if your purpose by God is to evangelize and spread His message, or if your purpose from God is to become a great architect and build great buildings for humanity, drinking and fornication and partying are going to disrupt both of those.
So does Satan just kind of learn what God's plan is for you by just kind of chilling around you and listening to your conversations?
Could be.
Is that how he gets it? And then he knows
I mean,
what
I,
to
I
do
don't,
from
I don't
that.
fully, I don't fully know the devil, but that could be what it is.
I mean, I'm saying like if he like messes up God's plan for you, but he doesn't really know the plan, he has to learn about you, right? And that would be, I guess, hanging out around you and knowing how to tempt you, like what would tempt you. Because if you're
Yeah.
somebody, who don't like women, he's not going to tempt you with women. And he would have to know that you don't like women, right?
Do you
To
mean like?
tempt you with men, right?
Do you mean like sexually or like sexist?
No, I mean like eating them, like chopping them up and like putting them in a salad. Yeah, sexually, the fuck?
Okay.
Like
Okay.
if he doesn't know that what your sexual preference is, right,
hmm
because he's not omnipotent as you stated, he
hmm
would have to know what to tempt you with, right?
Yeah. I
And that
mean,
would be him, like, I guess, hanging around, right,
mhm.
and listening to your conversations and stuff because he's not in your head, right?
Yeah.
Is that right? Like he doesn't have access to your thoughts.
Only as much as you let him.
Well, when do you give him permission? Let me. How do you decide how much you let Satan in your mind?
The more you sin, the more you let him in.
The more you what?
The more you sin, the more you stray away from God, the more he
But at
succeeds.
what point did you decide to let him in? Like, how do you know, right? That you've let Satan in your mind because eventually, like at some point, you had to do the first sin,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So you don't know how much Satan is in, how much he knows of your mind,
Mm-mm. No, you don't.
right? So that statement didn't make any sense. But the reason why I'm asking this is because, like, do you remember the conversations that Jesus would have with his disciples about his mission?
Yeah, I do.
hmm And he would tell them, "The Son of Man is going to be handed over, and I will die and be raised again. No greater love than a man has than this, and to die for his friends." Like all those conversations.
Yeah, I remember
You
those.
remember that?
hmm
And so, would you say that Satan was hanging around listening to that?
I'm not sure if Satan was there.
You're not sure. How much of this Bible have you read? How much about Jesus have you actually read?
Uh, I've read the Gospels. I
Yeah,
mean, what
that's what
I'm
I'm
saying,
asking. How much about Jesus? Right, Jesus is in the Gospels. Like how? Like I've asked you several things about this situation, and you keep saying, "I'm not sure. I'm not sure." So, like, how much of it are you sure about that you've actually read? Is what I'm asking.
I've read um, Matthew and Mark. I have not read Luke or John yet. So when you ask me,
So,
did Satan know? I don't know. It doesn't say it in there. So even if I read all the Gospels, I wouldn't know whether Satan knew all that. Like I said before, he's not omnipotent, so he's not gonna know everything. I don't know because it doesn't say in the Gospels. So when you tell me that I probably should know from reading the Gospels, it's not in there. So it doesn't say that Satan knew specifically. So when you expect me to know it, and it's not in there. It's, see what you see where I'm
Jesus
going?
answered, "It is the one to whom I give this piece of bread when I have dipped it in the dish." So when he dipped the piece of bread, he gave it to Judas, son of Simon Iscariot. After he received the piece of bread, Satan entered into him.
Oh,
Jesus said to him, "Do quickly what you are going to do." Some thought that because Judas had the common purse, Jesus was telling him, "Buy what we need for the festival," or that we should give something to the poor. So Jesus is having this dinner, right? This
yeah.
meal with his 12 disciples. He's talking to them about what is about to transpire. And he tells them, "One of you are going to betray me." Right? This is after he's already told them the Son of Man will be given over and has to die and be rose again, right? In order to defeat, in order to accomplish his mission, right? And defeat death.
Okay.
Satan obviously is there. He's
Yeah.
obviously there because
Okay.
when Jesus hands Judas this piece of bread, Satan enters Judas,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
Yeah.
we've already established that Satan isn't omnipotent. Satan knew that Jesus was the Son of God. Satan knew that Jesus had a mission. Satan was there present when Jesus is talking to his disciples about this mission and about the part of the plan where Judas has to betray Jesus, or where Judas is going to betray Jesus. And then Satan fulfills that by entering Judas, and Judas goes and betrays Jesus. I just want to know, why the fuck would Satan participate in that plan if he knows that Jesus was going to die and be rose again? That's all I'm asking.
That's a toughie.
Because it just seems like to me, when believers come up here
Yeah.
and they threaten to kill me, and they say stuff like, "I can't wait to hear a what's her name in your mouth," and the boom, when they say shit like that. And it's like, why would Jesus be the one saying that to me? And then another Christian will say, "That's not Jesus, that's Satan." And I'm like, well, why is Satan saying it to me on behalf of Jesus?
As possibly to discourage you from Jesus.
Uh, that wouldn't work. There's other reasons for me not to like Jesus.
What are those reasons?
I'm asking you about this right now.
Okay. So I give you my answer. You asked um, why Satan would profess Jesus, and I said, in those manners, when people do that, it could be to discourage you from Jesus.
That doesn't discourage me from your Jesus. It has no effect. It makes me wonder why the devil and Jesus say and do the same things.
They do not do the same things.
Does the devil kill?
Yes.
Did Jesus not kill?
Who did Jesus kill?
He killed Ananias and Sapphira for not giving all their money to Peter.
Could you tell me in the Bible where it says that?
I'm gonna ask you again. Like you have this belief in this deity, right?
Okay. Yeah.
But yet you don't know a lot about him, right? In
No one
Acts
knows a whole lot
5,
about
and
him.
Acts 5, or Acts 11 and 5, or 5 and 11, Ananias and Sapphira gave half of their money to Peter, right? Because they were living in this cult, right? The Christians were living in communal structures where everybody gave all they had to the community, and Peter and the apostles divvied everything out and gave people what they felt people needed, so that everybody had the same thing, is what they said. Ananias and Sapphira sold some of their land, and they gave a portion of it to the church. And your God, as the Holy Ghost, killed them.
He killed the people that gave stuff to the church.
He killed Ananias and Sapphira because Peter said the Holy Ghost told them that they were lying about how much money they got for their land that they sold. They're not obligated to give the church or to give Peter shit. But Peter wanted it all. And Peter said, the Holy Ghost, your Jesus, told him that Ananias was lying about how much money he got for the land and that he decided to keep some of it for himself. And therefore, because Peter didn't believe him, the Holy Ghost killed him and then killed his wife. And they drug him out like the mob. But as God, did Jesus, as God, not send the Israelites into Canaan to kill the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hittites, the Jebusites, the Amalekites, like all the ites except for the Israelites? Did he not kill through them?
Yeah, he did kill them.
Okay, so Satan kills.
Mm-hmm.
Satan influences people to kill. Your God influences people to kill. Does he not destroy? Does Satan destroy?
Yeah.
Your God literally destroys. Like his name El Shaddai literally means God of the destruction. Like he literally sent the Israelites into other lands to plunder, right? To take women and children as their booty, right? To take whatever gold and silver were in other lands. I would like include that in robbing. Like it literally says like the devil comes to rob, steal. I'm sorry, rob, kill, and destroy.
Mm-hmm.
And it just sounds like Jesus did all three of those. You know, like when the early Christians went
Jesus
into,
didn't do any
I'm
of
sorry,
that.
I'm talking right now. When the early Christians went into other nations, right? Like they came into North America, they killed 12 million Native Americans, took all their shit. They went into onto the continent of Africa, plundered Africa, and continues to do to this day, right? Took
Mm-hmm.
all of their artifacts, their gold, their diamonds, their rice, their people, right?
Yeah.
And so we have like God in the Bible influencing his people to go into lands to rob, right? Like Jericho was a flat out robbery. Like he's like, leave everything in the treasury and it's all mine. Like dedicated to me as a tribute to me. Like the diamonds, everything. It's a straight up robbery, right? So you have him influencing people to go into other lands to rob, to kill, and to destroy. Satan robs, kills, and destroys. So, like, why does Jesus and Satan do the same shit?
That's not Jesus who is robbing and killing and
No, he's influencing. Like,
in
it's not
the north.
Satan who's doing it. It's Satan influencing people. It's your Jesus influencing his chosen to do it. So, like, Satan influences people to rob, steal, and kill, according to your book. And
Yeah.
Jesus influences people to rob, steal, and kill. Why is Satan and Jesus doing the same shit?
Jesus does not influence people to rob and kill. That's people doing
So
their own free will. Excuse
I'm
me, I'm
gonna
talking.
I'm gonna ask the question again because I gave you biblical references. Is Jesus God?
God incarnate, yeah.
Okay, as God, your Jesus influenced the Israelites to go into the land of Canaan and annihilate them, to rob, kill, and destroy Canaan. As Jesus, as God, your Jesus influenced them to go to foreign nations, right? And kill all the men, take the women and children for themselves, and all of the belongings, all of the gold, the wealth they were able to keep. Right. And he says, do this to the nations that are far from you, not the land that I gave you for inheritance. That land you are to plunder, you are to annihilate. Okay? So as God, Jesus influenced the Israelites in this book to go into lands, destroy, rob, and kill. As Jesus, he influenced his early followers to go into other lands, into North America, into South America, into the continent of Africa, to rob, steal, and kill under his influence of his word. I just want to know, why does Jesus and the devil influence the same shit?
So, with the Canaanites, which you talked about earlier, the reason God, in those specific circumstances, told the Israelites to kill them is because they were living in immorality, and all the innocent people in there were spared, except there were no innocent people, so none were spared. So God is cleansing it and taking out all the murderers and unrighteous as he would have in the afterlife. And with the latter parts, with the colonization, that is wrong. That's not. Jesus didn't tell people to go out and raid, pillage, and plunder other lands. He told them to go out peacefully and spread the word.
Like literally, your Jesus plans on using grape as a war tactic when he returns. But let's go back for just a second, okay?
Okay.
When you were talking about there were no innocent people, like the innocent people were spared, and then oops, never mind, I said some fucked up shit because nobody was spared. Like there were no innocent people. Could your God, being all powerful, right? If he wanted to purge the evil from the earth, right?
Yeah.
Which I guess at that time was just the Canaanites, just so happened to be the land that your God wanted the Israelites to live on, that had like the most heinous evil people on the earth. Could he not just like let those people like drift off in their sleep to death? As the all powerful God? Could there not have just been like he could have just waved his hand and the evil that was happening in the land of Canaan, they could have just like died in their sleep?
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
assume you
but
could have. That's not how
instead,
he did it, though.
yeah, right. That's not how he did it. Right. What he
Yeah.
did was he influenced humans. He militarized humans and told humans to go into Canaan, right,
Yeah.
and kill even innocent. You said there were no innocent people because the babies, Lord forbid, they grow up and become sinful people. He influenced them to go into Canaan, kill everybody, then start living in the sinful houses that these sinful people built, right? Running the sinful businesses that these sinful people built, eating the sinful food that these sinful people grew, right?
I'm not sure how houses and food could be sinful.
Well, I mean, the sinful people, I didn't say the food was sinful. I said the
You said it's
sinful
sinful.
people. I said eating the food that the sinful people grew, living in the houses that the sinful people built. I didn't say the houses were sinful. I didn't say the food was sinful. I said the sinful people built this city. They built the houses, they built the businesses, they grew the food, right? Your God
Yeah.
sent his people, right? He put blood in their mouths, right? The taste of blood in their mouths. He empowered them to decide what was evil and to go into a land and purge the evil off the earth instead of him doing it, who's all powerful. He had mortals do it. So your God influenced humans to go into a land and rob, steal, and destroy that land.
Yeah, to wipe out the evil.
Which your God put the responsibility of on humans to do.
Yeah, humans are God's servant.
Exactly. So your God influences humans to rob, steal, kill, and destroy. Regardless of whatever reason you put on it, That's what he influenced them to do, correct?
Yeah, in the context
Okay.
of wiping
All
out.
right. In the context of they were savages, right? They were savages. They were evil savages and they deserved it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when we get to manifest destiny, right? And the papal bulls, the Dum Diversas, when the Catholics said that their God, Jesus Christ, gave them permission to go into other lands and save the savages' souls because they were worshiping other gods and they went into other lands to rob, kill, and destroy those lands, to plunder those lands because they were worshiping other gods and they were savages.
With the new and eternal covenant, Jesus says not to murder and steal and all that was done away with in the Old Testament. In the New
What
Covenant,
was done?
it
What
was
was done
about
away with? What? I'm sorry. What was done away with?
the what happened, what we talked about previously with the Canaanites.
I'm sorry. Where when the Israelites were influenced by El Shaddai, the God of destruction, to go into Canaan and rob, kill, and destroy, are you saying that thou shalt not murder did not exist for them?
It was not considered murder. It was a
It
punishment.
was cleansing the land from savages.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
so
according to
when the Christians went into other nations and robbed, stole, and destroyed people because they worshipped other gods, they were cleansing the land from savages.
no, they were not.
What were they doing?
They, they were going against what Jesus Christ said. Jesus Christ said to go proclaim the gospel to all corners of the world and
Is that
do
not what they
signs.
did? Is that not what they did when they
Not
took Jesus
peacefully.
onto
No,
the
they didn't.
continent? When they took Jesus onto the continent and they enslaved them and said that slavery was the way that their souls would be saved.
They were religious hypocrites. They were not following what Jesus said.
Where did Jesus say not to enslave other humans?
Um, it says, let me find it. There is neither slave nor master, um, nor man nor woman. I believe it's that verse. I'm not sure the number.
That and what does that mean?
That all men are created equal in the eyes of God.
Does that mean that slavery is abolished?
Yes.
So then there's no such thing as man or woman. So when
No.
Christian no stop. When Christians get upset at people for identifying as they them, y'all should just like really shut the fuck up, right? Because Jesus says there's no such thing as man or woman anymore. When trans people identify as male or female based on their existence, y'all should just shut the fuck up because there's neither man or woman anymore. Like there's no more slavery.
Yeah. So when Jesus said there is neither man nor woman, he's not saying that genders are neuter. He's saying that there is no um, hierarchy power. So men is not above woman, woman is not above men. He's saying that they're equal.
Oh, so he's not saying slavery does not exist.
No, he's saying that
He's
there is
saying
neither.
he's not hold on, he's not saying this abolishes slavery. He's saying that when there are free people and when there are enslaved people, it doesn't make them one better than the other in my eyes. He's not really abolishing slavery.
What he's saying is there is either neither slave nor master, so one is not above the other.
Above
And
the other. So slavery. So he's saying, yes, I know that there are people who are enslaved, right? Not don't enslave people, right?
He's saying that they both have equal dignity. So
Right,
yeah.
but not that he said don't enslave people,
Well,
right?
if there's equal dignity, then shouldn't enslave people. Because if
No,
a master,
that doesn't mean that. He's saying that you have the same reward in heaven. He didn't say there's see, he says you are one in Christ Jesus, not one on earth. You have the same reward, the same inheritance, right? In Jesus. But you said that this is him saying slavery was abolished. But I think it's funny, right? Like as soon as I say that that means that there's no gender, right? And that non-binary people have the right to exist. Now it doesn't mean slavery is abolished. Now
I
it means
think I think
equality.
you're a little confused on what I said. I'm saying that they have equal dignity. I'm
You said
not
Jesus
saying
put
that.
a stop to slavery. Did you not remember saying that? And I asked you
Yeah,
where did
yeah.
he
No,
say that?
that's what I said.
And this is what you brought up. Where did Jesus put a stop to slavery?
Uh, what I just said when I said they have equal dignity.
And this is him saying do not enslave people anymore.
Essentially, yeah. And he also said humans are created.
So then that means there were no Jews or Greeks anymore.
Uh, well, obviously there are Jews and Greeks. Obviously
No,
there
no, no.
are.
This is Jesus saying Jews or Greeks should no longer exist. Like there were no more Jews. Like when he's abolishing slavery here because he's like you're all equal. There were no more Jews anymore. Is that what I'm
When he said
understanding?
there are no more there are no longer Jews nor Greeks, he's saying that they're not separate people, that they are
So there were no
one
more
created.
Jews.
And
So listen, that means that there were no more Jews. Jesus was getting rid of Jewish people. Is that what you're saying?
no, you're
Getting rid
taking
of
it out
Jewish
of
people in
context.
Greece. No, I'm not, because you're literally saying that him saying that there's neither slave nor in free, slave or free means that he abolished slavery. So if that means he abolished slavery, then that means he abolished Judaism. He abolished Greeks. He abolished male and female gender roles. Everybody's equal. Identities no longer matter. Status no longer matter because Jesus abolished it all.
Okay. Could you hear me out and just let me finish what I'm saying?
I heard exactly what you're saying.
You're kind of cutting me off a little bit,
No,
I
I
think.
didn't. I heard exactly what you're saying. You just keep repeating the same shit as if I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't think you do understand what I'm saying, and I'm not trying to like be
You
rude or make an
you are
insult. I'm
literally trying to say that your Jesus is saying that that slaves and free people are equal standing. Therefore, that he abolished slavery. And if you're supposed to be equal, then you would not enslave anybody. Therefore, that's Jesus abolishing slavery.
yeah.
Did I misunderstand you?
No, you got that part right. But when you talk about gender roles, what I'm saying is they just the same way as he talked about the slaves and masters and the Jews and Greeks in the same way, both male and female have
I
dignity. He's
I
not
literally
saying
just
that.
said that. So then there is no point, right? If there is no point in that, then there is no point in you as a believer getting all your panties in a wad when someone identifies as they them, right? Or when someone who is trans identifies as a trans male or a trans female, because there is no difference. You're all equal in Christ. Just like you were saying, there's neither Jew nor Greek. You're all the same in Christ. All of
Yeah.
these identities no longer matter because your Jesus abolished them all. Because
Oh, yeah. Like
everybody is the same. Everybody has equal footing. Like I literally just said that. This is my second time saying it, but you, I don't know, for some odd reason, think that I don't understand what you're saying.
so, when people identify as trans, like I'm absolutely saying they do not have any less dignity than anyone else. I don't like. Is that what you're saying? Like, I absolutely do not think that trans people have any less dignity than anyone else.
Oh, poor little thing. If your Jesus is saying that male and female are equal footing, then there is no reason to identify as male or female. You just are. If slave and free are the same thing, right? Then, as you stated, nobody should be enslaved. Everybody should just be free. If Jew and Greek are the same thing, nobody should identify as Jew or Greek. You just are one in Christ.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with you.
So then why do you still identify as male or female?
Because that's the guy of XY chromosomes.
It doesn't matter. You're equal footing.
Yeah, I mean, I do have equal.
Jesus abolished the gender roles. Remember that. You're equal footing. Like, it doesn't matter.
He didn't abolish the roles. He abolished
If
a
he
different.
abolished slavery through this, he abolished the gender roles through this. Remember, you're equal footing.
As in, we have equal dignity, not as in.
So he didn't abolish slavery through this. He's just saying that if you are enslaved, right, you should expect the same inheritance as someone who is free. So he did not abolish slavery through this.
No, he did abolish slavery.
Then he abolished the gender roles through this.
No, he abolished the idea that they had different amounts of dignity. He did not. They both have
Then he
specific
did not.
roles.
Exactly. So then a slave has a role and a free person had a role in society. They were still enslaved. They were still considered free, but they had the same amount of dignity. So he did not abolish slavery through this statement.
I think that this is like I'm kind of confused as to why you don't think that this is abolishing slavery. So it's a difference
Was
in.
slavery a role that a person played in society? Was it a status, a role that a person played in society?
Yeah, I guess so.
Mm.
Not a
Um,
not like a not a good one. Obviously, it's immoral.
but it was a
Not.
role.
Yeah, I suppose.
Was being a free person a role that a person played in society?
Yeah.
And you're saying that being male or female are roles as well.
Yeah, but male and female are roles intended in
It
the
doesn't matter
image
what
of
you think they're
God for us
intended
to
for.
bear.
It doesn't what you think they're intended for doesn't matter. It's just the fact that they are
Okay.
roles.
Uh-huh.
And being a Jew or a Greek was a role.
More of a race, but yeah, I guess.
They're not races. There was no race back then.
Okay.
They were ethnicities or religions,
Okay.
not races. Race did not
Thanks for
exist then.
clarification.
Race did not exist until 1471. I mean
Really?
1671. Yeah, 1471. Yeah, race was invented. There was no race then.
So what is race then?
It's a social construct.
Okay.
Like before then, people identified it by their nationality or their ethnicity. There's no fucking race back then.
All right.
But these are roles, right? These
Yeah.
are roles that people played in society. And so if you're saying that your Jesus abolished the roles that people played in society, then all of these roles go away and everybody is just one in your Christ. The roles no longer exist. Or he is saying, here are the roles that people play in society, but treat them equal in Christ. But it can't be abolishing for slavery,
Yeah, yeah.
but just equality for the other two that you fucking agree with.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. So male and female are God created roles, and master and slave are human created roles. So they don't have
I
equal
understand how you're
standing
trying
in
to.
what God is.
I understand how you are trying to split this up, right? That the problem is that that's not how context works, right? If the Paul, when he is writing this, intended for two
Mhm.
different contexts for this for these different roles, then he would have written them in different contexts. Except he didn't. So either the context applies to the entire sentence, right?
Okay.
What you're trying to do is insert two different concepts into one sentence. You're trying to say that the abolishment only applies to slave or free. And then the rest of the sentence means equality. Do you see how you're doing that?
So what Paul is saying in this is that they all are people created in the image of God. No one is higher than the other. I already said that.
It does not
But
mean
male,
that slavery was abolished. You are trying to say that this means your Jesus abolished slavery. If this means he abolished slavery, then this also means that he abolished male or female, the need to identify as that. If you cannot apply the concept of abolition to just those three words, you would have to apply the concept of abolishment to the entire sentence. Do you not understand that? That you are literally cherry picking the sentence apart to make it mean what you want it to mean.
okay, I'm not cherry picking.
You
First of all,
literally are. You're saying abolishment only applies to the words slave or free.
abolishment is an abolishment of a difference in hierarchy, not an
So
abolishment.
Jesus did not abolish slavery then.
Yes, he did, because slavery and master is a difference in hierarchy. Male and female is not a difference in hierarchy.
Is it a difference in gender?
Yes, not in
So then
hierarchy.
he abolished gender.
No, he abolished the
Oh my
hierarchy.
fucking God. How is it that you don't see that you are trying to apply different context to this that the text does not support? Now,
I,
you believe, hold on, you believe that when Paul spoke, your Jesus spoke?
uh, but I believe God was influencing him.
Jesus was influencing Paul. So
The Holy Spirit.
Galatians is one of Paul's first books, right?
Okay.
Okay, so Jesus says this to Paul and has Paul say that in Galatians. And then later on in Ephesians, he says this: slaves, there are still slaves, not abolished. Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and trembling, in singleness of heart, as you obey Christ. So look at your slave master the same way you would look at me. Obey your earthly slave master the same way you would obey me. Because I'm on earth, your slave master is your Christ. not with a slavery performed merely for looks. Like, don't do it halfway. Don't do it just to be, look like you working, but put your back into it, right? To please people, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from the soul. Render service with enthusiasm as for the Lord and not for humans, knowing that whatever good we do, we will receive the same again from the Lord, whether we are enslaved or free. And masters, the hierarchy still exists. Do the same to them. Stop threatening them. For you know that both of you have the same Lord. There's that one in Christ. Hierarchy still
Um,
exists. And with them, there is no partiality. Because in heaven, you are one. On earth, you are slave and you are master. Now,
okay.
if Jesus is abolishing slavery here in Galatians, which is what Paul's earliest letter, why the fuck is he still telling Paul in Ephesians to tell the slaves to obey their masters, their earthly masters at that?
The time to pay back for, and Jesus has said before,
You cut out.
work
I didn't hear
hard
anything you
for
said.
your way. Uh,
Didn't hear any of that. Your
Hello, can you hear me?
your your connection cut out.
Oh, okay, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear
Okay.
you now.
So, okay. How much did you miss?
We didn't hear any of it.
Okay. So, God had, or back then, they had indentured servitude, which is what they called slavery a lot of the time, and indentured servitude was to pay back a debt that you owed for your masters. He's essentially saying it in the same way: work hard for your wages, because what your wages is paying back your debt.
So in first century Rome, anybody that was enslaved was an indentured servant. You're saying? Remember, this is
Not every
first
single
century.
person.
Remember, Ephesians and Galatians is first century Rome. Are you saying that every person that was enslaved in first century Rome was an indentured servant?
No, but it's very possible that's who he was referring to was indentured servants,
Why
because
is that
he
very
addressed
possible?
certain because he addressed certain people in his messages, like he uh, addressed the Galileans. So the Galileans could have been known for their indentured servitude and not specifically their like what we commonly think of as slavery, like in the Americas, like where it's just like free labor in Egypt. Uh, he likely was addressing indentured servitude when he was
Well, I guess
giving
I
that
I
specific
don't know
message
why
to
you
them.
said America and Egypt in the same sentence. Like labor, right?
I was
That
giving
I'm
examples
sorry.
of slavery.
Like, first off, Egypt didn't have chattel slavery, lifetime chattel slavery. Egypt's slave system was indentured servitude, just like Babylon's was. Right? They had war criminals, they had debt slavery, but you worked your way up through the slave system to back out into society. But you know who did have lifetime bond servitude or lifetime chattel slavery, where you pass the humans down to your children as an inheritance? You know
Yeah,
what
the
nation did
black
have
people in
that?
America,
Your
the
God.
United States of America.
your God in ancient Israel. Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46. As for the male and female slaves, Avadeka, Amartaka, slaves, whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens, the foreigners, residing with you in your land, from their families who have been born in your land. So when foreigners live in your land and they have children, they may become your slaves. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for you to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, here comes the discrimination, the slavery based on ethnicity. No one shall rule over the other with harshness. So, Israelites, your God said, you shall not make them serve as slaves. An Israelite could not be an Avid or an Amma. Israelites were to be hired workers or bound laborers. They could be avads or sakirs. These would be indentured servants. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. So, the slave system that you brought up, that Christians used in North America and on the continent of Africa to save the savage's soul, is the slave system that your God gave the ancient Israelites in ancient Israel. Slavery based off ethnicity in ancient Israel, slavery based off of racism, off of race in North America.
Yeah, seems like it. I'm not. I haven't done like a whole lot of research on this topic, so I don't really know how to counter that one. I don't know if that's like a contextual thing, but
What would be contextual? Your God explicitly says, do not make an Israelite serve as a slave. He explicitly says the Israelites are to serve until the year of Jubilee. He
what's the year?
explicitly says, do not, this is Leviticus 25. He explicitly says that Israelites are not to be sold as slaves are sold. Explicit. Don't do this to a Hebrew. But you may have male and female slaves from foreign nations. You may buy them from foreign nations. You may acquire them from foreigners who live in your land when they have children. They may become your property. You may pass them down to your children as an inheritance for them to keep as property in perpetuity. You may treat them as slaves. What's contextual? What part of it do you need more context on?
No, you're right. I think that sounds pretty clear.
So again, I'm just going to go back to my original question. Why does Jesus and Satan do the same shit? Why do they both influence people to rob, kill, and destroy?
Um, Probably because devil does it to destroy, and God does it to take out dead trees and plant new ones.
So enslaving West Africans was to take out dead trees and plant new ones?
No, I believe that was bad. I do not believe that was the will of God. I believe that was wrong.
When your God says to do it here, and Christians took your God's word and did exactly what he told the ancient Israelites to do, that was bad?
I think that in the historical time, he used it in certain situations, but I don't really believe that it was good in modern, especially when the new covenant was founded.
What exactly do you think changed from the old covenant to the new? From the old covenant, it went from the God being the God of the Israelites, and then the new covenant, it went to Jesus being the God of the Europeans in Rome, the Roman
Um,
Christians. Like, what is
yeah,
it that you
well, it
think
was just.
changed from the old to the new?
Go ahead.
Like, you didn't follow, like, Gentiles never followed the Mosaic law. Like, you were never under the Mosaic law, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you
that's
go
yeah.
from the Mosaic law, right, and the God being the God of the Israelites, to now Jesus is the God of the Christians in Rome, and you have no law. You're lawless.
No, Jesus is not lawless. He keeps the. He says to keep the 10 Commandments and love your
The
neighbor
Ten
as yourself.
Commandments is in the Mosaic law.
Yeah, Jesus keeps the Mosaic law or
The
the
Mosaic
10 Commandments.
The Mosaic
That says.
law, well, Jesus was a stickler for the Torah, for the Mosaic law, the entire law. He didn't just pick out 10 laws.
Uh huh. Yeah, I agree. Can you hear me?
So, do you follow the Mosaic law, or do you do what the Christians did and pick out ten laws? I'm confused.
Those 10 laws were a summary of the Mosaic law. So,
Not quite.
like Jesus, for example, did away with the tradition, like the Jewish tradition of like washing your hands before meals and only eating kosher food. So he did
Wait,
away with that. He didn't.
hold on. Jesus did away with washing your hands before you eat.
Yeah, like that was a Israeli tradition, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Do you not wash your hands before you eat, Ninja?
No. I do.
So
But that
what the
was like
fuck do
a.
you mean he did away with that? And there's nothing in this book. Like, I'm gonna tell you, when your Jesus responds to that, he actually brings up a law in the Mosaic law that requires parents to stone their children for dishonoring them, right? And then he goes on to say that germs is not what defiles your body because you just gonna shit them out. And as God, right? Honestly, I would think that if the devil comes to deceive, if he is the deceiver,
Mhm.
if I wanted to, make people sick, I would convince them that germs don't harm your body and that you should just keep eating with filthy hands because you're just going to shit the germs out. Right. But if I were God and I had all knowledge, and I knew how I created the human body, and I knew that humans were causing themselves to get sick by eating with filthy, nasty, dirty hands, there is no way in hell that I would tell them that they didn't need to do that and that they were just going to shit the germs out.
He's just saying that it's not if you don't wash your hands.
He's
He's
saying
not
what?
saying that, like, he's not saying don't wash. He's not saying don't wash your hands. He's saying
You
that you
said
don't
he
have to. He's saying
abolished
it's not
it.
part of the law.
You said
Sorry, I
he
said it wrong again.
abolished that tradition. So now he didn't?
Abolish the Mosaic
No,
law
you said
of
he
that.
abolished the
He said
tradition.
you do not
No, no,
have to.
no. You said he abolished the tradition of washing your hands before you eat. So now he didn't abolish
Yeah.
that?
Sorry, I might have said it wrong. What I meant was that he said that you do not have to. He didn't say do not do it. He
He
said
didn't even
it's
say
not a
that.
sin.
He didn't say you don't have to do that.
I believe he did. If I'm wrong, you can double check. I know he did say that you don't have to. You don't have to eat kosher food and like pork or. He might have said that about shellfish, but I know he said that about pork. He
No,
said
we're
that.
like,
Uh,
hold on for a second. Um, let's stick with this right quick, and then we'll go to, because I think when you say Jesus said, you're talking about Paul
uh
instead of saying Paul said. You're
um,
saying Jesus said a thing,
I believe in the
right?
Gospels, Jesus himself does say that um, your that food passes straight through you, but it's from what comes within
No,
through
that's
your
what. No,
mouth
I
is what
know Jesus
matters.
said that. I'm talking about the kosher foods. Like I literally just
Uh,
told you that Jesus said that you shit your germs out. Right? I know your Jesus said that. I think it's wild that the God who created your body would say something so irresponsible. But when you say Jesus said you don't have to eat kosher food, so you can eat whatever you want, you really mean Paul said it, right? Inspired by Jesus. That's what you mean
I'm I thought that was a quote directly from Jesus in the Gospels.
about eating kosher foods. I don't think it
I believe
is.
it
Which
was
which verse is it?
pork. I'm not sure the exact numbers, but I can explain it. It's Jesus said it's not what goes in that defiles, but what comes
Do
from
you
within that defiles. And
do you realize that
I'm
that's
sorry,
what we're
am I
talking?
not making sense?
Look at the screen. Look at the screen, Ninja. Are you looking at the screen?
Oh yeah, no, I am.
The what goes in your mouth defile that's the germ conversation.
Okay. What book is this?
This is Matthew 15. But I'm asking
Yeah.
about the sacrificial meat, the eating kosher meals, and that that's Paul saying that. But what I'm asking is, it's like
Oh,
when
sorry.
you say Jesus said a thing, um,
hmm
like do you take everything that Paul says and be like Jesus said?
No, I think I made a mistake when I said kosher. I made a mistake. I was talking about the verse from Matthew. My bad.
Right, this is where you said he abolished washing your hands. This is that verse. This is Matthew 15. Right? It says, then the Pharisees and scribes came to Jesus from Jerusalem and said, why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? For they do not wash their hands before they eat. He answered them, and why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? For God said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. But you say that whoever tells father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me is given to God, then that person need not honor the father. So for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God. You hypocrites, Isaiah prophesied rightly about you when he said, "This people honors me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. In vain they do worship me, teaching human precepts as doctrines." Then he called the crowd to him and said to them, "Listen and understand. It is not what goes in the mouth that defiles a person, but it is what comes out of the mouth that defiles." Then the disciples approached and said to him, "Do you know that the Pharisees took offense when they heard what you said?" He answered, "Every plant that my heavenly Father has not planted will be uprooted. Let them alone. They are blind guides of the blind. And if one blind person guides another, both will fall into a pit." But Peter said to him, "Explain this parable to us." Then he said, "Are you also still without understanding? Do you not see that whatever goes in the mouth enters the stomach and goes out into the sewer? But what comes out of the mouth proceeds from the heart, and this is what defiles. For out of the heart come evil intentions, murder, adultery, sexual immorality, theft, false witness, slander. These are what defile a person, but to eat with unwashed hands does not defile." So he didn't mention anything about sacrificial meats, right? Kosher meats. He's
Yeah.
saying that eating with unwashed hands does not defile your body, that
Uh-huh.
you're just going to shit it out.
I believe he's talking about the soul.
No, he's not. He literally is saying, right, that he's saying murder, adultery, sex defiles a person, but eating with unwashed hands does not, because it comes back out in the sewer. Do you not see that whatever goes into the mouth enters the stomach? This is not talking about the soul. He's talking about literal eating. Whatever enters the mouth enters the stomach and goes out into the sewer, meaning you're going to shit it out. He's saying worry
Hello?
more about what comes out of your mouth and what comes out of your heart, right? Because
Hmm.
what comes out of your heart is evil intentions, to commit murder, to commit adultery, to commit sexual
Hmm.
immorality, to steal people's shit, to slander people, to perjure, right? Then he says these are what defiles a
Yeah.
person, but eating with unwashed hands doesn't.
Yeah. So, like, when he's saying all those things come from the heart, that well, that's
That
what
doesn't
Jesus is
matter. The point,
really only
I'm
saying
not,
is it's
listen,
not.
I get the point that he's making, but the fact of him being
Uh-huh.
God and him saying that eating with unwashed hands does not defile you, because all you're going to do is shit it out. And the reason that the elders created the tradition to wash your hands before you eat is so that you do not put germs in your body and make yourself sick.
Did the elders um, know about germs? I think this was before germs, no? Or before they were discovered, right? Was the
Did your
tradition
Jesus know about germs, Ninja?
um
As God? Did your Jesus know that germs existed in the
yeah.
human body as God?
Yeah.
Is he answering as God here?
Yeah.
That's all that matters. Your God said germs do not affect the body, because all you're going to do is shit them out. That's the issue here. As God, who you believe is the creator of your body, said
Hmm.
that eating with unwashed hands does not defile your body because you just shit it out.
Okay. All right. I mean, I think um that he's likely talking about how it passes through the body, and how when the Pharisees would do it and the traditional Israelites would do it, they thought that they were doing it in a way like to honor God, and it's like a religious practice. And when Jesus is clarifying, he's saying that it is not a religious practice, and that's not
Hand washing was
what.
never a religious practice. It was a
Yeah, it
tradition.
was.
No, it wasn't. There's nothing in this Bible.
Tradition is
There
religious
is
practice.
nothing in this Bible that says that hand washing, none of the Hebrew scriptures that says that hand washing was a traditional practice, a religious practice at all. It was a tradition created by the elders as they grew in knowledge.
Hmm.
New traditions, new laws approach. The law governed the people. And so the Pharisees are asking Jesus, why aren't they washing their hands before they eat? This is something we learned that we need to be doing. Like these people literally had to have a law that says don't shit where you sleep because they were doing that.
Okay.
So as they learn, like I think y'all don't take into consideration, right, that this is text written
Hmm.
for a barbaric people, for a prehistoric group of people. Right? This is late
Hmm.
Bronze Age, early Iron Age people who had very limited knowledge. Most of them were illiterate.
Yeah. Okay. Continue.
So when the Pharisees, as time goes and they learn how to live in communities, right? They have governments working, right? They
Hmm.
have new laws that are governing the people. They're under Roman occupation at this point, right? Under Roman law at this point.
Yeah.
They've been
Yeah.
Hellenized.
Yeah. Hmm.
Most of them have been Hellenized. They've been introduced to Greek philosophy, Greek science, Greek healthcare systems, right?
Hmm.
The Pharisees
Yeah. Yeah.
reinterpret the law, right? What are you
Yeah.
doing?
Sure. I'm not sure.
What the fuck are
Um,
you doing?
I'm outside. I'm
What
outside.
but what are you doing? What is that sound?
It could be crickets. I'm not sure what sound it is. Yeah, I can go back inside if it's bugging you.
The Pharisees are
All right.
reinterpreting the law, right, as they learn about life, right, about their bodies. And Jesus is
Okay.
like, nope, nope, nope.
Okay. I think
But
what
he's
Jesus.
God.
Okay. I think what Jesus is saying here is that they have made it into such a strict law that the Pharisees believe that's what makes you righteous, is if you can follow these laws perfectly. And um,
That doesn't
he's saying
matter.
that.
He's still, it doesn't matter why you think he said it. The problem is that he said it. That he said germs were shitted out as God. As God, shouldn't he know how your body works? Shouldn't he know that you don't shit germs out? That germs really do affect your body? Shouldn't he know that?
Um, yeah, but I think that um, you're taking it like from what Jesus meant in the passage, that they were using it as a religious doctrine
It doesn't
and
matter what they
not.
were doing. What I'm talking about is what he said. Do
Yeah,
you
I
not
think.
see that whatever goes in the mouth enters the stomach and comes out into the sewer? In response to washing your hands before you eat. It doesn't matter that Jesus thought that the Pharisees were washing their hands as a religious practice. I don't care about that. That's not the point. Although there's nothing in this text that says that that's what he thought. But let's say he did. Who cares? It doesn't change the fact that your God said you shit germs out.
All right. I'm pretty sure he was talking about how it doesn't defile the soul. I know you disagree with me.
Where is the stomach and is the soul in the stomach?
No, but when you
Is the mouth the soul?
no,
Is the soul in the fucking sewer?
no,
Which part of this sentence means soul?
I
Do
believe
you
it's
not
a.
see that whatever I want to know? No, no, I'm talking about this sentence. I'm talking about verse 17. Which part of this verse means soul in verse
I, be-
17? Because that's the problematic statement.
I believe the whole thing is a metaphor
I
when it
don't care
passes.
what it's a metaphor for. He still used a metaphor with incorrect information regarding what happens to germs in your body. That's the point. I don't care. He could have gotten his point off with incorrect information. That's fine. We get his point. We get his point. The soul matters more, right, than what goes in your mouth.
Mhm.
We get it. The fact is, he said you shit germs out and that germs do not defile the body. That's the fact. As God, as the inventor of the body, he
Mhm.
knows that germs affect the body.
Okay, um, I think we're like kind of going in circles here, but I, from the standpoint that like I was talking about earlier, I think it's um, referring to the soul, and I know you're gonna say
What's
it's just
referring to the soul? What's referring to
uh,
the soul?
how food passes through an individual and leaves it, but what comes out is what truly
Okay, so
matters.
do me a favor, okay? Again, I'm gonna ask you again. The food entering the stomach and coming out in the sewer.
Yeah,
What part of that statement refers to the soul? Which part of
it,
that statement is the soul in that metaphor? What represents the soul in that metaphor? The stomach,
the whole system.
the sewer.
No, like the sewer is talking about how it exits the person, so the all the body parts are referring to the soul.
So the stomach would be the soul.
And the mouth, I believe that's a metaphor for it. Yeah,
So the stomach and the mouth is metaphor for the soul.
I
And
believe so.
then okay,
Probably.
and then the food. Do you not see that whatever goes in the mouth and the stomach? So do you not see that whatever goes into the soul and goes out into what's the sewer metaphor for?
Um, the waist area where
What waste? That the soul has a waste area.
I guess when you pass bad, um, like just let bad ideology go past. I'm not sure.
What? Are you making this up as you go?
No, I'm not sure if this is a metaphor. I said it could be, and
No,
you're asking.
you literally said that it is a
Mhm.
metaphor for the soul. You said I'm missing it. We're going round in circles, right? Now, what this right here would be your God talking about your soul, your heart, right? He's saying whatever comes out of the mouth proceeds from the heart, like the things that you speak, right? And this is what defiles. It's kind of like when I say that Jesus is an idea, right? That lives in the minds and hearts of his believers. And what you guys do and what you guys say and do, right, is what
Mhm.
I give a fuck about. Fuck all that other shit. I don't care if you believe in a God, right?
Okay.
The stuff that comes out of your mouth and how you what you do with that shit that you believe, that's the issue for me.
Okay.
And so, kind of like what Jesus is saying here, right? What
Uh-huh.
comes out of the mouth proceeds from the heart, And this is what defiles. For out of the heart come evil intentions, murder, adultery, sex, immorality, theft, false witness, slander, right? That's what he's talking about when he's referring to like the soul or the morality of the body, of the mind of the human, right? But
Mhm.
here he's talking about your physical body, and then he clarifies it here. He says these, right? These right here are what defile a person. Then he goes, but to eat with unwashed hands, that doesn't defile you.
Okay, so there I believe he's talking about it does not defile your soul. Because in the Hebrew Israelite tradition, they had 613 laws that they had, and they followed them very strictly in their
And
tradition.
washing your
And I
hands
believe
wasn't
that's
one
what
of them.
defiled your souls if you didn't follow it.
Washing your hands was not one of them.
Not one
That's
of the
not one of the Mosaic
613.
laws. It's not one of the 613. That's why it's called a tradition of the elders. It literally calls it a tradition of the elders. It's not a Mosaic law.
Okay.
It wasn't required. It wasn't ceremonial. It wasn't gonna it wasn't considered a sin. That's why I went through the whole explanation of
Mm,
these people evolved in knowledge, right? They come into the understanding that not washing our hands before we eat and shitting where we sleep is what's killing us off.
okay. Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
And your Jesus, as God, as the creator of your body, says germs, psh, you shit them out.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. That definitely makes sense now. Uh, yeah. All right. Yeah, I guess I always thought it was one of the laws that they thought defiled your soul if it didn't. So I'll look into that. But thank you.
Did you have anything else?
Um. So earlier you said, what's your belief? Are you atheist, agnostic?
After talking to me, do you think I believe in a God?
Um. I definitely don't believe you're a full believer. I don't know if you're agnostic or atheist though.
I do not
And I
believe in a
also don't
God.
know if you believe in a God that's not part of the Bible, or if you're
I don't believe in a
skeptical.
God. What does that matter?
I was just asking. So you talked this whole time about um, how you were upset about.
I told you what I wanted to talk about, and that is why your God and Satan do the same shit. You don't have anything else to add to that, then the conversation is over. If you do have something else to add to that, we can continue talking.
No, that's all I have.
Okay. And
Good
thank you
night.
for coming up.
Love you.
I don't know if you expected me to say that shit back.
So I was wondering.
I gotta go to the bathroom. You wanna do the
Do the
announcements while we
announcements
coming
for
back to the
coming back to the
bathroom really
bathroom really
quickly?
quickly?
Ooh, God,
Ooh,
this
God,
song.
this song. Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right, y'all. Let's get these likes to 300K, please. What up, Nelly? Now?
Hey, sorry I had to leave for a little bit. I'm trying to take care of businesses didn't work and
It's
everything.
okay. You gotta do what you're doing.
Oh
Look,
yeah.
what happened? August?
Huh? Oh.
What happened, August?
You talking about
No, they
August?
said, Lord, and I don't know. Yeah, you gotta take care of business. We understand that.
Yeah. I was listening though to the other guy, so oh man, they be tripping me out though. Christians trip me out with the stuff that they say. I mean, it just
Same.
literally. I mean, they literally
It's been
make up
crazy
something.
tonight.
hmm They just make up
It's
something just because they don't
crazy.
want to let go.
Faith, excuse me, Faith. You since you don't have any patience, you can wait a little longer. You just heard the host say that she was going to the restroom. Like, goodness, have some decorum.
Just can't wait to come up, huh?
I agree, August. They sure are. They're very strange tonight. And once again, y'all, please get these likes up to 300K. Not sure if y'all heard me. Also, like I said, tonight's been kind of crazy. So let's show the host some love.
Why are people laughing? What I miss?
You can go if you want to try. What the fuck?
What
What
are
the
we
fuck
talking
is you
about?
talking about? They, you
Oh,
can
that's
go.
that crazy one. That do you remember when we was on the Jezebel backup account? Her
Oh,
ass, like she
okay.
just yeah, she don't fucking stop and in order for people to have a conversation, like
So she's a
she's not
weirdo.
okay. Yeah, she's not
Girl,
fucking okay.
please.
Like no, because
You
you
wouldn't
don't
be
know how to
doing that
have a
shit in
fucking
real.
conversation. Like
You
nobody
would
has
not be.
time.
What is Sasha
Yeah.
doing? She wouldn't be doing that shit in real life.
Who said that?
Wouldn't be.
Who said who would it be doing what in real life?
What she's doing now. Like, well, if she's was face to face, she wouldn't be doing
Oh,
all
you
that
talking about
shit.
the faith person?
Yeah.
She's not okay. She's I feel like she's in active psychosis. She's not okay. Just from that one conversation we had with her on the Jezebel account.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's not okay. Sasha, how are you?
I just muted her for the sound. Oh, you can unmute Sasha. I sent you an invitation. Not even sure if she knows she's up here.
Yeah, I don't think she knows she's up here. Why won't it let? There we go. Let's see. I think everybody in the guest request right now are nerds, but I haven't seen any comments from a nerd asking to come up. I don't know if Nitram. I know Angie P. I think Angie P is a nerd. I hate that I can't see um their profiles while they're in there. Um, Nitram, how are you? Nitram, are you there? This super sport agent person, um, hey, do me a favor. The also
Mm-hmm.
check the guest request.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that threatened my life is in the guest box.
That's the
Don't say
Jazz.
the name. Yeah.
Bada boom, bada bing.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Like
Absolutely.
TikTok needs to make it to where we can block people from the guest request. Like I think it's fucking stupid. Like I can't see profiles. Um I can't see their nerd status. Like, it's fucking dumb. This super sport agent person, that they are a waste of a conversation, right? Like they always, this is the doctor lawyer guy.
Yeah. Doctor, lawyer, sports danger, retired footballer.
Okay. Um yeah, I don't like, I'm not, if I know that you are a waste of a conversation, like if I've seen you on other lives and I know what you do, don't even request, because I'm not about to bring you up here. Um I don't think that I can get any value out of you. So I'm not gonna add you to the live. But if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open.
Come on, step right up.
Remember, if you are a nerd and you request, I need to see a comment saying that you requested it on purpose. Other than that, I'm gonna think TikTok just threw you in there. Okay. Thank you, Ty.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Ty, how
Check,
are
check.
you?
I'm doing well.
Hey.
Okay. Um, no, I just to go with the topic. It's just so last week at work. I don't know if you remember, but I came up here and I spoke about someone who was Christian at work, and he was basically like, "You should let me take you to church. This, and this." I was
Yeah.
like, "No, thank you. I don't want a part of that. Like, I don't want to be a part of that." Um, Last week he came back to me. He was like, "You're not as happy as you used to be. This, and that." And he was like, "I just think if you had Jesus Christ in your life, you would be happier." And I almost flashed out at work.
Are you able to
So
like go to your HR and tell them that like they shouldn't be talking about religion at work, right?
I don't really have, yeah, he shouldn't, but I don't really have an issue with it. But at the same time, I do, like, that last thing was like really too much because, like, just to give y'all a little background on why I felt that way. In the last 6 years, I've lost three parents. And I just found out that my dad was diagnosed with cancer again. My last parent was diagnosed with cancer again in the stage
Oh
4.
man, I'm sorry. Oh wow.
And I'm like, the thing about it is, why would you come to someone and ask them that in that way? Like, if you're a Christian, you're supposed to believe in this God. You shouldn't come to people like that. And I told him, and I went ahead and told him all of that. I said, not only is that disrespectful, I was like, if you were someone who genuinely cared about someone, you would just ask me, why does it feel like I'm not as happy? Like, why would you do that? I understand that I'm showing up and doing what I need to do to live, but at the same time, like, people are going through things, and just because you try and throw God over it doesn't make it work.
Yeah, and they don't think about the things that come out of their mouth when they are trying to, you know, spread their gospel or defend their gospel. A lot of the stuff they say is very insensitive, and they're very dismissive, of other people's suffering.
Like, if I just go and start worshiping, am I just gonna be happy and okay again? And then, like, and not that I'm just like overly um depressed or anything, but like, yes, I'm going through it right now. It's eventually going to happen. We're already there. We know that, but like, I'm still having to process that. And that's the thing. Like, these people say that they have this, they're so caring, and the God is caring, and He makes me a better person. Do you think that was like? And I asked him, for yourself, do you think that was the best that you could do? Like, the best could offer for you to do? Like, if He's speaking through you, is that the best you could do? Because when I address someone, if they're going through something, I'm like, hey, you don't seem like yourself. Yeah, can I, is there anything I can do to help? Is there anything you might want to talk about? And that's especially if I feel like I know the person a little bit. But at the same time, it's like, you don't know me from anything. I just told you I don't want nothing to do with your religion a few months ago. And then you come and bring that back to me.
I'm sorry you're having to deal with that. Like, shit, if it was me, I'd have cussed his ass out, and he wouldn't want to say anything else to me.
I'm gonna tell you, like, the thing about me, like, even at work, people know that I say what's on my mind, but I try and keep that boundary there. Like, I'm not just all out and boom, like going off. But at the same time, like, very much say what's on my mind. And if something doesn't make sense to me, like, if you bring me something that don't make sense, I'm gonna let you know this does not work. So I already feel like I have that stereotype of being that person that's like a little bit difficult. And I don't mind it being that way simply because that also means that people do not come to you with their BS.
Yeah, I agree.
But that right there, I almost flew off the handle last weekend just because of that. And it's just like, do you think if I start praying, like all of a sudden he's going to be healed miraculously? Like, what do you think this is?
The crazy thing is that they will assert that. They will tell you that, right? That God can heal them while ignoring that it's stage 4 cancer. You know.
Exactly. And his
Mm.
and his cancer of the kidney, he had it once when I was in high school. During my senior year, he beat it that time, but they removed the whole kidney. So this is the last kidney. It's not like he can get another one. And my dad, not he lived a full life. He's 81 years old. But at the same time, that doesn't make it any better that he's on his way out.
So sorry, Ty.
Yeah. But I just wanted to come up and share that with anyone, not just y'all, but like with the people in the comments who are listening and to the Christians that are listening. Like, think about what you say before you say it, because you don't know how that's impacting someone or what someone's already going through. Like, I'm holding that, and like I said, it's not just that; it's the fact that all of these people have passed in succession. So as I'm trying to get over one, boom, another one's gone, another one's gone. But even if you believe you're Christian, watch your mouth sometimes, because just because you believe Jesus is the answer, it doesn't mean it's the answer for everybody.
Yeah, that part.
But yeah, that's all I wanted to come up and say. But I thank you so much for everything that you do. I do I do listen all the time. I'm always in the comments. um, but yeah, there's that. And I just again, I think that's one of the things that's kind of led me away from religion. It's just like, if you're gonna set me up to be my grandest, to be my greatest, and let all these things happen, but you're supposed to be in control and you know my story. Why from the time of 25 to 31, I'm losing all my parents. I feel like, and it's always been my idea that my parents would grow older with me, or at least my mom's a little bit younger. They would grow older with me. And I would be able to, like, one of my things is I never wanted my mom to go to a nursing home. She was supposed to come and stay with me. Even when she got older, I was like, to your house, you're going to come and stay with me? Like, that was already understood. So those things have, of course, it's changed, and we never can predict life. But at the same time, if he's there and he's in control and he knows my will and my want, then why would you put all of this in the last 5 years, in the last 5, 6 years?
Yeah, David just said that's his way of making you stronger.
I don't want to be strong. Take it off of me. But yeah, but I thank y'all so much for what you're doing, because I think I was kind of halfway in and out. Some of the things really didn't make sense to me, and I was just kind of believing, just to say I believe. And coming in and hearing these lives and getting deeper, there were already some things that I knew of that I just really didn't agree with. But just being able to hear this and go through it and then go back and I got me a little Bible Gateway account now, so I go and do my little highlights and I save stuff and I go back and look at it and read through it. But that really
That's
helps because
good.
it solidifies that um, not that I'm alone because we're not ever alone, but that we're here. And what we decide to do is either be a part of society and help one another, build ourselves and build others. And we can do that without the help of some higher power.
Exactly.
But,
Well, I'm very proud of you. Keep it up.
thank you. Y'all have a great night. I'm still going to be in the comments.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you for coming up. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are someone who is deconstructing from the God of the Bible, if you are a believer, if you are an atheist. Good morning, Oso. Somebody has been asking for you all night in the comments. At first, I thought maybe this was. Are you there, Oso?
You know he
Oh,
lying.
there they go.
Yep.
Magistrata.
I can't figure them out. I don't know what the deal is.
Huh? You don't know who
Sorry.
that is?
Who that?
I don't know. They've been asking for you all night.
I don't know who that is.
Almost tapped out. I was about to go. I'm gonna hold on though.
I'm sorry. Do you,
Hey,
Aaron? Do you know that you're on stage? I can't take him down. TikTok need to fix this shit. Emmanuel. Emmanuel.
Damn.
Yeah.
Who's gonna
All
worship
right,
you?
y'all. Huh?
So who's gonna worship you?
Oh goodness.
Just like in the
It's,
song.
it's been one of those nights. Also.
Has it been?
Mm-hmm.
I got a question. Do you guys? Well, I know Thinker uses it, but also Lala, do y'all use when y'all come on here? Are y'all on TikTok Studio or y'all on regular TikTok?
She on studio.
Well, we're on regular well, I am. She's on TikTok Studio because she's the host and she's live and she could hook it, do her thing, however it works with YouTube and all that.
Oh, so what is the difference? I mean, is it just because you go live, so you want to use TikTok Studio, or is TikTok Studio more advanced or something?
Yeah, it's a computer program. Baker, did you happen to follow us into that African Apostles live last night?
Hello.
No.
Remind me to tell you about
You know I'm not going into a Christian's live.
it. It was interesting. It
I don't see how y'all do it.
was pretty fun.
50.
50.
50.
Filthy without the
50
L.
Oh,
regular.
filthy.
Like no,
No,
like
it's
filthy, but without
50.
the L.
50 Cent.
Oh, 50. Oh, 50. Can I
Sure.
get,
That's fine. That's fine.
oh, I don't fucking know. I'm sorry. I'm trying.
No, you're
Say it
okay.
one
You're
more
okay.
time.
Go on.
Say it one more time for me. One more time.
50.
Fifth 50.
50.
So
Yeah.
like
What?
blacksmith. So like smith. So like smithy. 50.
50. It just sounds like I'm saying 50. Am I still not
Oh,
saying
okay.
it
No,
right?
you're good. You're good. I think that's fine. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, you're okay.
Okay. How old are you? Don't say 50.
I'm 21.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm an agnostic, but um, I don't necessarily agree with the prompt.
You don't believe in Jesus?
No, I don't. But well, I'm an agnostic, but I'm saying that I don't necessarily think that like Christianity is like the worst thing to happen to
That
humanity.
doesn't say Christianity is the worst thing that ever happened.
Oh, I guess. Well, I guess then Jesus Christ, which would be foundational to Christianity.
Yeah, but it doesn't say Christianity.
No, you're right.
And
You're right. It
there are
doesn't.
people who believe in Jesus who are not Christians. But also, like, I'm not interested in having like a like I know you're gonna come up here and you're gonna say the worst thing that ever happened was like, slavery or genocide or something
Oh
like
no,
that.
no, that's not really what I was gonna
I'm
go.
sorry. So like I'm not here to like have just like random conversation. Like you don't have a belief in the God and you're not deconstructing from the God. And so the conversation that you want to have is going to be very different than what I'm looking to have. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, I see. Because
Yeah.
at least for me, I was going to go ahead and maybe like say how I think that Jesus Christ has been very influential to many people, and I feel like maybe that's why I think it wouldn't necessarily be that bad, but I
I
don't
mean,
think that that's
saying
like
that he's the
an
worst
issue.
thing that ever happened to humanity doesn't mean that he hasn't been influential, right? Um, but again, like the reason that you're wanting to argue this is very different than the conversation that I want to
Oh
have.
no, yeah, yeah, no,
Yeah.
I
So
understand that, and
yeah,
that's okay. But thank you for having me up then.
you're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Of course, have a good one.
You too.
Bye, Flippy.
Is it Fliffy?
No, I was just fucking with him.
Oh, it's Chop.
Yo,
How are you?
doing good.
Can I get your age, please?
25.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer, but I'm not in this religion believer. You
It's
know,
okay. I didn't ask about a religion. Um, what are your thoughts on the topic?
um, see, it goes back to me not being religious. See, I'm a spiritual person.
Okay. Do you believe in
Um,
Jesus or no? Do you believe in Jesus and the God of the Bible?
I believe in God, but I don't
Do
believe in
you
the
believe
Bible.
in Do you believe in the God of the Bible? If not, then you're in the wrong conversation, friend, okay?
I mean, I do, but everything in that Bible is
Oh
not.
goodness gracious.
Listen, it's Chop. It's really clear. Do you believe in the Abrahamic God of the Bible?
No, I don't.
Then
Okay, wrong
this
conversation,
conversation
okay?
isn't for you.
The conversation isn't for you then. Like I don't have an issue with people who believe in a God. Like we're talking about the concepts of the teachings, the doctrine of the God of the Bible, okay?
All right.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up.
So the guy was the pastor. He was chill, and then Zena went up there to go ask him some questions because he wanted atheists, Muslims, and Christians to come up to ask questions. So she's asking him questions, and they going through it, and he's kind of feeling the fire a little bit. You don't know as much as he thought he would. And this woman comes from the comments up on stage yelling and screaming. I mean, she sounded like demon possession was in her. But she was talking about how Xena has summoned a legion of demons to come to the live and try to steal the apostles' anointment or anointing or whatever. And I mean, just yelling back and forth and trying to like cast Xena out and like telling the apostle, you can't handle her spirit. She's going to destroy you. She's going to take away your anointing. Like, I mean, going crazy on panel. And like eventually she like left But I mean, she was up there. I mean, he was just like, listen, I've got it. Like, don't worry about it. She'd be like, no, 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 stop, stop. No, no, listen to me. I'm listening to God. Listen to me. I was like, damn, bro, you can't even. She was
Like,
running his
what
whole
does it?
ship.
What do the demons do with the anointing when they steal it? Do they become
I,
anointed?
I guess. But
So
the thing
the
that's so funny is she called herself a spiritual seer. So you know I had to have him read Acts 16 because I was up there pretending to be a Christian. I had him read Acts 16, you know, especially the part about the seer where the apostle had to cast the demon out of the seer, and they were completely lost on why I brought that scripture up. It did not register him that woman came up there and said, "I'm a seer, so I see all these spirits and I'm going to tell the truth." Like, sir, get that demon out of here.
like the stuff they say don't make sense.
Mm-mm.
Like, I don't know. I would like to know what a demon would do with the anointing when it's once it stole it, and if that then gives the demon Holy Ghost power. And could there be demons walking around with the Holy Ghost?
Mm.
That's what like I need to understand this shit. Jacob, Jacoby's son.
How are you doing? How's everybody going? How's it going with everyone today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing beautiful. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. I just literally sat back and watched Iran and Israel turn around and pound each other play by play. It's been a beautiful day over here.
I believe it's
That's
pronounced
beautiful.
Iran.
Yes, y'all didn't get that in the news yet? Wow, it was
Yes, we
crazy at 3 o'clock.
did. But how
I'm in
is,
Europe.
excuse me,
Yes.
how is one country bombing another and vice versa a good
How?
thing? How you're acting like it's the NFL
Yeah,
or
because it's
the
in the Bible. That's why.
no, it's not.
Of course it is.
Oh
I can
my
read it to you.
fucking
And
goodness.
they're
Oh my
name by
fucking
name.
Iran is in the
listen.
Bible. I didn't even know that.
Yes, it's name by name, but you have to know their real name. They're
Oh my
Carmanians.
Oh, so
If
fucking
not
you
by
Google that
name. So
name,
not
it will
by
turn
name.
around and tell you.
So not by name. You're assigning another name to it.
No, that's their true name. This one is Google Bar.
That'd be like me
When I say Google
saying,
Bar,
that'd be
you
like
can
me
Google it.
saying, nah, Jacoby's son is on panel. Now, it's not actually his username, but you know, it is another profile that kind of reminds me of Jacobison.
No, this Jacob is on.
Nah, Jacobison.
I'm gonna say this, and then
But do y'all
I'm
not know that usernames can have spaces? Like
Yeah,
your
but they won't
that
let
doesn't
me do
say
that.
Jacob
I'm
is on.
hated.
That says Jacoby's son. That says Jacoby's son. It does not
That's
say Jacob
Jacob
is on.
is on.
Put some
It says
spaces in
jack
it.
off bison.
I know I should have put spaces in it, but it wouldn't let me.
Yes, it
It
does.
says
Like, do you see where it says El Oso Ray, El Joso Ray Bowen, Joshua Bowen? Do you see those spaces?
Oh yeah, his
It
work.
does let you put spaces.
It wouldn't
Those
let me do it.
spaces are in the Bible as well. They were prophesied. So
Can't stand.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of things in the Bible. Believe you
I,
me.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna mute up because I don't like talking to people
jack
like
off
you.
bison.
For you to get up here and the first thing come out of your mouth is to sit up there and say that one country bombing another country, people are over there dying,
Yep.
and you think that shit is cool? You are one
Hey, do
sick
you hear the
motherfucker.
excitement in his voice?
Yeah, you are one sick motherfucker to
Yeah,
sit
none
Well,
of,
there
well then,
and
should we
you
read
wasting
the
you
words
Bible
on him.
or we're gonna turn
shut
around
up,
and talk?
shut
I'm not
your
talking from
ass up, you
feelings.
dumb motherfucker.
No,
You
that's
sit up
not
there,
dumb.
you a stupid motherfucker because you're gonna sit up there and see humans, unalive children, and you think that shit is funny? You think it's cool like a football game? You a sick motherfucker. I'm done with that fucker. God damn, I can't stand motherfuckers like that.
This is what this religion has done to people.
Like knowing that the thing's going to happen to David's baby.
Bible is not a religious book.
You know, you sit there for 7 days, your popcorn, I guess. I don't know.
Are you black?
Yep.
That even makes it worse.
Really?
What the Europeans done to our people, you could turn
Yep.
around and laugh. Shut the fuck up. You could turn around and laugh about it being done to someone else when you know what kind of shit and genocide that shit causes? Boy, I ain't lying. This motherfuckers like that right there.
To explain it.
Man, shut up. Anybody, go ahead, y'all. I don't want
Ellie,
to talk
you
to
are
you.
quite literally wasting your breath on that. I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Yeah, I
Women
know.
I
do
just,
not care.
I keep hoping that Jacob, his son, will say what? Uh, because Mister, I would love to hear you say. You sound like your rage is akin to Samuel L. Jackson's, and I love it. I think it's very appropriate here because I think that would sound really good.
Come on, jack off, Bison.
Oh goodness. Who are the Iranians? Who are the Iranians?
Called the Carmanians. And if you want to know exactly where it is in the Bible, Second Ezra
Yes,
chapter
where?
15, verse 29,
It's not the
all the way
Bible.
down to 44.
Second Ezra is not in the Bible.
Do you want me to prove that? Well, see, if I
Second
said,
Ezra is not in the Bible though.
if I was waiting on for someone to say that.
He was waiting on for someone to say that.
Exactly.
Why?
I was waiting on someone to say that. Give me
No, no,
one
no. Say it like you
second.
said it the last time. You was waiting on for someone to say that.
Waiting for someone to say that the
What?
Apocrypha is not in the Bible.
It's
Wait a
not.
minute. Give me 1 second.
That's why it's
Oh
called
my
the
fucking
Apocrypha.
god! Right, like he literally says apocrypha.
Give me just 1 second, please.
No, you look like a
Jacob, are you
confused
okay?
wizard. Like you took one too many healing potions,
So
buddy.
come on a little closer and take a look.
Turn that
Here
off. Turn that
is
off, or
the
you
New
get me
Testament title,
banned.
and you'll
Turn that
notice it
off.
has different.
Gosh, you don't turn on somebody else's content on somebody else's stage.
That's what you was. That's your gotcha moment. A bald white man telling me something. I only
Well,
listen to
yeah,
white men
he's
with
going to
hair on
show
their
you
head.
the original King James Bible.
Yeah,
The
yeah. I don't take advice
original.
from people that can't grow hair on top of their head. Sorry.
The original King
Womp
James
womp.
Bible. This is a big book. Very big.
Does that one
Wait,
have
do you
unicorn
think
in
that
it
you
as well?
found some type of
Oh,
like
you
you think
can't
you
tell me
hold
that
on,
Ezra's that
wait.
Apocrypha's not in the
Wait,
Bible.
hello?
Yes.
Dang, do you not
Ta-da!
hear me talking? Like do you think you found some type of like secret book or something? Like I'm confused.
Okay, I
Is it
already knew the Apocrypha
no
was
no
in
no
the
stop.
Bible just by the Bible
You
dictionary.
no. You're acting as if um you just kind of like blew our minds by bringing up the 1611 Bible, right? Or like you do realize that we know that the Apocrypha was removed from the King James Bible. And these texts were removed for specific reasons, right? Um, but even if you are referring to Second Ezra, please explain to us why you are saying that the Iranians are in Second Ezra.
Second Ezra chapter 15, verse 29. It's going to tell you, and Saudi Arabia is mentioned by name. They're both there.
You gonna read it or?
They are there.
His most recent
And
video
if
was
you
a
want, and
critique of
if you want
African
more
atheists, where he
information onto
said
that, the
that he
precepts
has
for
to
it,
Are
tell
you
all
black
you
gonna
have to do
women.
is
fucking read it?
Yeah, read it, bro.
read it. Give me one
Yes.
second.
Like, why would you bring it
Oh
up and
my
not read it?
gosh.
Let me get it for you then. I didn't hear the part when somebody said read it. I'm sorry.
Supposed
Excuse me.
to just tell us
I
about
want you to
something.
read it in the original Aramaic Hebrew.
Okay, here we
So,
go. The book of Second Ezra. This book of Second Ezra, chapter 15. Wait a minute. Let me get it. I want to start at verse 28. Behold, a horrible vision, and the appearance thereof from the east, Middle East, if that's what you
come
want to
on,
It's
know.
somebody.
Wait a
hold
minute.
on. It
Come on,
says East,
somebody.
comma Middle East.
No, it's the appearance thereof in the from the east.
Oh, oh, so Ray. You know
Where have the
what? Stop
nations of
being
the
so
dragons of
skeptical.
Arabia
It says
shall come out with
dragons.
many chariots.
Come on.
Mm.
Mm.
Okay,
I mean,
now something jumped up here.
if
Wait
that
a
doesn't
minute.
say Iran in 2025,
Wait, I'm talking.
I don't know what else does.
There
You
are
know what
the
I mean?
nations of the dragons of Arabia shall come with many chariots, and the multitude shall be carried as of the wind of the earth. That all that they which hear them may fear and tremble. That is talking about Arabia, Saudi Arabia.
Didn't you
Let's
guys
go to
see
verse
those
30.
chariots? Didn't you see those
Also,
chariots last night
Oh yeah,
on
the chariot
CNN?
races were fire. Yeah.
It was rough. It was rough.
also, verse 30. Also, the Carmanians,
Nothing to say
that is
about that,
spelled
huh?
Carmanians, and you can Google that word right there, and it's going to tell you that's Iran. You can Google
You
that
said
word.
So wait,
Raging
hold
in
on.
wrath shall go
Let me just
forth
hold
as
on.
the
I just want to
wild
make sure.
boars of the
Hang
woods.
on. Jacob Shirkin. I just want to make sure that I'm following you here. So you're saying you're saying that if an ancient text mentions a people group that lives in a particular area, that means that it's mentioning that the people group that live in that area for all time. Just want to make
Well,
sure I'm
you
understanding
wouldn't
it.
know because the Bible was never given to you, so you wouldn't know this.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means, and I don't think you know what that means.
Psalms
But
147,
can you answer?
19 to 20.
Can you answer my question, or did you not understand it?
Speak it again.
oh wow.
Okay, so when it says in Ezekiel 26, I have a prophecy against you, Tyre, right? And this is a prophecy back in the middle
That's
of the first
northern.
millennium
You do
BC.
know
Hey,
that's in northern
stand
Lebanon,
by,
right?
Jacob Sturking. Listen, just hang on. Let me finish my sentence, right? So look, when it says I have a prophecy against you, Tyre, because it's speaking about the people that live on the island city of Tyre, right in the middle of the first millennium BCE. Are you under the impression that that means that it means anybody that will ever live in Tyre throughout all time?
Yeah, the people are living there right now as we speak.
Yes. So did you not understand my question?
You asked me were those people back
Okay,
then, the people living there now? There's people
let's
living there
carry
right
it
now.
forward. Let's carry it forward. So when Moses makes this pronouncement against the Egyptians in the book of Exodus that all the firstborn are going to unalive, that's the Egyptians of all time. Even the Egyptians that live down there now, right? They need to be like
Those are not
making sure when they
Egyptians
go to
living there
bed.
right now, sir.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't have to do with the people group. It's just the area when you want it to work that way. Is that what I'm saying?
No, you also have to know the prophecy about what was going to happen to Egypt. God was going to run them out of there because they turned around and wanted to get in. And God said, I'm going to return that recompense upon your head. And only for 40 years, and the basis of men will return. Do
Thank
you know
God
what
he
Is it?
brought
really
us
Aren't
a
they
Egypt looks
supposed?
car.
like?
Is it? Wasn't Egypt supposed to be desolate for 40 years though?
Yep, and it was.
Wait, no.
Those
Oh
When
two
was
wow.
people right
Egypt
now.
ever? When was Egypt ever desolate?
Oh my goodness, you don't know that?
That's why she's
No.
asking.
Wow.
Do
What
you
time
know
period? What
The
years was Egypt
you the
desolate?
people that are living there right now,
No,
The people that are
desolate
living
means
there
no
right
one's
now are
there.
Roman
Shut
Greco
up.
Arabs.
Desolate means no one's there. When
The
was
Egyptians got ran
Egypt
out.
desolate?
Yeah, what years? Can you just give us those
Has
years?
Egypt ever been desolate?
Desolate as in, oh, you talking about nobody living there.
Just
Yeah,
give us
No.
like
the
the
years.
word.
Just give us the years that you're. Which 4 decades are you referring to?
Oh, this is long, long time ago. I have to
Has
Well,
go
wait,
through
yeah,
all the
Egypt
long,
Bible
long
to
ever
time
see
ago.
that
been
That's
one.
good. So
desolate?
which 4 decades? Can you give us? Is it 40 to 80? What is it? Which
Oh,
four
you talking
decades?
about against the Bible? I'm
You
going through
you
years
don't
now. Let me
you
see if I
don't
can
know
pull.
this. You
I'm
don't
gonna
know
turn around
this.
and
Come
let me
on, man.
see. Can
Give us
I
give us
pull
our four
up?
decades. Give us our 4 decades when Egypt
Let's
lay
give
desolate. Go ahead.
us. Do I have Egypt?
Has
Chat
Egypt ever been
GPT.
abandoned?
Oh shit.
I just
Okay,
lost
here
somebody
we
in the
go.
comments talking about that's not the only definition of desolate.
My favorite definition of desolate is filled with life.
Mine is desolate over there.
So let me see if I can pull
I'm
it up here.
confused because I mean, like Jacob jerks off. Listen, you were just like howling at Thinker for not knowing when Egypt lay desolate. You're, oh, you don't know this? Oh my God! And then we say, well, when wasn't you? Let me Google that and see if I can't
Let
find
me
it.
see. The ancient Egyptians were early Hamites. Their role was always.
To
Wait a
eat
minute.
ham.
In
Nom
Let's
nom
see.
Turkey,
Do I
because
get
nom.
that
that's
there?
where
Yeah, there
Jesus
we
ended
go.
up, in Turkey. Hamites in Turkey.
There we
They love
go.
That'll
pigs
preach.
and
That'll
birds.
preach.
Okay. That's a real Egyptian.
Are you
You turn
struggling to
turn
find
What?
those four? Are you
turn your
struggling to
damn
find those
camera
four
off.
decades?
Turn your camera off. Like, don't turn that camera on no more.
Hey, Jack off Bison, maybe host your own live if you want people to know about bullshit so much.
Well, I was basically going to pull up the information for you
Yeah,
so we can put it
Jacob,
together. But
I'm like
since you
Actually,
bated
don't want
breath.
it, I can help you.
Jacob, bated breath. Right? You were just, I mean, like
Like I
roaring
said, I pull up
uproariously.
books.
Hey, you were laughing uproariously at Thinker for not knowing the 4 decades of desolation that we referred to with Egypt, and now we say, well, can you enlighten us? Which 4 decades? Which 40 years? And it's been like 4 minutes now, my guy. I still ain't heard it.
They would be ran from the land for 40 years. Let us
Which
get the text straight.
40
They would be ran
years?
out the land for 40 years,
Yes.
and after
For
40 years, they can
which
come back.
40 years? Which ones?
Which year that was, I can't pull that up. That's
Well,
what we're
then why
searching
in the
for right now
world?
because I got the
Why in the
books.
world? Jacob beats it. Why in the world would you laugh at somebody else for not knowing that when you the fuck don't know it?
Well, Edomite, you don't know it either.
Oh,
There it goes.
there it is.
wow. He's not even
There
from
it is,
Edom.
right there. So this book is for black folks,
Oh, yeah.
huh?
Oh, I was looking at you, Jesus, right there. I was about to pull that one up.
No, wait. Oh, you want to go pull up Revelations 1:14 through 15?
No, I'm going to show you out of historical books. I've got
Oh, they
that
got
one
pictures of
lined
Jesus.
up for you.
They have historical
Yes.
pictures of Jesus.
It's
Who
called
took the picture?
Kissinger's Legacy Reprints.
Who took
In
the
the
picture?
Pillory,
Jacob.
Tales of the Borgia Pope.
Jacob. Who took the picture of Jesus?
But we're going to do more than that. We're going to get the bust. You
Somebody
know what a
made a
bust is, right?
bust.
A bust is
Somebody
You know what
more
a
than
somebody
a
bust
made a
is,
picture.
right?
bust of Jesus. When did they do this? What
Or
year?
where did it come from? Is
No,
that
what
that
year?
Jesus
Hey,
you got? There's
Jacob.
what I'm talking about.
Jacob. What
Hey,
year did they make this
don't
bust? What year?
Thinker, don't ask him what year. He can't even get down 40 years. Like, that's optimistic.
Best of the Syria Greek of Pope of Caesar Borgia, removed from the Church
Wow.
of San Salvador and the Termes, now destroyed in the. This is so hard to read.
Reading
That's
is
why
hard to
Micomani
your
read.
of
ass
the
can't
Saint
understand
Nicholas
it.
Church which still and be seen is shown by the guilt of the bust of relative of a famous pope,
No,
Caesar
I'm not asking
Borgia.
you that. Hey, I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, like, why you think this is for black people.
Well, that's white supremacy all day long, that thing you got sitting up there.
I don't give a fuck if this Jesus is black or white. I'm asking, why do you think this is for black people?
What, the Bible is for black people?
That's what you think.
Well, no, actually it is. Psalms 147:19 and 20, Amos 3 and 1 through 5. It was only given to Jacob. Jacob was the Negro
Why do
from
you
Jacob
think
and
Jacob
Esau.
was black? Jacob?
Yeah, well,
Why do
Jacob
you
was
think
black
Jacob? Why do you think Jacob was black?
because it's Genesis 25:23 turns around and explains it.
What? Tell me. What does it say?
Let's read it.
Okay.
Genesis 25:23. The birth of Esau, aka the so-called white man today, or Caucasian,
This
because
is
we ran them in
embarrassing.
the Caucasian mountains. You can just about say in 193
Caucasian
AD.
mountains.
Yep, there we have it. Let's turn
So
around and
don't act
get
like
it.
you don't know these things. Come on, man. Don't play dumb.
You right. You right.
Let's go.
Wait,
Genesis
hey,
25:23.
hey, 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 Jacob, stop. Everything that I'm asking you to tell me why you think this is for black people, you keep pointing to white people. Like you keep pointing to white folks, okay? Like I'm asking you, why do you think this book is black people? Why do you think Jacob is black? Not why you think Edomites are white.
Well, okay. Why do I think they're black? Let's turn
Yes.
around and read it from the Bible, shall we?
Let's read it from the Bible. Go.
That's what I
What
love.
verse?
We're
What
gonna
verse are
start.
you going
We're
to?
gonna
What
start
verse?
off with the book of Song of Solomon. If everybody
Okay.
has the Bible, let's go there.
Okay. Solomon what?
Song of Solomon,
Uh-huh.
Can you
chapter
read it in
one.
Hebrew for us, though? I'd
Song of
appreciate that.
Solomon, chapter one.
Can you
Well,
read it in
and I'm gonna
Hebrew
read.
for us,
I'm gonna
Jacob?
read it. Y'all can move along with me. We're gonna
No, no. I
read
want you to.
verse one.
Can you read it? Can you read it in Hebrew to us? I'd love to
Nobody
hear
on
it.
this planet speaks Hebrew, and the last people that did speak Hebrew on this planet were what you call the Native Americans.
He's
Oh
dumb.
yeah.
Oh my fucking God. What?
You are so
Bakurake
fucking
Oh my
dumb.
fucking God.
Fuck,
Fashalak
fuck.
Irakato
Okay, you
Wabina.
asked me why they're black. Let's
Well,
read
I
the
just
Song of
spoke Hebrew for
Solomon's,
you,
which
so are
is
you not
Solomon. So
impressed or
King
what?
Solomon wrote this. Let's drop to verse 5.
King
I
Solomon did
am
not write
black,
this shit.
but comely, O ye daughters of
Do
Jerusalem,
you know
as
Wait a
the
what the
minute.
tents of
fuck that
Kedar,
means?
as the, excuse
Wait,
me?
is that how it was? So that's how when they wrote it, 2,500 years ago, it was written in English.
Well, King James was probably one of the smartest men that ever
Oh
translated
God.
the Bible. He
Did he
didn't write
did
it,
did
he
he live
translated it.
2,500 years
And
ago?
he was a black man.
Jacob, did he live 2,500 years ago?
Hold on, hold on, stop. Did he just say King James was a black man?
hmm
Yeah, they say that.
Yeah, King
You
James was a
are a
black man.
fucking idiot.
Oh, I can do one better. Let me turn my camera on and
And he
I'll
said
show
he
it to you.
translated
Don't
No.
it.
you turn that damn camera on.
I will show you King James.
Don't you
Oh
Don't
turn
do
my
that
that
camera
now.
on.
God.
Don't you turn that camera on.
King James 6 in the verse was a black man. And what makes it even
Oh
better,
my
I
fucking
live in
goodness.
Austria. Marie
We
of
are
Austria
all
was the last
Europeans at
black
birth.
queen here in the 1500s.
So you saying that King James, the King of England,
Yep,
was
6
black?
in the verse was a black man.
You are a fucking idiot.
Mr.
I
I,
got
Nelson,
the
I don't
pictures.
normally
We
do
I,
that,
got
but
the
you are a
Mr. Nelson,
goddamn idiot.
I don't normally say things like this publicly, but I love you. I just wanna put that out there.
Oh, you
Mr.
want to know
Nelson,
who painted?
Mr.
Who
Nelson,
did
Mr.
that? You want
Nelson,
to know who
shush.
did that?
Nelson!
Yes.
That's
I
Jacob
mean,
Bison.
Jacobson. But Dr. B, why you fucking got me calling this man Mr. Nelson?
I apologize. I apologize.
Shit. Jacobson. I got a quick question for you, okay?
Sure.
All right. You say that nobody on this planet speaks or reads Hebrew except the text that the King James translated was written in Hebrew, but you trust King James translation. Why do you trust the translation that you claim nobody speaks or reads?
King James spoke 7 languages fluently. All 48 men that were all black men that were in
You
Cambridge
do
at that
realize
time
that?
that he
Hold
chose.
on, Jacobson. So the King James team, right? He commissioned 47, right? And
48.
well, the 48th person was Sir Francis motherfucking Bacon, and he wasn't black. Okay, so
47.
out of
When
all
was
of
King
these,
James
out of
born and
all
who
of
was
these
his
people, I'm
parents?
sorry. Hello, Nelly, do you hear me?
Yes,
Out of all of these people that he commissioned, right? He broke them up into 3 groups,
exactly.
right? Okay, the Cambridge
When was the King
University. I'm
James
sorry,
of the
James. Nelly,
Bible
can you hear me?
Nelly,
born and who was his parents?
Nelly,
Nelly.
Huh?
I don't think he.
What?
you're not on mute. You're not on mute. So Cambridge University was one of the groups. Um, Oxford University was another, and Westminster was another, right? And these organizations were not ran by black people.
Ooh, I could prove you so wrong.
You just answered to
193
another
AD
nigga's
all the
name,
way
bro.
up to the 1400s, black people literally ruled Europe.
Did you
All of
not
it.
hear what I fucking said? Cambridge University.
Yep.
Cambridge University was
Mm-hmm.
never ran by black people. Westminster was never ran by black people. Oxford University was never ran by black people. These are organizations that King James used to translate this text.
You finished? I don't want to interrupt you. Good, since you're finished.
I'm not finished. Why you look like that?
Don't worry about how I look. Look about the knowledge that I speak. There was
Mm.
not any Edomites from 193 AD all the way up until you could say the later 1300s. There were none of them in rule of
I don't give
anything.
a fuck
What?
about who was ruling.
I got
I
documentation
I
on it.
don't give a fuck about
I'm
who was
quite sure
ruling.
you
Shut the
don't.
fuck up, you dumb motherfucker. I don't give a fuck about who is ruling. I am talking
We ruled
about
it.
3 universities, about 3 colleges that the King James used to translate this text. Those universities were not ran by white people. I mean, by black people.
You
You dumb motherfucker.
how white people
And then you
could
stupid. And then you stupid
black
motherfucker.
people
Like, shut the fuck up. Because I'm getting
white
tired of your
people
ass. Shut your ass up.
didn't know how to take
Shut your ass up.
even know
Shut the fuck up. King James should have
they
told your ass how to take care of your motherfucking hair and your fucking teeth. Shut the fuck up.
kidding me.
Eureka ass nigga.
That loud
You
ass
got
mouth. Shut up, shit. Like this same motherfucking book that you talking about while you on King James's dick, and Deuteronomy 26:5 says that Jacob, who you named yourself out of after, is a fucking Aramaean from Mesopotamia. The same motherfucking book.
you using white.
This is the King James Bible, you dumb fuck. This the same Bible that you claim King James was the smartest man alive. King James spoke 7 languages. King James told your ass that Jacob was a fucking
It's not
Aramean.
in the Bible. Sorry, that's not in the Bible.
Motherfucker, yes it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes
I'm
it is,
sitting
you
up here
dumb
looking at it.
fuck. No the fuck you're
No,
not.
that's some bullshit you got from white and trying to justify them
You're
bastards.
lying.
Yeah,
You're
we're gonna
lying.
kill
Eureka.
every last one of them
Shut
according
your
to the
ass
book of
up.
Obadiah. Anywho,
I,
Did
so
you
yeah,
did
Black
he start
gold.
speaking? Did he start speaking in tongues?
Yeah.
Did
Oh, I
you say
started speaking in tongues on the other person.
what the fuck you
I
say?
didn't say no yeah.
You said abadabadabadaba
I did.
shibadabadabadaba show
Stop
bop bop
lying.
bop shibadabadabop
This what
beat it up
happens when you start killing
badabadabop
people and handing their
badabadoo bop
asses to them. They start yelling dumb
badabadabadabadabadaba
shit. But I said it and I'll say it
badabadabadabadabadaba.
again. The book of Obadiah,
What? Hey, what? How the fuck y'all gonna do it? Y'all waiting on
the book
chariots to
of
come?
Obadiah
What the
is
fuck?
plain and
How the
simple.
fuck? How y'all gonna do it? Like y'all up here wishing,
Very simple.
y'all up here hoping and wishing and wishing and hoping and hoping and wishing
That's what
and wishing and hoping that God get rid of the Edomites. God's gonna do it. Yes, He is.
giving. We're
And hoping and wishing and wishing and hoping and
that
hoping
ain't no
and
hope.
wishing and wishing and
Shit,
hoping
we done it.
UFOs and aliens are
We did it.
coming down to fight for us.
Done it twice
They gonna
already.
get rid of the
And the
Edomite,
third's
and they gonna
gonna
put us
wipe
back in
Yeah,
control.
yeah.
Oh,
on
oh,
it
oh,
twice.
Obadiah, Obadiah,
And we're gonna do
Obadiah,
it.
oh, Obadiah, Obadiah, Obadiah,
We're
go.
gonna do it.
Obadiah, 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 oh, oh,
Hallelujah.
oh. Like that's what y'all gonna be doing. Like y'all waiting on
No,
fucking
we're gonna turn
UFOs.
around and kill every last
Amen.
one of them.
What the fuck you gonna do it with? Huh?
Our bare
Hopes
hands.
and dreams.
Barehanded. The same way. You don't know who September
Barehanded.
7th
Nigga, you
was?
can't pick up 45 pounds off the ground. You gonna kill somebody barehanded?
September 7th turned around and did it.
Bro, you have no
Julius
muscle on your
Maccabees did
frame
it.
at all, and
That's
you
two
gonna do
times.
something by
And we're
hand?
gonna do it a third time. This time,
Honestly,
those
honestly,
Edomites
I
have
don't even
nowhere
think
to
you could
run.
choke. I don't even think you could choke
Because
a
they had
bison
places to
member with
run. The
the
first time they
scrawniness
ran to
you
Rome.
displaying here.
The second time they ran to the Caucasus Mountains in Georgia.
He's so stupid.
This guy's an idiot. I mean, he's
Well,
a,
that's basic history.
you a brain dead idiot.
Well,
Well, that's all, folks.
I've got the evidence.
You
Oh
ain't
yeah.
got no damn evidence. You
Why is it
can't
not
even
evident?
We got
understand.
the
Oh, shit, that motherfucker can't even
got
understand the
the
words he's reading.
we got the receipt.
King James said these motherfuckers from Aram, Padam Aram, Mesopotamia.
Well, if we
That
break
was
it down, the land, but
Padam means
Padam
Black Adam,
who
Aram,
as in
Padam
Africa.
from
owned Canaan?
Mesopotamia.
Where's Canaan at?
Over there.
It's all in Africa.
It's
All of
over
it.
there.
All of it's in Africa. All of it. Every last bit of it. It's in Africa. So
And
now what?
you a fucking idiot. That's what it is.
No, I'm not an idiot. I keep getting cut off because you know you're about to get cut the fuck up from the floor
Hey,
up. That's
if
what's wrong.
let me ask you a quick
Because
question.
I
So,
don't want me to
hey,
turn on
hey,
that
hey,
camera
hey,
because
hey,
I'll turn around and show you
hey,
we ruled Europe
hey,
for over.
hey. Let me ask you a quick question. So, your God gave prophecy about the Carthians and the bombs and shit that's happening over in Iran and Israel today, correct? Like why the fuck are all of his prophecies having to do with swords? Like if he was like passing down revelations of shit that's going to be happening like 2025, like why he didn't say that motherfuckers had nukes? Why he didn't talk about nuclear weapons or tanks, submarines? Like why he didn't say that there were going to be, people dropping like explosives, using C4 and all this shit. Like, why is he only talking about swords and fucking horses?
And chariots. Correct?
What the fuck? Is a chariot a UFO?
Yes, it is.
You
They
idiot.
describe it perfectly as clouds, a
So
royally
what does it
scroll.
mean? What does it mean
Ezekiel
when the
will,
prophecy
would you
says that
like to
Oso
see
is going to
some of
have your
those
girl in the
things?
cut and she's choosy? What does that mean?
That's what he remind me of. He sound like Eddie Griffin.
Well, you call it what you want to, but it is what it is.
So a cloud is a UFO?
You should turn around. Oh, Ezekiel's will. Hey, we get the. It's the. I'm gonna tell you how simple this is. The CIA put it dead in your face on Independence Day. Go look at that scene again. They know what they are talking about.
Oh my goodness.
The scene when they blowed that bomb up, that
This
first
is
one that
why.
happened.
This is why Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity because it creates motherfuckers like this.
Well, you can get ready for it. Get ready for it. That's all I can
Hey,
say.
Dr. B, in Hebrew, Anon is cloud, correct? Not UFO. Like
I mean,
Anon.
I would say yes, but nobody knows how to speak Hebrew.